Christmas was a busy time for Andrew Astbury. He needed to leave his girlfriend's place early to make deliveries for his courier business the next morning. But those deliveries would never be made, and his girlfriend and family would rely on the wisdom of forensics to find him and discover the truth.
I just didn't believe from the start that it was anything other than a pretty vicious attack.
There was no other reason at all as to why that vehicle would have been there.
He'd made threats there to shoot him with a shotgun.
I saw what looked like crushed cherry marks, red, sticky.
Luminol normally just reveals small pools of blood, but this is quite an extensive trail.
It didn't lend itself that the person had walked off. More likely they'd been carried or dragged away.
We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish.
And he made some comment about we'd never be able to get him. My reaction to that was as well, we'll see what comes about.
When Andrew Astbury failed to turn up for work, his family and friends were immediately concerned. His van was parked in his driveway, and yet the 24-year-old was nowhere to be found. The investigation into his disappearance would lead detectives down a path of jealousy, hatred, and lies.
Andrew's van was parked in a position where it is normally parked, at the top of the driveway. Andrew's wallet was in the van along with his mobile phone, and according to all who knew Andrew, he just never went anywhere without it. However, there was no damage to the vehicle, there was no signs around the vehicle on immediate inspection that anything untoward had taken place.
We went into the house and it was quite obvious that Andrew hadn't slept in his bed. So it was obvious after speaking with friends, relatives and Andrew's girlfriend that he hadn't simply taken a day off work and gone to play golf and forgotten to tell someone about it.
Andy was a very hard-working, dependable person. He had a courier delivery service, basically, and the restaurants that he delivered to depended upon him delivering every morning their food for that day. So for him not to turn up at work and not to deliver the food was just totally exceptional.
Well, I suppose initially our thoughts were that any number of things may have occurred to Andrew. We weren't sure whether we were in fact investigating a crime at that stage or whether there was a legitimate reason for Andrew not to be found. So we had to explore all avenues.
The police raised things like, was he in money trouble? Was he involved in criminal activities or drug activities? As he was a distributor, driving around a lot, was he involved in something that was not quite right?
As he searched the area, John Astbury found some unusual spots on the road outside his son's house.
And walking down the road, I saw what looked like crushed cherry marks, red, sticky. There were no cherry trees around, so I thought, well, maybe it's blood.
When we had a closer look at them, they appeared to be blood, and it certainly drew a more sinister tone to the investigation.
If it were blood, it didn't look like a life-threatening amount. So I guess I just was even more confused. Because if he was injured, then, why hadn't he made contact? We immediately sort of started to search the area to see if he was lying unconscious in the bush somewhere close by.
And there was another concern. Andrew's girlfriend, Shannon, told the police about his state of mind the last time she saw him, only 14 hours before.
It was close to Christmas time. He was working 2 jobs. He was working long hours on those 2 jobs, and that he was somewhat depressed that he couldn't afford to pay for Christmas presents, and that he was probably not going to be able to buy Shannon a Christmas present, which added weight to the theory that perhaps he may have caused self-harm.
Andrew had been seeing Shannon for just 5 weeks, but to all who knew them, they were very much in love.
He hadn't had a steady girlfriend. He'd had occasional friends. He'd had lots of friends who were girls, but he hadn't sort of been in love before. And it was quite fun to see because he was happy.
25-year-old Andrew Astbury was last seen leaving his girlfriend's Eltham house just before 11 p.m. on Thursday. Today, John Astbury made an emotional plea for help in finding his son.
Well, if anybody knows anything, please will they come forward. And I guess, you know, if for some reason Andy's out there, please will he get in touch. It was terribly difficult, those first few days, because you were getting more and more concerned about him being dehydrated or bleeding to death or having a broken leg and lying in pain somewhere. I can remember the second day, we were all out in Warrandyte State Park in the dark. We were out with torches and shouting his name. I mean, it was just ridiculous that there's no way you'd find him in the dark, but you couldn't go home and sleep. We ended up hiring a helicopter to fly around the area, and some of Andy's friends went up as spotters to, you know, use binoculars and fly over the local bush to try and see if they could find anything.
But there was no sighting of Andrew.
It was summer in Australia, and if he were lying seriously injured in the bush, then his chances of survival quickly diminish. So you gradually begin to think about the worst.
24-year-old Andrew Astbury was missing. His van was found outside his home, yet his wallet and mobile phone remained on the driver's seat. Spots of blood, identified as Andrew's, were found on the roadway outside. With 4 days gone, his disappearance was now a major crime incident.
The family and girlfriend of Andrew Astbury have been desperate for news of the 25-year-old. Today, the homicide squad took over the investigation.
We believe that Andrew didn't leave his own accord. At this stage, we're unable to say whether Andrew is dead or alive.
Homicide were around very early. The first time you hear the word, it's pretty hard. So that sort of confirms your worst fears.
We were told by the local CIB that they'd used the SES over the weekend to search the area, mainly in the area where they'd found the blood droplets. Once we took over the investigation, we decided that we'd use our search and rescue team to search the entire area for the full length of the roadway outside his home and the grass bank outside the house as well.
And they discovered a blood-stained knife just off the edge of the roadway. There was quite a pool of blood in that area. And there was also a piece of cardboard with a very partial shoe impression.
Both the knife and the cardboard were sent back to the crime scene lab. Detectives hoping that either piece of evidence would lead them to or link them to a crime scene.
We had a look at the scene itself. It was obvious that there was too much blood for just a simple accident. We now believe that we were looking at a homicide rather than just a missing person.
So it now seemed Andrew was dead. But where was his body? The crime scene may well give detectives a clue. And for that, the forensic team would need to use a standard tool of their trade, and it required total darkness.
Luminol's a test that can find very small amounts of blood that aren't visible to the naked eye. It can be very helpful when you are following a trail that you can't actually see. It can pick it up in the night and it'll glow where the blood is.
Luminol normally just reveals blood splatter or small pools of blood, but this is quite an extensive trail.
And that blood trail extended over nearly 300 metres through the bushland and underneath trees and through the scrub. could have lent itself that the person was just seriously injured at that stage. But with the amount of blood where the knife was found, it didn't lend itself that the person had walked off. More likely they'd been carried or dragged away. But was it someone large and strong that could carry a body away, or was it somebody helping to carry the body away? Once we got to the end of the Luminol trail, we found another pool of blood right beside a driveway. It just became apparent then that a vehicle had been used to then take the body away.
I had no doubt in my mind from that moment that Andrew was dead. Warnock Road's a pretty isolated location. So we took the move to put a caravan in the area, and you're obviously calling on the public for their help.
Two locals had remembered seeing a car parked just up the road from Andrew's house on the night he disappeared. They could recall some of the registration number, but more importantly, the car had very distinctive markings.
A young fellow turned up and said that on the night of Andrew's disappearance, he'd driven home down Opossum Road, and when he turned into the roadway, he saw a vehicle parked there, which was unusual at that time of night, especially seeing it was a telecom vehicle.
The forensic team found tyre marks on the spot that the witnesses had reported, and an impression of the tread was taken. Should detectives track down the car, they'd be able to place it at the scene.
We organised with Telecom to obtain all the records of telecom station wagons in the state of Victoria. We had to determine where each of those vehicles was, so there was a process of elimination conducted in regards to speaking to all the drivers of those vehicles and putting them into a particular area that night.
After searching the records of more than 3,000 telecom cars, police came up with one car that couldn't be accounted for the night Andrew Astbury went missing. But was the driver of the car an important witness, or potentially the young man's killer? Andrew Astbury's disappearance was now being treated as a homicide. A broken knife and a 300-metre trail of his blood ending at a driveway put it in no doubt. Witnesses had seen a car parked near to Andrew's house on the night he disappeared. And now, police had tracked down its driver, Stephen Pavick.
The situation was that Stephen was the ex-boyfriend of Shannon, who was a current girlfriend of Andrew Astbury.
Andrew had become friends with Shannon while working as a courier at her flower shop. It was a platonic relationship at first, but that didn't stop Pavick's intense jealousy.
Stephen Pavick was very jealous of Shannon having a friend, being a male friend, being Andrew.
We had information from other people, friends, associates, that several times Stephen Pavick had made threats against Andrew Astbury.
He would be enraged and fight and argue with Shannon in relation to Shannon being very friendly with Andrew.
2 months before Andrew disappeared, Pavick's jealousy boiled over at the local pub.
When Stephen saw Astbury there, he started to work himself up into a bit of a frenzy.
She arranged to have him here.
He then went over and spoke loudly with Astbury and threatened him, and then threw a beer over Andrew.
Hey! Stay away!
Which also landed on a female friend of Andrew's at the time. She returned the favour and threw her drink over Pavick, who then got even angrier, and a fight started to develop until the bouncers intervened. As Pavick was leaving the hotel and being evicted by the bouncer, he threatened to kill Andrew. Shannon advised us that there had been other occasions where Pavick had been insanely jealous of Andrew for no good reason, and he'd made threats there to, even on one occasion, to shoot him with a shotgun. She told him not to be so silly about it, but he just continued on with his insane jealousy that there was something going on between Shannon and Andrew, which there wasn't.
The night of the pub fight, Shannon ended her relationship with Pavick. A few weeks later, she started dating Andrew, but they kept the relationship quiet, fearing Pavick's reaction.
You often see it with a lot of young men. They become insanely jealous of their girlfriends not talking to other boys and that. It's childish and puerile, but obviously Pavic suffered from that along with a lot of young fellows. Just his demeanour across the board showed that at that stage he really hadn't grown up.
Pavic's jealousy was extreme, but was he a murderer? Police needed concrete evidence to link him directly to the crime, and they hoped it would be found in Pavic's car. The same car seen by witnesses on the night Andrew disappeared.
I noticed that the carpet in the rear of the wagon was a slightly different colour than the carpet in the rest of the car, and that made me think that maybe that had been replaced. We looked for blood traces within the vehicle, but nothing was found.
There was a potential that Andrew's body had been conveyed in the back of the car, and that's why the carpet was a different colour. We then knew that he'd purchased the carpet somewhere, so we started looking to where you could buy second-hand Commodore carpets.
At a wreckers not far from Pavic's work, the detectives found what they had suspected. A receipt that proved Pavic had bought the carpet the day after Andrew disappeared.
We decided then to place surveillance on Pavic, and that's physical surveillance as well as listening devices and telephone intercepts to determine what he was doing, what he was saying, who he was talking to, and what his movements were from there in case he went back to a crime scene to hide further evidence.
Someone out there must know something. He's the second of 4 children, so there's not going to be a Christmas for us this year.
Christmas Day was particularly difficult. We all sat around and opened our presents, and there was a pile in the corner that wasn't opened. So that was a pretty hard day.
The next day, police received a call.
Farmer Graham Cock was mustering sheep when he noticed the weighted-down body in the middle of the river.
I received a phone call late in the evening that a body had been found at Warrandyte, that it was handcuffed to some sort of piece of machinery, and I was told, look, we don't think it's your body. Something deep inside me told me it was Andrew. I just rang my crew straight away and said, get up to Warrandyte, I think it's our body.
The body was quite decomposed. It appeared to have been in the water well over the time that Andrew had been missing. So Mick Hughes' suspicions that it was the 24-year-old would be proved one way or the other at the post-mortem.
One of the recommended first steps in the forensic pathology investigation of a death like this is to X-ray the whole of the body, often from multiple angles. The reason for doing this is that you may gather information that helps with identification, but most importantly can assist with documenting injuries that might be obscured by decomposition. The X-ray examination in this case revealed the presence of a triangular metal object within the left upper chest. The object had sharp edges and looked like it was the tip of a knife.
I collected the blade from the body of the deceased, brought it back to the laboratory and did a physical fit on 2 pieces of knife blade, and I was quite certain that the 2 pieces had once been the one piece of knife blade.
About 3:30 in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Sorry. And the homicide squad were there and said, shall we put the kettle on?
Andrew Astbury was missing, presumed dead. For 10 days, family, police and volunteers had searched for him, and then his body appeared, floating in a river 20 kilometres from his home. He had been handcuffed to an engine part, and these were now the most vital pieces of evidence the police had to work with.
The piece of machinery had been imported into Australia and basically used on the Sugarloaf Dam project. There was no recent history on it, so the decision for me to go to the media was very easy. The only way we're going to find out is declare it to the public and say, hey, can you help us with the investigation?
Detectives today displayed the heavy turbine casing from a German-made generator used to weigh down the body of murder victim Andrew Astbury. The handcuffs are also unusual. They're considered expensive at around $100 a pair and can only be bought at select outlets. Police today revealed they're hunting at least 2 people.
We'll be pouring as many resources as we have into locating the perpetrator or indeed perpetrators of this crime.
I don't believe that anyone could lift a body that's handcuffed to that machine. It's just too heavy.
Even though Pavic had been spoken to by the Doncaster CIU, he'd never been formally approached and interviewed. And I thought we were at a time where he should be interviewed, given the opportunity to admit or deny the allegations.
I intend to interview you in relation to the death of Andrew John Astbury. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, can I do that now then?
Yeah, just let me finish this.
Okay.
The next question was going to be, do you wish to exercise any of these rights before the interview proceeds?
Yes, I would.
Pavic spoke to his solicitor, and his answer to every question was the same.
On the 15th of December 1994, can you tell me your movements that day?
Got no comment.
Do you know a person by the name of Andrew Astbury?
Got no comment.
Do you know a person by the name of Shannon?
No comment.
Do you drive a Holden Commodore station wagon?
No comment.
You're employed at Telecom Australia?
No comment.
As a result of Pavic providing a no-comment interview, we're left with few options. We can either charge him, but we had insufficient evidence at that stage to support the case against him. So it's decided to release him, and we just continue on with our investigation. As I was showing Stephen out of the building, he's obviously very antagonistic towards myself and the others, and he made some comment about we'd never be able to get him. My reaction to that was as well, we'll see what comes about.
Stephen Pavic had set the detectives a challenge. Their next move was to link him to the handcuffs used on Andrew's body. So they conducted a systematic search of the stores near his home, and they struck gold. Pavic had bought a pair of handcuffs 1 month before the murder.
Pavic told the owner of the store that he wanted to purchase the handcuffs for a mate's Buxton. The handcuffs were very expensive handcuffs, they're over $100. The owner recalled saying to Pavic, why don't you buy a cheaper pair? He said, no, I want a very good pair because I used to have a pair and they fell apart.
Then there was a breakthrough on the engine part.
The next day, we received a phone call from a off-duty young policeman. He had a mate who had spoken with him and said that he knew where the motor part came from, that he'd seen it on a track up in Coldstream.
They thought they'd go up and have a look, and if the piece of machinery wasn't there, they'd know, well, it is the piece of machinery we were talking about.
They went up there the next day, couldn't find the motor part there, but found some yellow pieces that would have gone with the motor part, so they contacted us at Homicide.
In the search, they found a garbage bag secreted in a hollow log with some grass just thrown over the top of it to cover it.
The bag contained a number of clothing items, shirts, runners. It also contained 3 pairs of jeans. One pair of jeans we could positively identify as belonging to the deceased, Andrew Astbury.
One pair of jeans, there was a big blue S written in texture on the pocket. When that was shown to Shannon, she was able to identify the clothing as belonging to Stephen Pavic, because Pavic's mother always wrote in texture on her 2 sons' clothing to differentiate the 2 boys' clothing.
But the garbage bag also contained another pair of jeans,
which led us to believe that there were only 2 possible scenarios that may have taken place. And one is 2 persons committed the crime, or 1 person committed the crime and another person helped dispose of the body. That was our thinking at the time.
it became essential to know who owned the other set of clothing.
After finding the jeans, we knew that the person we were looking for was quite short. Most of Pavic's friends were tall or large, and there was only one person these jeans could have fit who was an associate of Pavic's. We eventually arrested him and spoke to him at our office. We showed him the pair of jeans and he confirmed that they were his, but denied any involvement in the death of Andrew Astbury and provided us with a plausible explanation as to how his jeans came to be in the bag with the deceased and Pavic's.
They'd been left in Pavic's car some weeks prior when they'd been down to the beach. Pavic had told this friend that the clothing had been lost and actually physically gave him $50 to replace that clothing.
We believe that after Pavic murdered Astbury, he then used this person's jeans to wipe the blood off the back section of the vehicle before he stuffed it in the bag with the rest of the clothes. The finding of the black garbage bag with the clothes inside it proved to be the evidence that we required to put it beyond any shadow of a doubt that Stephen Pavic was the offender in this case.
Also in the bag, gloves and a pair of blood-stained runners, size 11.5, the same size that Stephen Pavic wore. The left tread was consistent with the footprint on the cardboard found next to the murder weapon. Police now had the hard evidence they needed to arrest Pavic.
I further put it to you that that's the reason why you went over to Andrew's place that night, because you saw his van in the driveway at your girlfriend's place. What do you say to that?
You're just putting words in my mouth.
I'm putting an allegation to you and...
no, it's not true.
Anyway,
Not true.
All roads and evidence in regard to Andrew Astbury's murder were leading to one person, Stephen Pavic. Not only had he threatened Andrew 2 months before, but his bloodied shoes, jeans and gloves were found in a garbage bag near to where Andrew's body was found.
This morning, homicide detectives arrested a 24-year-old Eltham man at his work in Preston and are questioning him over the killing.
Do you know anything in relation to the disappearance and murder of Andrew Astbury?
Yes.
What can you tell me about it?
The night that Andrew disappeared, I just went past Shannon's house and saw Andrew's car parked out the front. Just went home.
And what have you done once you got home?
I just sat down on my bed for a while and just had a beer.
And while you're sitting there having a drink, what's happened then?
I was just started thinking about Andrew's car being at the front of Shannon's house.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Shannon to be my girlfriend again, so I just wanted to find out like what was happening, if he was going out with her or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case he was, I wanted to like scare him a little bit. But I didn't want to hurt him. That's just one thing I didn't want to do. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to cause him any pain or anything like that. I just wanted to scare him a little bit and find out what's happening. So I went into the garage and grabbed a fishing knife, got in the car and drove to Warrandyte. Then I parked down this little road and just jogged up to Andrew's joint. It was...
And I was sitting somewhere around here. I can't sort of remember exactly where, just somewhere around there. I went down there and had a piss.
Put on some my gym gloves just in case I got into an argument with Andrew or something, and if he punched me, I could punch him back without hurting my hands.
Then Andrew's car just pulled up there.
Towards the stones there?
I think it was up there or up there. I can't remember exactly where. And so I just walked up there behind it. I was just kneeling down behind it because I didn't want him to see me. I wanted to surprise him.
I heard his car door open and walked up next to him and just said, "I want to talk to you."
I grabbed him in a headlock and started walking down here. And I pulled out my knife, just sort of shoved it in his face, saying what was happening. Walked over to here, And then the next thing I knew, I fell down there, and like we both ended up sort of over there.
We just rolled around on the grass, sort of wrestling him a bit. The next thing I knew, I just stabbed him. And the handle just broke off. I don't know if it was because it rolled on top of it or something. And he just yelled, and I just didn't know what to do. There was blood everywhere. I was just saying sorry, put my hand over his mouth to stop him yelling, because he was just yelling, and I just said sorry and just ran away. When I went back, it was just wasn't making a noise. So I just grabbed him and carried him down the end of the road.
How were you carrying him at this stage?
I think it was sort of like, if you want me to show you, I think it was just sort of like that.
In all the reenactments I've done, yes, offenders will intimate how they've done a particular action and that, not physically involve me in the process.
Like that.
And to be picked up and so easily by a powerful man, that was a little bit daunting in some regards. That path that he took was up and down dale, it was through the bush and underneath trees and that. It would have taken a lot of physical power and exertion to carry a body that far. He was a very powerful man.
I kept dragging him along until I got up to the top. It took a pretty long time. And then I quickly rang back and got the car.
Pavic's car was parked just down from the driveway. The place, witnesses had seen it on that fatal night.
And then I just went up there and grabbed him and just dragged him and chucked him in the back of the car.
Pavic then drove Andrew's body to bushland, 20 kilometres away.
I took his clothes off because they were all covered in blood.
And I had a garbage bag in the car, just with some clothes from a friend of mine. We went down to the beach on the weekend and I had his clothes in and a few towels and stuff. So I just chucked them in there.
Just put it in that log, that burnt log down there.
Can you just walk in, be close, please, and point your foot?
Just in there. Yep. And then when I was walking up, I saw the that big yellow thing.
Pavic handcuffed Andrew to the engine part and then dumped him in the river.
Pavic cried at one stage of the interview. I think it's more a case of he was crying because of the pressure on him and that he'd been caught. I don't think there was much remorse about that he killed Andrew, just a case of that he'd been caught.
I just want everyone to know that I just didn't plan this to happen. It just happened like that. It was just, it's something unfortunate. This was the last thing in the world that I wanted to happen.
So Stephen Pavic had admitted to killing Andrew Astbury, yet he was trying to establish a case for manslaughter. However, detectives had evidence it was a premeditated, brutal murder.
We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish. So from our point of view, he was putting on a good show.
Homicide Squad detectives led Stephen Francis Pavic into the City Watch House late last night after a day of questioning.
24-year-old Stephen Pavic had been charged with the murder of Andrew Astbury. He had told police that he was there the night Andrew died, but Andrew's death was an accident.
I just want everyone to know that I just didn't plan this to happen. It just happened like that. It was just, it's something unfortunate. This was the last thing in the world.
Throughout his interview and walk around with the police, he reiterated this a number of times.
Like, I didn't mean to hurt him down there. Look, I didn't want any of this to happen, and it's just sort of happened. I just want to say that, like, I didn't want this to happen, and I feel terrible about it all.
We knew exactly what had taken place, and we knew that he was setting up a manslaughter defence. We knew a lot of what he was telling us was rubbish.
And it's totally self-serving. It's to try and convince a judge and jury that it was a spontaneous action that resulted in Andrew's death, and it wasn't. It was a premeditated murder.
So from our point of view, he was putting on a good show.
Why did you take the knife with you from home to Andrew's house?
To try and scare Andrew.
I put it to you that you intended to take the knife with you to kill Andrew. What do you say?
No, no way. No way. There's no way I would have done that.
He rolled on top of me and I rolled on top of him, and the handle was just busted off. And
do you know where the handle was?
No, it's somewhere down there, I'd say. I don't know.
I think
exactly where.
Pavic, like a lot of good liars, put in 90% truth and 10% fiction. The bits about it being an accident, I think, was fiction.
I thought it was nonsense. I was at the post-mortem and I saw the blade being removed from Andrew's body, and nothing would convince me that he was stabbed accidentally in a struggle.
And it was proved fact by the forensic pathologist.
A considerable degree of force would need to be applied to the knife to cause the tip to snap off. It appeared that the knife was inserted above the left collarbone and headed almost vertically downwards through the subclavian artery, causing damage to the collarbone and the first rib and entering the upper part of the left chest. Because of the number of injuries to bone seen in this case, the knife was either inserted multiple times through the same injury, or that with a single insertion, the knife was moved around while it was inserted in the body. These features are not consistent with accidental injury and are most consistent with intentional injury.
Pavic was just far superior in size and strength, and if Pavic had grabbed him, he wouldn't have had a chance of escaping or fighting back, for that matter.
And there was further damning evidence. Police had in their hands proof that this was not the accident that Pavic claimed.
We became aware of a conversation with Pavic where Pavic indicated that his intention was to kill Andrew and that he believed that he'd probably get away with a manslaughter.
I've spoken to a solicitor, right? Yeah, and when it comes to the crunch, I'm going to spew my guts and tell him what happened. I stabbed the... probably get away with manslaughter. I just have to make sure that, like, no one knew it was premeditated.
But in that same conversation, we had pretty damning admissions that he'd had premeditation, that he'd laid in wait for Andrew on at least one other occasion, and Andrew hadn't come home.
If we don't find evidence in these cases to prove premeditation or an intent to kill, and the story goes before a jury where you have the lovesick fellow who lost his girlfriend and goes to sort it out with a new boyfriend, then most occasions they will get off with a manslaughter. So for us, it was very important that we had those admissions of premeditation.
It was clear by now that Stephen Pavic had murdered Andrew Astbury in cold blood. If there was any doubt as to how callous he'd been, his refusal to say how he dumped the body was a clear sign of his guilt.
Just down there and across through there, then down and then just down to the river.
All right, do you want to come down with us?
Look, I don't know, this is sort of dragging on a bit. You sort of know everything now, don't you?
Well, we just want to see which way you've come down here, Steve.
No, I don't want to say anything else, sorry.
Sorry?
No, I'm not saying anything else about this. Like, there's a massive hill there, it's just... Sorry.
When we stopped the tape and asked him why he didn't want to continue at that stage, he said that he'd thrown the body over a cliff and the jury would convict him without a worry in the world if they knew of those things, so he didn't want to continue at that stage. The way he treated the body was disrespectful. I mean, you know, he stripped the body down, he threw away jewellery and items of identification. He's dragged the body through the bush, he's thrown it over cliffs, he's weighted it down, thrown it into the river. He had no concern about what he was doing to Andrew's body. He just wanted to do what he had to do to get rid of the body.
Andrew Astbury's family and friends walked from the Supreme Court relieved at the guilty verdict, but still reeling from his brutal slaying.
At Andrew's funeral, the celebrant said, "Let justice prevail." And it's good to see it does.
There was a big sense of relief when they reached a guilty verdict. It really helped to have confirmed what we felt, that there was no way that this wasn't planned.
Well, the murder conviction was important to me, and I've got to be honest, it gave us a great deal of satisfaction from the point of view of we're a bit of a silent witness, I guess, for Andrew too, is Andrew's the only other person that knows the true version of events, and he can't speak out, he's dead. So our role is really his representative. So from my point of view, for the Astbury family, for Shannon, for Andrew himself, it was very, very important, and it was very satisfying to take it from a manslaughter to a murder.
Jilted lover Stephen Francis Pavich has been sentenced to a minimum 13 years jail for murdering a man who'd begun dating his ex-girlfriend.
I can never forgive Pavic. I would lock the door and throw the key away. I don't think he should be allowed back into society. I mean, he'll be, if he gets out for good behaviour, he'll be 38 when he's released.
That will be in 2008.
My opinion of Pavic? Pavic's a coward and a bully. He's a cowardly assassin who lay in wait for a smaller, weaker man. They're not the actions of a true man.
David O'Hearn's corner shop remained closed after its normal early opening hours. The reason for his absence would not only shock the hardiest of police, but would send tremors throughout the entire community.
The person we're looking for hasn't come under police notice before, which is a bit scary when you think about it.
We were looking for someone out there that was extremely dangerous.
I think any case where there's post-mortem mutilation should raise alarm bells for the police.
Those sort of things don't happen to ordinary people.
He had satanic leanings, and of all things, he was a filleter.
The next step was to try to identify who those prints belonged to.
Our hope is we're going to find another link to the chain within the possession of the killer.
I said, oh, well, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose.
To have two very brutal murders within 2 weeks of each other, you've got to start thinking what's happening down here.
The truth is not sitting there underneath the spotlight, but it's out in the shadows.
When relatives arrived at David O'Hearn's home, they made a gruesome discovery. The 60-year-old had been murdered. Police were about to embark on an investigation that would take many turns, and one most unexpected twist.
It was a scene that I'd never encountered in all my years in the police. There was a body of a male laying on his back. He'd been decapitated. There was a hand sitting on a lounge, and it appeared that he'd been completely disemboweled, and the intestines and that were laying on a silver tray that was alongside the body.
On one of the walls there was a pentagram with the word Satan beside it. Another wall had an inverted cross. And on a mirror above a side table, the word Satan had been written also.
All these drawings appeared to have been drawn in the victim's blood.
There were a large number of items on the floor around the body. There were 4 knives, a small metal saw, a razor blade, as well as a corkscrew. These items all had blood on them, so it was obvious they'd been used during the mutilation of the victim. But as to in what order that had taken place, we weren't able to tell at that time.
It was clear to me at the crime scene of David O'Hearn that the mutilation injuries happened after death because there was really very little blood associated with those injuries.
Also located near to where the body was found resting was a crystal decanter which had a significant amount of blood staining.
There was a large amount of blood splatter in the room, but there was some directional blood splatter which was emanating from the head area of the victim. This blood splatter was extremely low level. It was coming from a source just above ground level, which indicated that a lot of the injuries to the victim's head had been occasioned whilst the victim was actually lying on the ground.
We moved further into the unit and we found the decapitated head was sitting in the sink.
And there were some black gloves found beside the sink. They were moist and they were turned inside out, which suggested to me that the gloves were taken off at the completion of the whole incident.
The fingerless exercise gloves meant that there could be fingerprints within the flat, or hopefully on what looked to be the murder weapon.
There was evidence that somebody had ransacked his drawers looking for what appeared to be searching for an item of property. There was personal effects strewn out all over the top of David's bed.
We looked at robbery as a motive, but it just seemed too severe for a robbery, and the injuries in that Mr. Ahern suffered was far beyond, say, someone torturing someone to divulge the location of valuables. I think my initial thought was that this crime had been carried out by someone with a great deal of anger. There just seemed to be no pattern or rhyme or reason to it. For someone to kill someone and then go to this extent of the decapitation and the disemboweling.
To locals around Dapto, Dave O'Hearn was the friendly face behind the counter of the corner store. That's why they can't understand how anyone could kill him, especially in such a horrible way.
I just can't imagine him being involved in anything that would warrant what he went through.
In an investigation like this, one team will always be assigned to background the victim. It's important for us to find out who his associates are and who he's had dealings with, where he goes, where he comes from, everything about him.
David was a quiet person. He kept to himself a lot, but as a brother, he was very, very, very thoughtful and decent. He wasn't perfect, but he was a really good bloke. David had the corner shop for, I think, 2 years. Okay. He was always good for a loan, and I think he liked to help people that he thought needed a hand. We didn't know of anybody that could hate him that much. He just wasn't a person you could hate.
When David O'Hearn's body was found, the state of his clothing gave police a potential clue to the murder.
The fact that Mr. Ahern's trousers and everything were down around his ankles suggested it may have been a homosexual hate crime, but whilst there may have been some indication of homosexuality with him, all his relationships, I think we found over the period of time, in his 60 years, there may have been 3 relationships.
My family deny that he might have been a homosexual, but I'm sure he was. But in a very quiet, minded his own business sort of a way. He wasn't out there with it. He was very, very quiet.
The fact that David didn't have any enemies suggested to us that the person that had committed the offence was a stranger to David. And that being the case, it was going to be that much more difficult to identify who the killer was.
But their first clue as to who that stranger might be would come from the bizarre satanic drawings written in David's own blood on his lounge room walls. 63-year-old David O'Hearn was dead. Police, neighbours and his relatives had no clues as to why the popular shopkeeper had been so brutally murdered. Detectives hoped that his last known movements would give them a clue.
He was a creature of habit. He would open his shop at certain times and close it at certain times. So we were able to identify roughly a closing time of the shop.
His normal closing time was around 5 o'clock. In his car we found some groceries, and in the bags was a docket from one of the supermarkets at Dapto that indicated that he'd been through the checkout around about 5:30.
On top of that, we did examine CCTV footage that was maintained by the shopping centre, and we were able to confirm that it was David that actually paid for the goods.
And just as he was leaving the shop, he ran into one of Mum's nurses and she said, "Oh, hello, David. When you're coming to see Mum?" He said, "Oh, I'll be there tomorrow. Give her my love and say I'll be there at lunchtime with the sandwich." And she was the last person that David spoke to, as far as we know.
And they were able to give us some indication about his state of mind, which said that he was happy and quite okay. Didn't appear to be under threat from any person or being followed by anyone.
The fact that his vehicle was located in the garage and still had bags of perishable and non-perishable items suggested to police that the meeting with the offender occurred shortly after parking the car in the garage.
The fact that there was no sign of entry or forced entry on his house would indicate that he either knew the person and let them in, or his door was unlocked and the person had just walked in unannounced.
The autopsy revealed that the cause of death was due to severe blunt force head injury caused by some blunt object. The head injuries were all at the back of the head, so clearly Mr O'Hearn was not facing his attacker at the time these blows were rained down upon him. So to that extent, I think it was quite a surprise attack.
Mr O'Hearn had a fractured skull and there was hair and blood on the decanter that was consistent with the wound that he'd suffered. So therefore the decanter turned out to be the murder weapon.
The bloody decanter and its stopper were now being examined in the fingerprint laboratory.
The wine decanter was placed in a superglue chamber to be tested for any possible fingerprints. The superglue vaporises and falls onto the surface, highlighting any fingerprints that appear on the surface in a white visible matter.
The fingerprints on that particular item suggested to the investigation team that the offender actually had touched the lid of that decanter. So the next step was to try to identify who those prints belonged to.
But when the one identifiable fingerprint on the stopper was put into the police database, there was no match.
To an investigation team, that meant that the offender hadn't been charged or certainly didn't have his fingerprints on file.
The tools that had been used to decapitate David after his death were also subjected to fingerprint examination. But while no fingerprints were identified, the tools were giving the detectives a small lead.
We looked in the garage and in the cupboards in the kitchen area, and we subsequently found similar tools in the cupboard directly above the fridge area. Obviously, to me, it was difficult to maintain eyesight of it and actually had to stand on my tippy toes and occasionally hop up to see these tools, where it was quite simple for my offsider to eyeball these tools. So to me, that suggested that the offender was flown around the height of about 6 foot tall. We were able to show that there were similar knives in David's kitchen. We found some tools which are consistent with the tools that we found on the carpet. It suggests to me that the offender went there unarmed.
The satanic drawings scrawled in blood on the walls of the crime scene had also provided police with another crucial lead, an indication of the killer's identity.
A man found murdered in his home on the south coast may have been the victim of a satanic cult. The macabre case just south of Wollongong has detectives baffled.
One of the main lines of inquiries was to identify people that lived in the area that had an interest in satanic activity.
We had received some information relating to a fellow called Schreiber, and he's leaning towards the occult and satanic areas. We also found in our inquiry that Schreiber lived only a couple of doors down from O'Hearn, so he became a very, very strong person of interest.
Police believe the killing was some sort of a ritual, the work of devil worshippers.
Detective Sergeant Raymond, this is Detective Sergeant Wilkins.
It was important to speak to Keith Schreiber. Police went to the address up the road from David O'Hearn. Subsequently spoke to Keith's flatmate. Keith wasn't at home, but they were invited to inspect Keith's room, and it was at that time that they identified a number of hand sketches which was consistent with the crime scene.
In his bedroom they found a number of drawings that depicted headless bodies and disembowelment, and it was as a result of that that Schreiber became a very, very strong suspect.
The instant thought that came to my mind was that Keith, if not directly involved in the murder, had some connection to it. There were just too many close similarities between the drawings that we identified and that which was identified in the crime scene. It was important that we locate Keith and committing to a version which would account for his movements on the night.
You Keith Shriver? Yeah?
Shriver was located at his place of employment, which was a fish market. And of all things, he was a filleter.
Where were you last Friday? Working.
We obtained his version of events. He gave us the alibi that he was staying with his employer for the evening and actually had been sleeping on the floor as they had to make an early start to go to the Sydney fish markets. Police subsequently spoke to his employer, who confirmed the fact that Keith had spent the night on his lounge room floor.
The detective's only lead had vanished and they were back to square one. Worse still, another murder had just occurred, and the similarities to the O'Hearn crime scene could not be ignored.
David O'Hearn was found murdered in his flat. He had been mutilated and dismembered. Now, only 2 weeks later, and only a kilometre away, another murder was occupying the team of detectives. A murder that had eerie similarities to the first.
Former MP and alleged pedophile Frank Arkell murdered in his Wollongong home. His killer is being hunted by the same team of detectives investigating the decapitation murder of another man at nearby Albion Park Rail 2 weeks ago.
If you can picture the crime scene, as you're looking in the front doors of the granny flat, the glass doors had opened up, and then immediately confronting you straight at the door was a double bed. And over beyond the double bed lay Frank's body.
He wasn't easily identifiable at that stage due to the amount of blood that covered his face. It was obvious that he'd suffered substantial injury to his head.
You could see that there was a broken lampshade lying next to the body that had been used in the attack, and it was the ferocity of the attack had broken it.
I think Mr Arkell died as a result predominantly of head injury, but there was also a suggestion based on the presence of a cord around the neck and some marks on the neck that he may also have been strangled. Those injuries, and collectively they were over 40, would have taken some time to inflict.
Like the murder of David O'Hearn, the offender had used whatever was on hand to kill his victim.
The pattern of injuries was quite similar with both men. The bed lamp that I think was used on Frank Arkell and the wine decanter on Mr O'Hearn, they were both weapons of opportunity in that they were already at the scene.
Likewise, the mutilation to the body had occurred post-death.
When I examined the face of Frank Arkell, I noted it was an unusual and very sadistic characteristic that 3 tie pins had been inserted into his face. One had been sunk deeply into his cheek, whilst another 2 were inserted, one in each eye.
Quite similar post-mortem mutilation and effects done to the body made me think that possibly there was one perpetrator involved in both of those murders.
As police searched the flat for any trace the killer had left behind, they found a plastic lunchbox full of tie pins.
Given that the victim had been assaulted with a number of tie pins, it was quite feasible that the offender may well have handled this item.
The lunchbox, along with the glass sliding door, the only entry to the flat, were removed and sent for fingerprint analysis. Both yielded results. Yet neither print matched any known offender in the police database, nor did they match the fingerprint at the O'Hearn crime scene.
The fact that they don't match does not suggest they didn't come from the same hand or from the same offender. It just suggests that they came from a different part of the hand.
To us, we looked at the cases as being linked, and our obvious starting point of evidence is to try and identify these fingerprints. And of course, we come up blank, primarily because the fingerprints weren't on record, which is a bit scary when you think about it. A person who had no criminal record all of a sudden leaping into murder.
The only motive police had to work with for the murder of Frank Arkell was revenge. This was a crime scene that suggested great hatred, and Frank Arkell had recently been accused of paedophilia.
There's one thing I'm totally opposed, is young people being interfered with by older people.
13 months ago, the former Lord Mayor was arrested and charged with 29 sex offences involving boys and men. He was due to stand trial in September on 4 of the charges.
Police are keeping a close eye on suspected pederasts living in the area, just in case. Detectives are questioning some of Frank Arkell's victims as part of their investigation.
Lots of people were interviewed and lots of statements were taken from people who had made allegations that Frank had sexually assaulted them. But they were all spoken to at length and their alibis were very good. We were satisfied that they, as individuals, had not caused Frank's death.
There was a possibility that their killer was someone that didn't know Frank, and it was more of just a thrill killer. And then, of course, you couple with what's happened with David O'Hearn. Are they linked? What is the commonalities between the two? Are Frank and David O'Hearn known to each other?
The only link was that each was homosexual. But that didn't stop the media carelessly linking the two in other ways.
Police have set up a new task force to investigate Mr Arkell's murder. It will work closely with another team looking into the violent death of David O'Hearn. It's thought both men were involved in a child sex network. Frank Arkell was facing multiple sex charges, accused of drugging young men, then forcing them to have sex with him. It's believed he was well acquainted with 60-year-old David O'Hearn, who was found murdered in his Wollongong townhouse 2 weeks ago.
They didn't appear to have facts. It seemed to be that they were just making it up. And that hurts the family the most, the way that the media portrayed David as this sick person, this person that would be involved with a sick crime, like with paedophilia, any of that. That just never, ever entered our heads because he just wasn't that sort of person.
Let me say that when we looked into David's background, we certainly dug that deep into his background that we knew just about everything about that man. That was an area that could be sort of ruled out.
The fact remained 2 men were dead within 2 weeks of each other. The fear was whether the killer would strike again or whether he had killed before and had gone unnoticed.
We started to look at a lot of homosexual murders. We started to delve into ones that are unsolved as well, because you've got David and Frank. We certainly looked at maybe there's a homosexual angle there somewhere.
The brutal murders of 2 Wollongong men, David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell, had police concerned there was a serial killer on the loose. The question was, had the offender possibly killed before?
Where do you start looking for somebody that's got common links? Do you look beyond the Wollongong area, which we did? We started to look at a lot of homosexual murders. We started to delve into ones that are unsolved as well, because you've got David and Frank. We certainly looked at maybe there's a homosexual angle there somewhere.
It's believed the killer, who used a lamp to bash Mr Arkell, could also be responsible for 2 other murders, shopkeeper David O'Hearn at nearby Albion Park Rail and convicted pederast Trevor Parkin at Glebe.
Trevor Parkin had been subjected to a very brutal killing. He'd been beaten about the head and mutilated.
The similarities to the David O'Hearn crime scene were obvious.
It appeared at both crime scenes that they died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, and there was mutilation to the genitals of both victims.
But Trevor Parkin's murder had occurred 6 months before and was 80 kilometres away from those in Wollongong.
So, as an investigator, you're looking at a wide area and you just wonder, where does the killer live? Because the assumption is that the killer must live within a close proximity to where the offence occurred. But here we are, we've got an hour and a half between 2 crime scenes, and it could be anywhere.
But the geographical difference was soon overlooked. What police believed they had found on this railway station not only linked the cities, but the crimes.
Some of Trevor Parkin's property that was stolen from his flat at the time was found on a train at Waterfall railway station. And Waterfall is a suburb that's on that rail line between Sydney and Wollongong. It's only a couple of stops away from Wollongong itself. So to have property found that was stolen from Trevor Parkin's flat found directly on the southern line where these other two murders occurred is significant. The assumption we had to make was that the killer must live on the south coast, live down in the Wollongong area.
The three investigations were kept separate at that stage because we didn't know whether we were dealing with one person, whether we were dealing with three persons.
A significant find to us from Trevor Parkin's flat at Glebe was a whole handprint on the wall in blood, which is very unusual to find, and it's something that we certainly valued tremendously.
But that handprint could not be matched to any on file, nor its fingerprint to those at the O'Hearn or Arkell crime scenes.
We've got at least a hand in one of the scenes. Surely that fingerprint must match to the others. But when it's looked at, you must have the same digit on each of the scenes. So the handprint that was found in blood didn't match up with the prints that we found on the decanter and or the door of Frank Arkell.
You've got to realise that you've got 8 fingers and 2 thumbs, and unless the full set of prints are available, never in a million years are you ever going to match those two together unless you have the 2 full sets of prints to compare.
But while the police had no fingerprints to help them discover who the offender was, they had found solid evidence at Arkell's residence that they were now chasing up.
We had found a pair of Nike tracksuit pants that were found turned inside out, so in a position as though they had been taken off and taken off in a hurry and left on the floor, and a pair of Colorado boots, those type that were very popular at that time.
The tracksuit pants were a Nike brand with a very thick stripe, and they were very much against what Frank would wear. The Colorado boots were size 9.5 and he wore a size 7, so it was obvious to us that the clothes had been discarded by the killer.
Detectives knew the killer had used weapons found at the crime scene to kill his victim, and chances were he'd also taken some of Arkell's clothing.
Up inside the main house, I remember seeing a maroon-coloured tracksuit top and a maroon-coloured bottom, and I think I saw a black top as well, and then we just couldn't find the black pants to it. So then you start to look around the house to see if you've got matching items of clothing. Does a tracksuit top fit with a tracksuit bottom? And we're able to look up into the main house itself and look through the clothing with the help of the housekeeper. We had the top, but we were missing a pair of tracksuit pants. So to us, the killer's left his clothes behind that were blood-stained and then left in a pair of Frank's tracksuit pants. If we get to an arrest stage, our hope is we're going to find another item from Frank's house, another link to the chain within the possession of the killer.
But they needed to find the killer first, and the boots were providing a good lead.
We really seized upon the opportunity that the offender had given us to have in our own possession his actual shoes. So that was a very exciting thing for a strike force to have.
We followed the trail of Colorado boots back to the manufacturers. We were able to look at the batch numbers, the brand numbers, where they were distributed. There wasn't anything we didn't know about Colorado boots.
We identified one particular shop in the area of Wollongong. So we went to the shop, we asked for all their sales records of Colorado boots, and we ended up with, I think it was 6 credit card slips.
The task then for police was to track down those 6 customers, one of which could potentially be their killer.
Majority of the time the people still had the boots. On some occasions they're actually wearing them when police spoke with them. We were quickly able to eliminate those 6 people from the inquiry with those Colorado boots. So it got to a point where the inquiries with the people didn't advance us any further.
It was more than likely the boots had been a cash purchase, and with no better luck with the track pants, the police hoped the public might give them a lead.
Police say clothing dumped near the mutilated body of alleged sex offender Frank Arkell has given them vital clues to his killer.
These are the clothes worn by Frank Arkell's killer. A pair of blood-spattered tracksuit pants, socks and hiking boots found discarded in the granny flat where Mr Arkell was murdered.
We're obviously anxious to speak to anyone that's recognises these items of clothing or in fact seen anybody wearing those clothes in the area.
But while no leads came from the clothes that night,
saw a red car leaving
A call did come into Crime Stoppers about a car leaving Frank Arkell's house on the night he was murdered.
The possibility was that this could have been the killer leaving the house, and it's something we had to explore. We couldn't leave it undone.
Police were desperate to find the person who had likely killed 2 men in 2 weeks and another 6 months before, but they were getting nowhere.
It's easy on the TV, they do it overnight, but in real life it doesn't happen that way. It takes a lot of work to try and get these things done to get results. It just doesn't happen overnight.
Hello, Crime Stoppers?
But detectives were hoping a call that had just come in would speed up the process.
We followed that call up, which led us to speak to the man. It said he saw a red Nissan Skyline car leave the vicinity of either Frank Arkell's or the neighbour's house. He was driving home past the area. He thought that he saw a car come out of a driveway, whether it was Frank's driveway or the next door neighbour's driveway. At 3 o'clock in the morning, it fits within our estimated time of death. This could have been the killer leaving the house, and it's something we had to explore.
This is the car police, detectives and investigators from Task Force Lincoln have been searching for. The vehicle, smashed and stripped, was uncovered by police in bushland at Mount Ousley on Sunday. A similar vehicle was seen in the vicinity of Mr Arkell's Reserve Street home at 2:30 a.m. the next day.
But police needed to confirm whether this really was the car that their witness had seen. And after tracking him down, they interviewed him in an unconventional way. Hypnosis.
I want you to close your eyes over and go into a deep sound hypnotic sleep. Just relax.
Hypnotism, like everything else, is not an exact science, and the challenge is as to what he's going to recall that he hasn't told you before.
Red Nissan, this is Skyline.
There was high hopes that the witness would remember the registration number. Even a part of it would help.
Raise and lower your hand and relax deep.
Was there 1 or 2 persons in the car, which direction the car went? Are you able to narrow down any identifying marks on the car?
He was a male in his 20s.
The hypnosis was able to confirm, yes, it was a red Nissan Skyline that he saw, and I think he was able to establish that it was within the driveway of Frank Arkell. Beyond that, there was one person driving, a male by themselves in the car, and he was able to provide a description, and based on that description, a sketch artist helped prepare a composite picture of the type of person that we're looking for.
The computer-enhanced image compiled after hypnosis was used on a witness who spotted a red sedan near Mr Arkell's home the night of his murder.
Well, our witness believes that that's about 75% likeness of the person that he saw.
During the examination of the red Nissan Skyline, a number of items were examined and subjected to laboratory analysis and examination. Unfortunately, they didn't provide any link between this vehicle and the crime.
So the strike force has to pick themselves up again and look at what they've got left and follow those other leads.
The strongest lead was the killer's clothes found at Frank Arkell's flat. Now, 3 months after their discovery, they were paying dividends.
One of the calls was from an ex-girlfriend of a person that she said used to regularly wear a similar Nike tracksuit and similar Colorado boots, but no longer in fact wore them. The girlfriend had also told us that when she had spoken to her boyfriend about him not wearing the clothing anymore, that he became agitated. He didn't want to tell her any detail about that.
As well as being very sheepish about the location of the boots and the tracksuit pants, she'd noticed that the boyfriend had developed an interest in the murders itself and started to keep paper clippings and started to talk about it. So here we are, we've got a person that owns not just the boots, not just the tracksuit pants, owns both. And they vanished, for want of a better word, shortly after the death of Frank Arkell. So you're starting to look at something that's a very promising lead.
The woman had given us the name of her ex-boyfriend as being Mark Van Crevel.
Mark was currently unemployed, but had commuted to Sydney for work in the past.
We decided to watch his movements, and we watched them very closely and constantly from that period of time. If he was our murderer, we had to protect the community from him striking out again. But we didn't have enough to arrest him.
During the surveillance operation, our suspect was seen in the company of some of his friends, including Keith Schreiber.
Keith Schreiber was the initial suspect in the David O'Hearn murder investigation.
Coincidentally and very relevant is the fact that Keith Schreiber lived in the same street as David O'Hearn, and that Mark Van Crevel lived for good periods of time with Keith Schreiber in that house.
Police now realised when they went in search of Schreiber, the door to his flat was opened by Mark Van Crevel. As luck would have it, Van Crevel was taken to the police station at that time.
He just flew right under the radar. He was simply just an alibi witness. So as a result, a typed interview was taken from Mark Van Crevel, accounting for Keith's movements.
I told you that I intended asking you further questions about it.
As is the case with all people that are interviewed in any homicide investigation, a hard copy of the interview is made. Both the person taking part in the interview and police sign it, and the documents filed in a plastic sleeve and used for future reference in the investigation.
An idea was put forward that we should in fact fingerprint the statement that he had provided as an alibi witness to Keith Schreiber.
In order to obtain fingerprints from a piece of paper, the exhibit is placed in a liquid chemical, which is called ninhydrin. This chemical reacts with the amino acids of the fingerprint that is on the paper. The fingerprint develops and becomes visible by a purple stain.
That purple stain revealed a clear set of fingerprints, and they matched the O'Hearn and Arkell murder scenes.
Finally, we've got this exciting bit of evidence that we've identified fingerprints on that document link him to both crimes.
And while there was little doubt those fingerprints were those of Mark Van Crevel's, police were not prepared to arrest him until they were absolutely sure they were his.
Effectively, you're arresting someone, you're taking away their liberty, and effectively you could put them away for jail for the rest of their life. So it is a serious game that we play, and you've got to be precise in what you do, you've got to be backed up by evidence, you've really got to be very thorough in what you do and methodical.
And so the detectives waited for the opportunity to seize the evidence they needed.
He happened to be drinking from a Coke bottle and discarded it. Our police were very quick on the spot and very resolute to think about it. They used an initiative, grabbed the Coke bottle, and we developed some fingerprints from that Coke bottle.
Within minutes, Mark Van Crevel's fingerprints were ready for comparison.
So the fingerprints found on the Coke bottle were the same that were found on the record of interview, were the same that were found at the crime scenes. They were those of Mark Van Crevel.
Police now made plans to arrest Mark Van Crevel. But those plans could well be thwarted.
He came in and said, "Oh, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training?" I said, "Oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose."
After 4 months of investigation, police were preparing to arrest Mark Van Crevel. But the 19-year-old, who regularly practiced Taekwondo, had his own plans.
Mark was just one of those students in amongst the whole group. Just a young teenager, I think, when he started. And, yeah, just trained like everybody else. He was keen. You know, he'd sweep the floor, he'd bow when he was supposed to bow, and train hard when he was supposed to train hard. He did all the right things. He was a good young boy, there's no doubt about it. On this day, it was business as usual. I was in the office just doing a little bit of paperwork before class started, and Mark came in and was sort of a bit agitated. And I asked him, was there anything wrong? And he kind of just shook his head and said, "Oh, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training?" I said, "Oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim. Depends on what you've done, I suppose." I'm pretty sure he said, "You know those murders in the paper? Yeah, well, I did them." You know. So that sort of sent me in a bit of a head spin. I thought, oh, well, maybe he's not telling me the truth or he's just seeking attention. I was a bit angry, actually. I rang another instructor to come in and take the class. So I thought, oh, best to be safe than sorry. So I just told him to go and get changed. My first priority was to get Mark out of that environment. I mean, if someone says something like that, then there's every possibility it could be true. I was kind of, in my heart, I was hoping it wasn't, you know.
We're going to go for a drive, OK?
I told him we'd go for a drive. So we were going down the expressway because he didn't want to go to the police. That's something he told me straight away. I don't want to go to the police. He said a lot of stuff, but when he was talking, I know this sounds odd, but I wasn't listening because my mind was going over all the scenarios as quickly as I could about how to get him to the police station. The coffee shop we went to was the closest place I could think of to the police station. So we're having coffee, and I mean, it was a bit of a heated discussion too at times. I mean, I was trying to keep it calm, but I didn't want to fire him up either. But I knew from the martial arts side of training, if I demanded something, then there's a good chance I'd probably get it. So in the end, it was kind of a demand. We're going here, you're doing as you're told. And that was it. And I think that took him a bit by surprise. I was getting quite relieved by then. But then he wanted to visit his unit where he was living. He wanted me to mind a knife and a sword and that. And of course, that then got my mind racing again. I thought, hang on a minute, maybe he's changed his mind. So he went inside and I opened the boot of my car and I stood back probably 200 metres down the road. When he came out, he said, oh, I'm not going to hurt you. And I said, well, it might not be that way, Mark, but just put him in the car and close the boot. And I said, I'll be much happier. Then we got into the car and I thought, oh, OK, we're going to go to the police station now, which is really good. So we finally got to the police station and I was starting to get really relieved. We spoke to the young lady at the desk and she asked what we wanted. I said I needed to speak to someone in charge. And she said, what was it concerning? And I said, oh, well, the young man with me, his name's Mark, and he's admitted to 2 murders.
When 2 murders occurred within 2 weeks of each other, police knew there was one offender. The killer now had voluntarily walked into this police station and confessed. But his admission would not signal the end. Another man would die, and a family would be left to pick up the pieces.
Well, I do agree that about 8:55 p.m. Last evening, you attended the Wollongong police station with a man named Rodney Day.
Yes.
And do you agree when you went to the front counter you spoke to some police there?
Yes.
And do you agree that you told them that you were responsible for the death of Mr. O'Hearn?
Yes.
4 months earlier, 60-year-old shopkeeper David O'Hearn was found murdered. And Mark Van Crevel was unknown.
It was a scene that I'd never encountered in all my years in the police. There was a body of a male. He'd been decapitated and it appeared that he'd been completely disemboweled.
On one of the walls there was a pentagram with the word Satan beside it. Another wall had an inverted cross.
All these drawings appeared to have been drawn in the victim's blood.
Located near to where the body was found was a crystal decanter which was used to commit the offence of murder.
While the fingerprint found on the stopper of the decanter matched none on police files, the satanic drawings led detectives to 19-year-old Keith Schreiber.
Keith wasn't at home, but they were invited to inspect Keith's room.
Tony, come and have a look at these.
In his bedroom they found a number of drawings that depicted headless bodies and disembowelment.
Keith was found at his workplace.
And of all things, he was a filleter.
Where were you last Friday?
He gave us the alibi that he was staying with his employer for the evening. We confirmed that alibi with his employer.
Then, only 2 weeks after the first murder, another man was killed, with chilling similarities.
We're starting to look as if we might have a serial killer running around.
Former MP and alleged pedophile Frank Arkell murdered in his Wollongong home.
Like David O'Hearn, Frank Arkell was in his 60s. Both men were homosexual, and both had been mutilated post-mortem.
I noted it was an unusual and very sadistic characteristic that 3 tie pins had been inserted into his face.
Investigators found fingerprints on the box containing the tie pins.
But the fingerprints weren't on record, which is a bit scary when you think about it. A person who had no criminal record all of a sudden leaping into murder. It's very, very strange.
The only lead police had to the killer's identity were the clothes he'd left at Frank Arkell's flat.
These are the clothes worn by Frank Arkell's killer. A pair of blood-spattered tracksuit pants, socks and hiking boots found discarded in the granny flat where Mr Arkell was murdered.
We're obviously anxious to speak to anyone that's recognises these items of clothing or in fact seen anybody wearing those clothes in the area. One girl rang up and said that a former boyfriend of hers had owned boots and tracksuit pants, and they vanished, for want of a better word, shortly after the death of Frank Arkell. So you're starting to look at something that's a very promising lead.
The woman had given us the name of her ex-boyfriend as being Mark Van Crevel.
Police immediately put him under surveillance. And as a result of seeing him with Keith Schreiber, they realised they'd met their suspect before.
Mark Van Crevel had actually been interviewed some 3 days after the murder of David O'Hearn. He had been the flatmate of Keith Schreiber.
I told you that I intended to ask you.
He just flew right under the radar. He was interviewed as an alibi for Keith Schreiber.
The statement he signed was examined and fingerprints developed. A match was made to the stopper found at the O'Hearn crime scene.
It suggested that we were looking at the right offender.
But they needed to prove it.
During the surveillance operation, opportunity arose to seize a discarded Coke bottle.
Fingerprints on that bottle were then compared.
The fingerprints found on the Coke bottle were the same that were found on the record of interview, were the same that were found at the crime scene. They were those of Mark Van Crevel.
With that confirmation, the team prepared for the arrest. But Mark Van Crevel had different plans.
He came in and said, "Oh, I want to tell you something, but if I tell you, will it mean I'll be expelled or removed from training?" I said, "Oh, well, Mark, you know, things aren't ever that grim." He kind of just shook his head and said, "You know those murders in the paper?" Yeah, well, I did them. We finally got to the police station and I said I needed to speak to someone in charge. And she said, "What was it concerning?" And I said, "Oh, well, the young man with me, his name's Mark, and he's admitted to 2 murders." And then it finally all hit home and it was like, wow, this guy has really done this. And I kind of thought, well, how lucky am I to even get him here?
I suppose in your own words, can you tell me what information you have about the death of Mr O'Hearn? If you can simply just speak up and just tell me what you know about it.
I don't know anything much about David himself, but I murdered him.
It was about 9:30 p.m. and I got a call from one of my team to say that a man had walked into Wollongong Police Station to confess to the murders of Frank Arkell and David O'Hearn. For the purpose of the interview, can you give me your full name?
Mark Marla Valera.
2 weeks before walking into the police station, Mark Van Crevel had changed his name via deed poll to Valera.
I suppose in your own words, can you tell me what information you have about the death of Mr O'Hearn?
I don't know anything much about David himself, but I murdered him. I don't know much about him. I didn't know him as a person.
Well, can you tell me, say, your movements for that day? We're looking for the 12th of June 1998 when David was killed.
I went to David O'Hearn's house at about 6 o'clock at night.
Was it an arrangement that you had to go there at that time?
No.
Or did you simply just turn up out of the blue to go and see him?
Yeah.
Did David know you were coming there?
No.
Do you know David O'Hearn?
No. I just went to his house. I knew where he lived.
Or how did you know where he lived?
Oh, I've seen him around because I lived in the same street.
Well, why did you go to his house?
Just I had in my mind that I wanted to kill someone that day. I was really angry and I said to myself, I could kill someone.
David O'Hearn's murder was simply just a random attack. He wanted to know what it was like to kill somebody. Simple as that. Very cold and very shocking. I'll just get you to turn around, Mark, and just face the video if we can, thanks. As we said in the interview back at the police station in Wollongong, you came to the house that morning, that night about 6 p.m, and you said you've knocked at the door, so the front door was closed. Now, can you indicate to me what happened once Mr. O'Hearn answered the door and where you went to?
I stayed at the door and asked if there was any accommodation around. And he said, come in and we'll talk about it. And I talked with him and he offered me a drink.
As David O'Hearn's sister had told police when her brother was killed, David was extremely kind-hearted.
He just trusted people. He liked people, and I think he liked to help people that he thought needed a hand.
But that generosity led to his death.
And if you can take the place of David O'Hearn for the purposes of this exercise, if I can just get you to stand up, please. And if you can indicate, if Detective Castor is walking away that way, if you can just indicate what you did with him.
Yep. I walk, and bang, hit him on the head, and he slumped down there. And I continued to hit him on the head with the bottle, I think, about 10 times.
Do you recall what that glass?
It was some fancy glass bottle, just like well-rounded, and it was really heavy.
Now, when you went to the house, did you carry anything with you?
No, I strictly used all his stuff.
Can you indicate whereabouts you found items in here?
There was a hacksaw up here with a hammer, and the knives were just in the drawers here. And I got a sharp knife and cut through his stomach. And cut through his stomach and I cut his head off. I cut his hand off. And I wrote all the signs on the wall.
Do you recall where you drew the... We'll start with that first.
The pentagram was on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, I used his hand. I just
drew it?
Drew that there, the circle.
There were certain things about the satanic messages that were left at the David O'Hearn crime scene that only he would have known about. Now, whilst we're aware that some of that information was released in the media, there were specific things that were done in that scene that only he would know about because he was there.
When I do it next, I'd done the inverted cross on that side of the wall. I'm not satanic, but in satanic terms, it's like Jesus hanging upside down in hell.
Well, where did you learn about these things?
From the music I used to listen to.
Now, at that stage, what did you decide to do?
I just looked at his body for, just a couple of minutes, just looked at, seeing what I'd done. And then I just took the gloves off and I washed all the blood off my hands and off my face because there was a fair bit of blood on my face. Then I walked out, calmly walked out.
It's like probably nothing I've ever seen before for a kid of his age to start to confess to these things and talk about how he did it with such, just like a remorse. Is there any reason why you did it?
Why I killed David O'Hearn? I was like, I don't know, not really, no. I mean, I was angry that day, but no particular reason, no.
He wasn't confused. He was very sure of what he had to say to us. And the Frank Arkell interview was no different.
Frank Arkell had been murdered only 2 weeks after David O'Hearn.
Okay, now did you know Frank Arkell prior to this?
I knew of him.
What did you know of him?
I knew that he was a convicted pedophile.
And what made you decide to go to his house that afternoon?
I had in my mind that I wanted to kill him because didn't like him. So I just pretended I was gay and I called him up.
Can you remember what you actually said? What name you gave?
Hi, my name's John. I was wondering if I could come down to your house, and he said, yeah, sure, you come down, blah, blah, blah. I walked down to his house and he thought I liked him. And I went into his room out the back. He turned his back to me. I rammed him into the wall.
And what's happened then? Once his head struck there, what's happened?
He fell to the ground and I gave him a few hard boots.
Okay, right now.
What I grabbed next? Fucking hell. Pardon my language. I grabbed the cord and I put it around his neck. It was attached to a lamp. And I just thrusted it down like that, really.
How many times do you think you hit him?
40 plus times.
More than 40 times? One could picture, as he was confessing to it, the hopelessness that Frank would have been going through. Here he is being beaten to death by this man.
I had blood all over my face and on my hands, on my boots. I was swearing at myself. Got blood all over me effing pants.
Show me where you took the boots off.
I took them off just at the end here. I just went down and undone my boots. I just left them here.
Is there a reason why you left the boots here?
Well, I didn't want to take them with me.
Why is that?
Well, isn't it obvious, someone would have seen me with bloody boots?
As the media looked on from the street, Mark Valera was escorted from the granny flat to Frank's main house.
I just walked through here, and there's a couple of pairs of black track pants. There was the black one, what I got.
Whereabouts were they when you found them?
They were just on the bed. My intention was to find something to wear other than bloody pants.
And what have you done with the black pair of pants?
I just carried them out. I just walked out. When I came back, I got the tie pins. I just looked around.
Okay, can you just show us whereabouts you got the tie pins? You recall the tie pins?
They were up here. I was just looking for them. And I stuck some tie pins, one in his eye and one in his cheek, his left face cheek.
Okay. You've got different tracksuit pants off because you left your Nike ones there. Is that correct?
Yes.
What have you done then?
I just stepped over the blood and I walked out and I can just leave the old bloody pants in there.
What's made you want to come forward now?
I feel it's the right thing to do and I had to get the shit off my chest.
Well, can you give me a reason why you decided to kill Frank Arkell?
I didn't like him. I know it wasn't for me to take it into my hands, but I felt someone should have killed him.
Is it something that you plan to do?
Mark Valera's confession to the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell was ongoing.
I said to myself, I could kill someone.
What made you angry?
I don't know, some stress, I guess.
What type of stress?
Oh, I just stress out a lot.
To relieve the stress you were under, you went out and did this?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Mark was confessing to the crime, we had to make sure that we had other good evidence that placed him at the scenes of the crime in case his confession would not be accepted by the court.
We arranged for our team to go back and conduct a number of search warrants on his father's house, where Mark was known to stay, and also on a hostel in Wollongong, where we knew that he was staying at the time.
This is the home of Jack Van Creeville. Mr. Van Creeville has indicated that his son's room is down the hallway there and to the left, and that is where we're going to search.
What we found there was items that linked him directly back to the crime scenes. Those items were the missing tracksuit top, the identical one that matched the tracksuit pants that we had found at the home of Frank Arkell. We also found the tracksuit pants that had belonged to Frank and that Mark had put on before he left Frank's house in order to get home.
Pamela Young and her team then moved on to the hostel where Mark Valera had told police he was currently staying.
We found a gold chain that we knew absolutely was the property of David O'Hearn. I believe a family member had given it to David, and David was very fond of that. And when we found his body, he did not have that gold chain. So to find that type of evidence was critical.
A number of items seized from the search warrants made the police brief all that much stronger. Of particular significance was the book, The A to Z of Serial Killers. Not only did this book relate to the serial killing, but also listed the two victims, David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell, and a number of other people who Mark thought about killing.
Well, here we are, we've got a serial killer with the manual. On a number of pages, it mentions who's going to be my next victim. I've got no doubts that he would have done it again.
At the conclusions of the interview in relation to the Frank Arkell and David O'Hearn murders, Detective Oxford and I spoke to Mark in relation to his knowledge of the Parkin murder.
Trevor Parkin had been murdered in his Sydney flat some 6 months before the other two men.
I'm thinking that if he hasn't done that one, who has? The injuries at one Trevor Parkin and David O'Hearn were so similar. Surely this man did 3 and not 2. Whereabouts were you working in Sydney?
Planet Hollywood, in a restaurant in George Street.
So that's where you're washing dishes?
Yeah.
How did you travel up to Sydney?
Train every day.
So at that stage you were living with father?
Yeah.
And you'd commute from there to Sydney to work at Planet Hollywood?
Yeah.
That workplace was significant. At the Parkin crime scene, they had found a box of matches from Planet Hollywood.
And Mark, being a previous employee, was one link which suggested that this investigation may actually be linked between the other two investigations.
But as it turned out, another young man admitted to this murder 4 months after Valera's confession. 20-year-old Christopher Robinson's fingerprints matched those found in Parkin's flat.
Hi, Sensei, if you're watching.
Mark Valera had now spent 23 months on remand, and his trial for the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell was underway. Mark Valera had confessed to killing both men, yet at trial he claimed it was manslaughter, not murder, on the grounds of provocation. Forensics would make a liar of him.
Shortly before the trial was to start, we were told that they were going to run a defence that he was sexually abused by his father.
Mark Valera said at trial that it was Mr. O'Hearn who had taken down his own trousers in the living room of his townhouse and invited him to take part in a sexual act. That this, in effect, had him flashing back to similar acts in which he was invited to take part with his father. And it was then that he lost control of himself, took up the wine decanter and commenced hitting and ultimately killing Mr. O'Hearn.
Mark Valera's defence lawyer told the court both men were killed because they wanted sex with the accused. He also blamed Valera's interest in Satanism and 10-year history of physical and sexual abuse at the hands of his father. It was only when the power of Satan flowed through him, or that he became Satan himself, that Mark was so powerful he could kill the man he hated, his father.
When I examined the trousers that were worn by David O'Hearn, there was a number of areas of blood staining on the rear of the jeans. This blood staining extended down from the buttocks area right down the upper portions of the legs of the jeans. So we're able to prove that the jeans would have been up and worn by Mr. O'Hearn at the time that the blood had been placed on them.
The forensic evidence was totally inconsistent with the version that Mark Valera was giving at trial, that David Ahern had removed his own pants.
As a brother, I just could not imagine Jack being physically abusive, like violently abusive, let alone sexually abusive. That is just impossible to think that could be true.
Jack Van Crevel agreed with defence suggestions to him that he had been very, very hard on his son and that he certainly physically abused him. However, he at all times vehemently denied that that abuse had ever extended to a sexual abuse of his son.
I believe that Jack owned up to the physical abuse side of it to try and diminish Mark's responsibility for his actions.
There was certainly evidence at the trial which was inconsistent with a father sexually brutalising his son.
Jack used to overindulge with his kids. He was prompted by Mark that he wouldn't mind riding motocross. And so he bought them bikes each and the best of protective equipment and everything else. He bought a bike of his own so he could participate. Yeah, he was a good parent in that respect.
The jury obviously agreed, rejecting Valera's plea of provocation and diminished responsibility.
A 21-year-old man has been found guilty of murdering former state MP Frank Arkell and Wollongong shopkeeper David Ahern.
Mark Van Crevel said during the trial that both his victims wanted him to perform homosexual acts. He also accused his father of a lifelong pattern of violent physical and sexual abuse. After the verdict, Van Crevel's mother left the courtroom distraught.
Father's fault. I'll get you, Jack. I'll get you.
He drove him to do it. He drove him to do what he did. He's the one that should be in jail, not my brother.
Less than 2 weeks later, Jack Van Crevel, Mark's father, was dead. He, like David Ahern and Frank Arkell, had been brutally murdered and mutilated.
Mark Valera, formerly known as Mark Van Crevel, had claimed that he had been provoked into killing two men, and that his father's sexual abuse of him was to blame. But the jury rejected his plea of manslaughter and found him guilty of the two murders. 2 weeks later, his father was dead.
When I got called to Jack Van Crevel's house, I thought, here we go again.
And it was just, I couldn't believe my ears because of what had happened over the previous 2 years.
When we entered the main bedroom, I was able to see the body of the deceased, Jack Van Crevel. Jack was kneeling beside the bed with his chest lying on the bed. His arms were down beside his torso.
He wasn't wearing any clothing at the time. He had sustained severe trauma to his back and his head. There was a large amount of blood all over the bed sheets and some cast-off blood on the curtains and wall directly behind where Jack was lying. At the foot of the bed beside Jack's body, police located a hatchet, a knife and a fire poker lying side by side.
We're unsure if the axe had actually been located at the premises, but the poker was one of a matching set of items that were located in the lounge room of the premises, and where the poker would have been located, there was a vacant spot in that area. And the knife was similar in appearance to a number of other knives that were located in the kitchen area of the premises. Given that that at least two of the items had been gathered from different parts of the house, it showed that the offender had some time in the premises and wasn't too concerned about being located. He appeared to have been wandering around the house looking for items that he could have used. There were some blood-stained foot impressions or shoe impressions that were leading from the main bedroom out into the hallway. But then the blood had started to dilute and the shoe impressions were not so visible. We're able to see with the luminol that the shoe impressions actually led from the hallway. They led through the lounge room over to the area beside the fireplace where the poker would have been located. They then travelled back through the lounge room again, back into the hallway and back into the bedroom where the deceased was located.
Other clear shoe impressions were found on the tiles in the hallway. Should police find a suspect, they would be able to match the tread to his shoes. Then, as investigators moved down the hallway, there was further evidence of the killer's activities.
And in this room, we found a blood-stained partial shoe impression on a small child's lounge, which was underneath the window. From the direction of the shoe impression, it appeared that the offender had been exiting the window when he'd placed the bloodied shoe impression on the lounge. And there was a fly screen that was missing from that window. All the other windows in the house were fitted and secured with fly screens. So it appeared that the offender may have entered through that window.
Jack's granddaughter was fortunately not in the room that night, but in the next room with her mother, Belinda Van Crevel, Mark Valera's sister.
I was woken by the noises and I'm like going shh, and was that frightened, and I put the quilt over me head and put it over her head, sort of like so we were hidden. It went on for a while, I don't know exactly how long, like just all noises. And then my bedroom door opened and like that was it. I thought, that's it, I'm dead.
There was a number of small blood smears on the external door frame of the doorway leading to Belinda's bedroom, as well as a number of small blood smears on the actual door handle.
And then it closed again, and I just laid there like scared, like I went stiff. I was that worried that like someone was going to kill me.
Come and do you too.
Yeah. Then I didn't want to stay in the house either. When I was holding tail, when I walked out of my room, when I seen the blood, there was no way in the world I was going to open my dad's door. Like I wanted to get out of there. So I just jumped in my car. When I jumped in my car, I felt a bit relieved and locked the doors and then drove straight to a rural police station.
How do you feel about what's happened?
I'm scared for my sake and for Tia's sake, and like I don't want to get Mark in trouble or anything like that. He's already in enough trouble, but I've always had my suspicions about those two killings, and now this happening. Like I just everything isn't fitting together, and I don't know what to do.
Who do you think is responsible for your father's death?
I don't know.
It was certainly a consideration that Mark Valera had organised the murder of his father. That was based on the fact that the book seized from Mark's possessions, the A to Z of serial killers, had a number of names identified in the book: Frank R. Kell, Dave O'Hearn, and Who Will Be My Number 3. One of those names was Jack Van Crevel.
I know that he despised his father, and it was our thinking that perhaps his father would have been his third victim. Well, I went to the jail to interview Mark after his father's death to see what information he had. He just really had no remorse at all for his father, and he just simply wanted to know more about what had happened and more the fact of having any sorrow at all. It was very chilling, actually.
Inquiries were conducted at the jail and on phone records, and it was soon identified that there weren't too many people that had visited Mark whilst in jail.
One of those visitors was Keith Schreiber, who Mark was living with when he murdered David O'Hearn.
Keith Schreiber was Mark Valera's best friend. He grew up with Mark, and he first came to my notice in the initial stages of the murder investigation surrounding David O'Hearn. And I'm aware through prior interviews with Jack Van Crevel that he didn't hold Keith in any high regard. In fact, he despised the fact that Keith was spending so much time with his son, as he saw him as a bad influence.
I don't know how it works inside jails or anything like that. I don't want to get Mark in trouble, but maybe he is covering for someone and they said that they'd do this for him, or maybe he's asked someone, I don't know, to do
Well,
it.
having said that, then who would you think he would get to do it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. If he hadn't have said the things that he'd said to me about Keith, I'd say Keith. But apparently he's gutless.
Jack Van Crevel, the father of double murderer Mark Valera, had been bashed to death. The main suspect was Mark's best mate, Keith Schreiber.
There were only a number of suspects who may have committed the offence. Certainly, it may have been someone that wasn't related to this whole scenario. That was certainly another consideration. But Keith was our main suspect. The starting point was first trying to identify where he was.
One of the last people to see Keith was Mark's sister, Belinda.
On the day before Jack Van Krevel's murder, Belinda told police that she had met with Keith Schreiber to travel to the Silverwater jail to visit her brother Mark Valera. However, as Belinda had failed to make any prior appointment, these plans had fallen through. So Belinda had spent part of that day with Keith Schreiber.
And where's Keith these days?
He's homeless.
He's homeless, is he?
Yeah, that's what he said anyway.
Did he say where he was going?
Oh, when we were sitting in the car when I first went there, he told me that he was staying under a bridge and he got a sheet of tin or something and put it up. So I suppose he was just sleeping, I don't know. He didn't tell me where he was going, but I assume he probably had nowhere to go.
We received a phone call from a witness that identified Keith being down around the area of the Albion Park train station. Police were immediately deployed to the railway station to locate and arrest Keith. We were of the view that if Keith was in fact the murderer, that he would be armed with some sort of weapon. It was at that point that Keith was arrested and conveyed to the Port Kembla police station, where he was entered into police custody. It was important that he was conveyed to the police station in order for us to interview him and capture any forensic evidence that he may have on him. At the time Keith had been placed into police custody, his shoes had been seized at the earliest opportunity.
When I was examining the shoes that had been worn by Schreiber, I saw a large irregularity on the sole, which was an exact match to the irregularity that we'd located on the tile portion of the hallway at the premises at Albion Park.
Electronically recorded interview between Detective Senior Constable John Northfield and Keith Andrew Schreiber. Okay, Keith. Well, is there anything you can tell us about the incident that occurred last night with Mr. Jack Van Krevel?
I've done it. Happy?
Can you tell me why you did it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was depressed and angry. He's paid for what he'd done to Mark and Belinda.
During the interview, Keith's demeanour was very erratic. He was become emotional, he'd become agitated at points, and then he'd become solemn in his answers. It was all over the place.
When this was happening, did you say anything to Jack?
Yeah, sort of for revenge for Mark. I told him when I turned the light on, I told him this is for Mark. Fucking pedophile bastard. You'll never molest another kid again.
Keith, if we can just get you to hood up, and just for the purpose of the camera. Yes. It's just to cover your own identity, because as you're aware, there are a number of media cameras out the front, and we believe possibly out the back. Okay. Yep. So just so you can just.
So as long as you can see, we'll guide you if you need a hand. Axe was up in there, indicating up in the corner of the garage there is where the tomahawk was located, yes?
Keith had spent quite an amount of time leading up to the murder at that house, so he would be aware that would be the normal resting place for the axe.
Got the bucket, and the window was open already, so I pushed it open. Yeah, pushed it open, stood on, and climbed through. Okay, we're now in the deceased Jack Van Krevel's bedroom. Can you tell me what happened when you came in here?
Up here. He was there snoring, and I kicked it like that.
That's what made the noise?
Yeah, and he woke up, whack.
What were you feeling when you were doing this?
Loneliness. I was feeling lonely.
You said earlier that you
Yeah, fucking hatred and anger, fucking. But before, when I was doing it, sort of, yeah, loneliness as well. I felt fucking, yeah, sort of wanted him to get me first.
Why were you hoping that?
I just fucking hate my life. If you can call it life. He got up, sort of rolled over a bit, and I hit him again.
What did you hear?
Like that, but really loud, like someone breathing really heavy, but like that, but really loud. Like I can't even describe what it was like. It was awful.
So what's Jack doing while this is happening?
Yeah, he's going, hey, 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 and I'm stabbed him more.
And then I heard like that, but like louder.
I turned the light on as I come back in, and then that's when he seen me. It was, and then I hit him a few times with the stoker.
When he saw you, what happened?
He looked at me and goes, Keith.
And then like going, shh, shush.
And why were you doing this?
Why?
Yes?
To kill him.
What did you do then?
I ran out.
Yeah.
Balloon's door was closed. I sort of pushed open there a bit. And then closed it. And after this, I went into the kitchen.
It was in the walk around that Keith was asked to point out the location where he'd found the weapons used in the murder. At one point, we'd walked back into the kitchen and he was asked to point out where he'd found the knife. Whereabouts was the knife?
Tell us exactly what you did.
Yep.
Fuck in the drawer. Where did I get it from?
There's another drawer there.
No,
It wasn't until he got to the kitchen area that he was somewhat confused as to where he located the knife. To me, that suggested that Keith didn't get the knife from that location and that he either retrieved the knife from another part of the house or it may have even been left for him.
There's been a bizarre twist to a notorious murder case. A man found hacked to death with a tomahawk this morning is the father of Mark Van Crevel, convicted last month of the murders of former Wollongong Mayor Frank Arkell and shopkeeper David O'Hearn. Van Crevel's family said it was a direct result of his father's sexual abuse.
He drove him to do what he did. He's the one that should be in jail.
How do you feel about your father's death now?
Oh, I don't know. Not sad as yet, but it'll happen.
It was clear Belinda Van Crevel had no regrets about her father's murder. The fact that she was in the next room when Schreiber was killing him and did nothing to stop it heightened police suspicion of her involvement.
The big question was, why didn't she use the mobile phone that was located near her bed to ring the police? Why didn't she go to the neighbour's house to use their phone to ring police? Another question is, why did she travel all the way to Warilla, which is about 15 minutes away, to make the report when she could have driven to the Albion Park police station, which is only about 5 minutes around the corner? One possible scenario was that Belinda was distraught at what she had heard earlier, but it raised a number of questions, such as, is there a connection between Belinda and the person that killed Jack Van Crevel?
I've been told that for the past 4 or so weeks that you've actually been in a relationship with Belinda Van Crevel. Is there anything you care to tell me about that?
It's irrelevant.
Is it correct?
Sort of, yeah.
At Mark Valera's trial, I noticed that Keith and Belinda had spent a considerable amount of time with each other, to the point where you could almost say that they had a relationship happening.
Belinda said she was with Keith Schreiber on the day prior to the murder, that they were in company for several hours together.
When we were talking, I had her photos in my car, And I was showing him some photos of me and Mark together when we were little, because we're always together.
The fact that that conversation had occurred the day prior to the murder of Jack was of particular significance to police.
Did you tell Keith about what happened to Tia?
Oh, yeah.
What's he say?
Oh, he got pretty angry.
He had been told certain things by Belinda insofar as what Jack had done to Belinda, her child, and to Mark.
Jack molested Mark. And Tia's been, his granddaughter has been saying, coming out with a few weird things.
Did she ask you to do it?
Yeah, I know she wanted him done.
She wanted him done?
Mm.
With Keith Schreiber under arrest and charged with Jack's murder, detectives now concentrated on Belinda's involvement in her father's death.
Jack believed that there was a $2,000 contract out on his life, which he had heard of a couple of days prior to his murder.
He had been advised by his wife that Belinda had put out a contract on him, and that contract was with Keith Schreiber.
Jack was advised to contact police, but he didn't. And 3 days later, he was dead.
Electronically recorded interview between Detective Senior Constable Jamie Williams and Belinda Van Crevel.
It was now 8 months since her father had been murdered.
Had your mum, Elizabeth Carroll, mentioned to you any allegations of your involvement in your dad's death?
Apparently I told her that I was going to get Keith to kill Dad, that I told her that I was going to pay him to do it. Yeah, that's about it really.
So she said to you that you told her that you were going to get Keith to kill your father?
Yeah.
Is that true?
No.
You didn't say that to her?
No.
Have you ever paid Keith any money?
No. For what?
Since your father's death, have you ever given him any money?
No, I haven't.
After conducting several interviews with Belinda, we established sufficient evidence to conduct and execute a search warrant on her premises. From that search warrant, we located several money orders that we could directly associate to deposits that were made into Keith's account whilst in jail.
From the Shellharbour Square Post Office on the 9th of April 2001 in the amount of $200.
And there was more damning evidence.
Just located a letter on the one that's got Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Is that letter from Keith Schreiber?
That's, yeah, obviously.
In the letter, Keith's talking about, I should have bought a radio with that money, but all I got was a kettle for $30 and the rest on tobacco and drinks and food. This is the person that killed your father, and you're sending him money.
Yeah, and?
Did you think that was a bit strange?
No. No, not really, no.
Okay.
I was still friends with him, I talked to him, so...
And what was your relationship with Keith Schreiber at the time your dad was murdered?
It was a normal sort of relationship, just friends, you know.
So you weren't going out with each other?
No.
Had you ever gone out with Keith Schreiber?
No, I never even thought about it.
You ever had any relationships with him, sexual wise or any nature like that?
I won't answer that. I don't think that's got anything to do with this.
It's actually got a lot to do with it because it's investigating the murder of your father.
Yeah, but what's sex got to do with someone being murdered?
We're just trying to work out what relationship you had with the person who murdered your father.
And it wouldn't make a difference, would it?
Well, it may make a difference to our investigation.
Why's that?
Well, that's all we have to work out.
Oh, right. Okay then. Yeah, right. What was the next question?
Belinda, this letter addressed to Keith, do you agree that that's your handwriting?
Yeah.
You discuss here about your closeness to Keith. It says, I miss you heaps, you see, Keith. The thing I love the most is that no one really knows how much we trust and care about each other. I mean, I've been so close to you for how many years, and no one could make up that they've done more for me than what you have. I'll always look up to you, and no one will ever come as anywhere near as close to me as you are.
So you were in a physical relationship?
I have been, yeah.
You told us before that you'd never had or you had been.
No, I said I didn't want to tell you.
So now you're prepared to talk about it?
Yeah.
What's the situation with your relationship?
I had sex with him.
I believe that she used her relationship with Keith to manipulate him to a point to commit the murder.
The letters that we located and the money orders that we also seized were crucial pieces of evidence in relation to identifying that Belinda had a direct involvement in the murder of Jack.
A young woman has faced court in Wollongong, charged with killing her father.
Belinda Van Crevel grinned broadly when the judge handed down his ruling.
Belinda Van Crevel was sentenced to 6 years for soliciting to have her father murdered. She was due for parole in May of 2005, but her plea for an early release was rejected.
As for the man she solicited, Keith Schreiber will be in jail until at least 2012.
I'll just get you to turn around, Mark, and just face
Her brother, Mark Valera, Jack's son and Keith's best friend, is spending the rest of his life in jail for the murders of David O'Hearn and Frank Arkell.
I believe Jack was the salt of the earth father. He was trying his best, and to end up with such a tragedy on his hands and then eventually his own murder, I suppose, it was unbelievable.
It gets easier as time goes by, but you kind of think at the time and even now, it's sort of unreal, like it didn't really happen to our family. Those sort of things don't happen to ordinary people. We were just an ordinary family and we didn't think it would ever happen to us. He didn't deserve to die.
Kathleen Marshall hadn't been seen for days.
Kathleen!
Inside her veterinary surgery below the house, the reason was clear, but the motive for her murder would remain a mystery.
For want of motive, we had a disagreement, a known disagreement between two people.
It was obviously identified that it was a crime of passion. This was someone who had a real problem with the deceased.
And Glenda said, oh, the murderer's just driven past. I was horrified.
Jeff Marsh turned round to me and said, did you murder her?
So, of course, I was under the suspicion that we were all suspects.
At this point, he began to physically shake almost to the point where it was uncontrollable.
He refused to talk to me unless he could read my cards to find out whether I was a person suitable to be spoken to. So we had to get him. We had to get information from him.
Kathleen rang 000 on the phone. She said there's a mad woman in the house.
Let me in.
She wasn't happy at all that we were there.
Can't you shut that door?
This case was bizarre.
Kathleen Marshall's murder investigation would be dominated by rumours, catfights and psychic consultations. Everyone had their view on who killed Kathleen, but it was the forensics that would separate the fact from fiction in this very bizarre case.
Kathleen! Kathleen!
I arrived at Kathleen's house and Glenda and Robert and Sandra were standing on the front steps.
This is strange, isn't it?
They'd been knocking on the door, calling out to Kathleen.
She's just not answering.
I'll go and get the key.
And I was starting to get a bit concerned that maybe she'd had a stroke or something like this. Glenda came running up the side, calling out, Robert, Robert, are you there? There's flies, blood and a smell. And we went up to Kathleen's surgery. The smell, it was obviously the smell of something that was dead in the surgery. We didn't know what to think, but yet you could see the outline of one arm. And we didn't want to face the fact that It was Kathleen who was dead in the surgery.
The grisly scene was discovered late this afternoon. Friends of the woman arrived for a meeting, but no one responded. Then one of the group noticed blood on an outside door. They looked through a window and found more blood on the floor.
Our initial observations were focused upon the entry to the surgery. The surgery door was stained in blood. On the exterior side of the front door, there were swipe marks associated with the door lock. There was blood also on a mat, and there were spatter patterns of blood on the vegetation to the left-hand side of the doorway.
The deceased's body was located with her head towards the front right-hand corner of the surgery, with her legs pointing on a diagonal back towards the back left-hand corner. Her dress was blood-soaked, and there was a large amount of blood around the deceased.
With a large amount of blood present on the floor of the surgery, we used crime scene steps to enable us to walk through the scene without contaminating the blood upon the floor. There was a lot of dilute blood staining around the sink, both within the sink, on the taps, and more importantly, associated with a plastic bag on the left-hand side of the sink. Beneath the sink, a bucket contained a blood-stained Chuck's wipe. Now, it indicated to us that a very poor attempt had been made to clean the area. Now, whether that was an attempt to clean the blood of the body of the deceased or to clean blood perhaps left behind by the perpetrator.
The body had a number of what appeared to me to be stab or incision wounds. There was a large number had been through clothing and the brassiere as well.
In fact, the 54-year-old vet, who lived alone with her 22 cats and 2 dogs, had been stabbed more than 50 times.
Due to the sheer amount of stab and incision wounds, it was obviously identified that it was a crime of passion, that this wasn't just an opportunist, this was someone who had a real problem with the deceased.
Police say she'd been stabbed repeatedly. She'd died as she'd lived, fighting to the end.
It seems as though, from the injuries, that it was a frenzied attack and that the deceased has tried to defend herself.
There was physical evidence of a scuffle within the surgery. There was a section of louver windows which had shattered, and the glass from those windows had fallen into the garage on the other side. That suggested to us that there was a scuffle within the surgery, and a person or persons have come in contact with the glass window and perhaps may have suffered injuries as a result. And our hopes were relying upon that person doing that and us discovering the blood at the scene.
As crime scene investigators collected blood samples in the hope that the killer had been injured in the struggle, they were alerted to some blood-stained clothes found only minutes away.
In the initial stages of the investigation, a mail bag, which contained bloodied shoes, arrived at the Northgate Mail Centre. The collection of that mail bag also indicated it was collected within certain hours, a number of hours prior to the body being located. That was obviously an area of investigation that we had to follow.
We conducted a search of a number of post boxes within the area. We came across a post box and the inside was blood stained. We observed a trail of blood leading from the post box. Our thoughts were that an offender perhaps had discarded his clothing or her clothing within the post box to conceal the crime.
But was the blood on those items Kathleen Marshall's? And if so, whose clothes were they? Brisbane vet Kathleen Marshall had been found stabbed to death in her surgery, and police believed they were on the trail of her killer. In a post box just a short distance away, they'd found discarded bloody clothing.
Scientific attended that scene of that mailbox and conducted investigations there and took blood samples, etc. But we were able to identify very quickly that the blood trail led to a smashed window where a store had been broken into, also led to a phone box next to the mailbox, We were able to trace the phone calls from that phone box to the Queensland Ambulance Service, who had collected a patient from that location who was suffering a deep cut to his legs. That person was quickly identified, still in the Royal Brisbane Hospital, was interviewed and subsequently charged with offences not related to this matter.
But the police knew that it was likely that the killer had left his calling card in the surgery. 25 samples of blood spattered throughout the crime scene had been collected for forensic testing in hope of finding the killer's DNA and his or her identity. Meanwhile, detectives were upstairs, discovering further evidence.
Kathleen Marshall was a lover of music. In the main lounge area, she had a piano. During the course of searching around the residence, I noticed that sheet music was open on the piano. Upon looking at it further, I noticed that it was a death march. And I thought this was very strange. Had someone been upstairs and turned it specifically to those pages?
Kathleen's house certainly gave detectives the impression that was the case.
The residence was messed up, in a dishevelled state, with newspapers on the floor, bed was messed up. But it wasn't until through further investigations that we identified that this was the way that the deceased conducted her normal business.
Late today, the animals she'd sheltered were being removed from her home while SES volunteers combed the neighbourhood for a possible weapon or clues. Police want to hear from anyone who can help them piece together Kathleen Marshall's last movements on the weekend.
In the property of Kathleen Marshall, we discovered a small personal diary which had identified certain appointments that she had for the Thursday. There was an appointment at 12:30 for a gentleman with his dog, obviously a veterinary appointment, and at 1 o'clock there was an appointment for a gentleman with a cat. The appointment for the man with the dog, it actually gave his full name, and he was able to tell us that as he left, he remembered seeing an old couple arrive.
And I saw a man walking down the road towards Kathleen's place, and he had a Siamese seal point cat. The ears stand out. He was holding it like so, you know, with the cat there. Oh, they said to Kathleen, oh, this looks like your 1 o'clock appointment. And she said, oh, probably it would be.
Away we went, and that was the last I think, we ever saw of Kathleen Marshall.
So during the door knocks, one of the areas that we were looking at was that anyone had a Siamese cat, and we couldn't identify that person.
As police continued their quest to find John Wilson and others who saw Kathleen Marshall during the last few days of her life, her answering machine was providing a vital clue in determining the time of death.
So you're going away, Kath. I'm trying to get hold of you before our concert tonight, so do give us a ring.
We were able to ascertain from listening to her recorded messages on her answering machine that she did not return any telephone calls post 6 p.m. on the Thursday, and she did not answer the phone from that period onwards.
Kath, I still haven't heard from you, honey. Look, I'll wait till about 5 o'clock, and if you don't call me, I'll presume you're not coming.
It appeared that Kathleen had been murdered sometime after 6 p.m. that Thursday night. Cartons of milk and newspapers delivered from the Friday onward remained in her front yard.
Report was received from the forensic entomologist, which estimated the time of death at somewhere between 9 p.m. on Thursday the 26th of February and 3 a.m. the following morning.
So who had the time, opportunity and reason to kill Kathleen?
My first thought when I discovered she'd been murdered was that it would be involved with the Cat Protection Society of Queensland in some way.
Kathleen Marshall was the president of that society, a position that wasn't supported by all of its members.
How would you describe the Cat Protection Society?
Off the planet.
There was no dealing with them. They were just totally fanatical.
What has emerged is a story of feline fanatics engaged in bitter brawling. Do you think these very passionate feelings within the society could have led someone to murder?
Yes. Quite frankly, yes.
The Cat Protection Society of Queensland was larger than I had ever imagined. There was quite a lot of money coming in from bequests, from wills. Most of the money came from wills.
There was quite a bit of money. There were 2 bequests coming through. The biggest one, I think, was $350,000.
I know that from talking to members of the society, there have been some years of friction in relation to the spending of the finances and how the money had been spent, who'd be getting what.
There was 2 distinct camps. You were either in Kathleen Marshall's camp or you were in Virginia Houston's camp. There was no in between.
Virginia Houston was a former director and treasurer of the society, and according to her, she'd been unceremoniously and unfairly dumped.
Virginia seemed to think that the society was her baby. And I believe she was completely devastated that she was actually removed from the board.
If you're investigating any crime, obviously motive becomes a very strong indicator as to who may have committed the crime. And at that stage, for want of motive, we had a disagreement, a known disagreement between 2 people who were members of the Cat Protection Society of Queensland, one being Kathleen Marshall and one being Virginia Houston. They were at loggerheads.
Literally. 6 weeks before her death, Virginia had barged into Kathleen's home, which was the registered office of the Cat Protection Society.
Kathleen told them to get out, that they couldn't come in. Virginia said, it's the registered office, it's my right to come in. Kathleen rang 000 on the phone, asked the police to come. She said there's a mad woman in the house.
There was no doubt who Rhoda and her friends believed killed Kathleen, right from day one.
Just before the crime squad arrived, this car drove past and it was Virginia. I was horrified. I just gasped. The police officer came up to us and said, what's wrong? And Glenda said, oh, the murderer's just driven past.
But was Virginia Houston's hatred of Kathleen that strong that she would commit murder?
I do recall that in a conversation with the pathologist, he did say due to the nature of the injuries and the fact that they were so shallow in the way of the stab wounds, he said it would suggest either a weak person or it could have been a female.
Kathleen Marshall, the president of the Cat Protection Society, had been fighting bitterly with Virginia Houston just weeks before her murder. Police believed Virginia had the motive and the passion to kill Kathleen.
She's been a key murder suspect, but Virginia Houston isn't in hiding and isn't hindering police inquiries.
I've done nothing, I've got nothing to hide, so I'm quite happy to talk to the police whenever they want to talk to me.
I remember it was on the Friday that we interviewed Virginia Houston. We collected her in the morning from her house and we conducted an interview at the Nunda CIB, which lasted all day.
I said I had a lot of information, and I did. I had a lot of information about the society, about the inside knowledge of the society, and as a good citizen, I wanted to help the police.
Virginia quite openly suggested that she had animosity towards Kathleen Marshall, didn't try and deny it, didn't try and deny that she was having problems with the other board members of the Cat Protection Society of Queensland. She didn't deny the fact that she had been round to Kathleen Marshall's house and obtained entry into her residence against Kathleen's will.
I mean, the police seem to have this idea of hate, but I've never hated anyone in my life. I disliked the way she behaved, the way she treated people, but as for being violent, well, that was just wasn't part of me.
She was confident in her manner. She knew the types of questions that we would ask, and she had almost prepared responses to our questions.
She was asked directly if she had killed Kathleen Marshall.
Jeff Marsh turned round to me and said, did you murder her? And I was just stunned. And that was when I realised that they were looking at me as well. I couldn't believe it. And I'm just sitting there shaking my head, you know, I can't believe this, I can't believe this. So I just said, no, I've done nothing. You know, just like in disbelief, you know, disbelief that anyone could even ask me such a question, you know. He was somebody who totally law-abiding, never had so much as anything more than a parking fine.
At the conclusion of the interview, I was not prepared to say that Virginia was not involved at that time and that some of the issues that she had raised and versions that she had provided required further investigation.
We had a search warrant for Virginia Houston's house, and her house was searched.
And I said, well, you don't need a search warrant. I said, you can search my house, you can, you know, take my fingerprints, whatever, you know.
Ms Houston admits to having a heated argument with Dr Marshall just weeks before her death, and police have now questioned her and searched her house and car.
We were looking for physical evidence such as blood, hairs and fibres, and more importantly, the weapon used to commit the offence.
And to have police raids and SES people going through your property trying to find a knife or something, you know. You're just in shock. You just go around in shock. You just can't believe something like this is happening.
But no weapon was found. And while the spraying of luminol to detect any traces of blood looked promising, the lab results returned the samples as negative.
There was no evidence obtained from that residence to suggest any connection with the murder of Kathleen Marshall.
But Virginia Houston remained a strong suspect, and her alibis were being checked, starting with her tarot card reader, Patrick Hanrahan.
The members of the Capitation Society of Queensland and associates of Kathleen Marshall and associates of Virginia Houston were involved, actively involved, in the psychic readings and the spirit world. When I first went to interview Patrick Hanrahan, he refused to talk to me unless he could read my cards to find out whether I was a person suitable to be spoken to. And that was quite bizarre because those areas were foreign to myself and all the other investigators on the case. I had to find someone from the office who was prepared to come with me and not break out in laughter. And so it was pretty frustrating, but I found someone who came along and they were able to contain their laughter until after I'd obtained the information from Patrick. Because we had to get information from him. He was the alibi for Virginia Houston up until 4 p.m.
And you can do healing, hands-on healing?
He confirmed initially that he was with Virginia all afternoon doing a reading, and then at 4 o'clock Virginia dropped him at a medical appointment and he hadn't seen her since then.
Virginia's alibis were checking out, but police wanted to re-interview a woman who said she was with Virginia on the night they believed Kathleen Marshall was murdered.
Corinne Welsh is the lady who provided the, you might say, alibi, for want of a better word, from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. on the Thursday night. Obviously a very critical time period in the investigation.
According to Corinne Welsh, the two women had spent that time doing a mail-out for the society. Now, in her second meeting with police, her recollection changed.
And it was during that interview she gave us further information to suggest that Virginia was not with her the entire evening.
When Kathleen Marshall was murdered, her friends and colleagues pointed to one person as being the killer, Virginia Houston. Virginia had fought with Kathleen in the past and readily admitted there was no love lost between them.
I disliked the way she behaved, the way she treated people, but as for being violent, well, that was just wasn't part of me.
Virginia had given alibis for the time period that police believed Kathleen Marshall was murdered, but it now appeared one had holes in it.
Re-interviewing everyone that supplied information in relation to the movements of Virginia Houston in the week prior to Kathleen Marshall's body being located, we were in the process of re-interviewing Corinne Welsh, who was an integral part of an alibi, for want of a better word, of Virginia Houston for the Thursday night, the 26th of February. And it was during that interview she gave us further information to suggest that Virginia was not with her the entire evening.
It was the first solid lead detectives had in their case against Virginia Houston, but it wouldn't go very far. A phone call from the forensic laboratory would change the entire direction of the investigation.
Whilst we were interviewing Corinne Welsh and we'd established that time frame, or that time gap, Ken Cox rang the office and told us that there was male blood at the crime scene.
5 of the 25 blood samples from the veterinary surgery, including blood found on the cardboard below the shattered louver window, had yielded DNA that wasn't Kathleen's, nor Virginia Houston's, but that of a male.
It was rather exciting news to find male blood, but until we link it to somebody, it's of no value. All we're looking for in the early proceedings is male blood with an unknown name attached to it.
I thought, well, at least it gives us our investigation a direction to follow now. We have to find a male person who is linked to the deceased in some way, and we had a target. At least we had a target.
Police now believe Dr. Marshall was murdered by a male, and that detectives have taken blood from several men connected to the society.
As it was male DNA, all men who knew Kathleen were required to give a blood sample, including me, for DNA testing.
During this DNA exclusion process, there were approximately 42 persons identified. This was obviously time and labour intensive.
In those days, we had to take blood. It was in the initial stages of DNA sampling.
The blood samples collected from Dr. Marshall's associates will be matched with the results of blood and tissue taken from the murder scene.
On the consent form, you had to admit that you're a suspect. The way the consent form was written is, I admit I'm a suspect in the murder of Kathleen Francis Marshall, and I hereby give consent for police to take my blood, hair samples, that sort of thing. That can be a bit confronting to someone who has no involvement at all in the matter and really is only a distant link to Kathleen Marshall.
Of course, I was under the suspicion that we were all suspects at first, but we later found out it was to eliminate people from being suspects.
When I was asked to give DNA, I realised the last thing you should do is refuse, because that never looks good. And if you give it and everything is kosher and they can come up with the right answer, it means you're in the clear.
In fact, the 42 males tested were all clear. And now police were targeting the men in Virginia Houston's life. One was her ex-boyfriend.
We found that gentleman at a boarding house in the Fortitude Valley area, and his DNA was requested, and he refused to give his DNA. Now, the detectives at the time had the foresight to observe his movements for a period of time after he declined the DNA sample, and they identified him spitting on the ground. They then captured his DNA from the spit on the ground. So that DNA was taken away. He was still at the boarding house. It'd be a matter of days, we'd be able to either exclude him or say it's him. The very next morning, the boarding house owner had rung us and said that he's just hopped in a taxi cab with his bags packed. We made some investigation and identified that that cab was going to the transit centre. Went across to the transit centre and located this gentleman who'd purchased a ticket under a false name from Brisbane to Sydney. So he obviously becomes a person that now is at the top of the list and very much a person of interest in this investigation. He's male, he knows Virginia Houston, he won't give DNA, and he's trying to leave the state.
Brisbane vet Kathleen Marshall had been brutally murdered in her surgery. Virginia Houston had been the prime suspect until investigators discovered male blood at the crime scene. Now they were on the trail of one of Virginia's ex-boyfriends, who had refused to give a DNA sample.
We then take him into custody, interview him, and after a short amount of time he volunteers his DNA, his fingerprints, his clothes and his bag. And he said, you can test it all, there'll be no blood on it. I'm not involved in this crime in any way, shape or form. Unfortunately, the DNA that came back from he did not match the crime scene, and there was nothing on the clothes to indicate that he'd been anywhere near the deceased's house. So therein ended that line of investigation. But these things take time. That takes a number of days to sort out. So we move on. Then you go back to Patrick Hanrahan, and we asked him if he was prepared to give his DNA, and he said, yeah, I'll give you my DNA sample. A week later, he comes back negative.
Patrick Hanrahan told police about another palm reader, Andrew Fitzherbert, who worked at the church and was the de facto partner of Ruth Bennett. Ruth was a member of the Cat Protection Society and an ally of Virginia Houston.
But all that did for me was say, OK, well, there's another male I've got to exclude because, you know, he's now added to the list of associates of Virginia Houston. Ruth Bennett is an identified associate of Virginia Houston, and Andrew Fitzherbert is her male partner. So I'll have to get him excluded as well.
And there was another man police were yet to exclude, John Wilson, who had made the 1 o'clock appointment for his cat.
We could not find John Wilson. We didn't know who he was. Did another press release asking for anyone to come forward who'd been to the surgery, and we actually specified on that day.
We are interested in talking to people that attended Kathleen Marshall's house in the last week of February 1998, especially those people that attended with a sick or injured animal.
He still didn't come forward. It was then only on the 12th of June that Ruth Bennett appeared in the Courier Mail nursing a Siamese cat. This is when we start to put it all together. Ruth Bennett lives with Andrew Fitzherbert, he's a partner, and they've got a Siamese cat. The Licciardis have seen a man carrying a Siamese cat walking towards the house.
He was standing within about a foot of the back of the bus, and I thought, well, if I mess up the clutch, I'll hit him and the cat, and I didn't want that, so I called him and I said, would you mind moving away from the vehicle, sir? And he didn't respond, he didn't move, he just stood there.
It now appeared the detectives had found their elusive John Wilson. But before they could jump directly to that conclusion, they needed to confirm with the Licciardis that he was the man they saw on the day Kathleen died.
There's no photograph on record of Andrew Fitzherbert by the Queensland Police or any other police service in Australia, but we identified that he had a passport, and a passport photo had been taken some years prior. We obtained a copy of that passport photograph and displayed that to the Licciardis in the usual format of a photo board.
They asked us to have a look at some photos and see what, if we could identify the man. I picked, I think it was number 9. I know it was down on the left-hand corner of the board. And the only difference that I could see in that picture was that it was a smiling picture. The man I saw was definitely not smiling.
Mrs. Licciardi was able to identify Andrew Fitzherbert from the photo board as the person that she had seen outside Kathleen Marshall's residence on Thursday the 26th of February.
Do you have any grounds at all for associating in any way with this man?
Have you had contact with Kathleen Marshall?
No.
Have you ever
met Kathleen Marshall at all under any circumstance? All I know of I have met Virginia Houston. I know Virginia Houston fairly well.
Have you ever been to Kathleen Marshall's street or to her house?
I don't even know where she lives.
Have you ever spoken to her over the telephone? No.
That denial was key information for the detectives. They knew that a phone call had come into Kathleen Marshall's home from the Bennett Fitzherbert residence 2 days before Kathleen had died, and was potentially the call that set up John Wilson's 1 o'clock appointment.
We stated that we had direct links between his residence and Kathleen Marshall's residence on the days prior to. He denied this, and we again reiterated that we had the links through phone records. At this point, he began to physically shake almost to the point where it was uncontrollable.
I haven't met the woman.
Yeah, that's right. That's fine, Andrew. No, and that's
if that's the case, you're a person that has nothing to lose and everything to gain.
And Andrew, all that we're asking you to do is supply a specimen to eliminate you from our inquiries. That's it. That's the bottom line.
Got to test Andrew because he made an application to join the Cat Society and he was rejected. So that's caused enough to murder the person.
Well, Ruth, we don't know.
I have heard of that.
Ruth,
I mean, we've got alibis for the whole weekend.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But all I'm saying is we can finish this up in a few minutes. That's all that we're saying to you, Ruth.
Well, I think I'm going to say no. No, I am not going to give you samples. I will give you samples if and when. Well, I'm not going to give you samples. It's as simple as that.
We took him into custody. He declined an interview. He was what we would classify as someone who was very DNA aware. He had quite literally sat in the one position for over 6 hours, had not gone to the toilet, had not drunk anything. He knew what he could and couldn't do to ensure that he wouldn't leave traces of his DNA.
The latest focus of the homicide inquiry left Nunda Police Station this afternoon, accompanied by his lawyer, despite intense speculation that police were about to announce a breakthrough in the investigation of murdered vet Kathleen Marshall. The man was released after more than 6 hours of questioning. Police had intended taking a blood sample, but the move was thwarted in the courts after a magistrate ruled there was insufficient evidence.
Police were now going to have to find another strategy to get the DNA they so desperately needed to nab the person they believed was Kathleen's killer.
Mr. Fitzherbert. How are you?
Well, not bad, but we would prefer that you did not come through the door, thank you.
Andrew Fitzherbert was an unlikely suspect in the murder of Kathleen Marshall, but when he was identified as the mysterious John Wilson, who hadn't been found on the day Kathleen was murdered, their suspicions arose.
Andrew, and as I was saying to you, you seem to be a reasonable man. And if I can put one more appeal to you, is that this can all be finalised in a matter of seconds if we can obtain those samples. And that's all that we need to do. We can get out of your hair and eliminate you as a suspect, as a person of interest in relation to this matter.
Well, I'm not giving my consent. It's as simple as that.
But I can't understand the reasons why.
Why, if he was innocent, why was he causing such hassle to get his DNA? You know, was he standing on principle that much? You know, wouldn't it have been easier just to say, OK, you can have it, rather than cause the police to drag him into court?
While police couldn't force Andrew Fitzherbert to give blood unless they were prepared to charge him with murder, they were able to get a search warrant for his home. There, they hoped to find items that would contain samples of his DNA.
Execution of search warrant.
We have a warrant to execute. We'd appreciate if you could put the dog out the back for us while we search the house.
Hello, Mr. Fitzherbert. How are you?
Well, not bad, but we would prefer that you did not come through the door, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fitzherbert, what's happened is we've got a search warrant for these premises.
A search warrant for the premises?
He was quite surprised to see us. He didn't seem prepared for the fact that we'd come armed with a search warrant and were looking for personal items.
Yes, in other words, you have a right to remain silent. You understand that, yes? You have the right to contact the solicitor if you wish.
Can't you shut that door?
Ruth Pennant was abusive towards us. She wasn't happy at all that we were there. We'd already been with her de facto for some 8 hours that day. We'd failed in a court attempt to obtain his DNA through legal means, and she believed this was just nothing more than a case of police harassment.
During the course of the search, we took possession of a number of personal items which related directly to Andrew Fitzherbert. These items included his hairbrush, his toothbrush, his pillowcase, his sheets, his socks, his coffee cup, and a hanky which he had in his pocket.
Among those items, it was the last. Fitzherbert's handkerchief held the DNA evidence that put him at the crime scene.
You've been investigating a matter like this for some months, trying to identify who the DNA belonged to. We now had an identification. So obviously he had to justify his DNA being at a crime scene.
Andrew Richard Fitzherbert was first arrested 2 days ago for refusing a police bid to obtain a blood sample for DNA testing. But the 49-year-old was released after a court ruling found police could only demand blood if he was arrested for the murder. That happened early this morning when he presented himself at Brisbane Watch House with a lawyer.
While a handkerchief was an indication they had the right man, it could be argued that it was used by someone else. But now, with the charge of murder, police could insist on a blood sample from Fitzherbert for comparison testing.
Andrew Fitzherbert's blood was an exact match for the blood that was located in the surgery at Kathleen Marshall's residence.
17 months after her death, Kathleen's accused went to trial.
This morning, Andrew Fitzherbert pleaded not guilty to murder.
Prosecutors claim the most damning evidence is based on DNA testing.
The jury was told a magistrate ordered Fitzherbert to give blood, which matched samples taken at the scene. DNA tests revealed only one person in 14 times 10 to the power of 15 could match. The Crown claimed there was no word for such a number, the extraordinary odds proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Fitzherbert is the killer.
And if there was any argument that he bled there at some other occasion than at the time of the murder, one critical piece of forensic evidence would seal his fate.
The plastic bag on the surgery seat was identified as being a mixture of the deceased blood and an unknown male's blood. But I think it was significant finding male and female blood together in the one mixture, because we could say that the offender and the deceased had shed blood at the same time, and in doing so their blood had come into contact together.
Kathleen Marshall's murder has been likened to a sensational mystery novel. This afternoon, the final chapter concluded when Fitzherbert was found guilty.
The jury took 3.5 hours to return its verdict. Judge Ken McKenzie immediately sentenced Fitzherbert to 15 years jail, conceding if it hadn't been for an explosion in genetic technology, he may have walked free.
Evidence of alibi was offered during the trial, but the evidence, the scientific evidence we had in relation to the DNA at the crime scene, along with his denials of ever being at the crime scene, were too compellable to the jury.
When he was found guilty, I don't think I was really surprised, but you've got to have a reason for doing something. So where was the motive for this murder? And the only thing that we could think of, the motive was in the cat.
During the course of the investigation, it was identified that Andrew Fitzherbert and Ruth Bennett were the owner of 2 Siamese cats, Jasper and Zilla. Zilla went missing around about the time that Kathleen Marshall's body was located.
Now, the cat was pregnant. He may have presented himself there with the cat and something's happened to the cat.
We're wondering if he could have perhaps brought a cat to Kathleen, the cat escaped or something like that. An argument started and Fitzherbert crashed against the louvers and got himself cut. There are various theories to that end wandering around.
There's a lot of people who can't, they just find it so frustrating that they were put through all this pain and suffering and trauma, and they still don't know what happened.
It doesn't frustrate me. I think it frustrates more the people that knew Kathleen Marshall. They'd like an explanation of why a person's life could be ended for what appears like a few theories that it might be over a cat. They'd like to think there's something more to it, but until Andrew Fitzherbert talks, we'll never know, or they'll never know.
Andrew Fitzherbert can apply for parole in 2014, but unless he admits to Kathleen's murder and shows some remorse, his release is unlikely. An unusual pile of bags is found on the side of a road. The overwhelming stench warns the cyclist of what he is about to discover. This homicide case would be a constant battle for police, but the results would go down as a major chapter in forensic history.
Generally,
1, possibly 2 weapons are used. To have 3 weapons used is quite unusual.
Frustration levels at this stage were very high. We needed to make this girl come alive.
There seemed to be a lot of animal hairs present.
I had one of those rare moments which could be described as a CSI moment.
If you're innocent, you don't have to convince yourself.
But you can't go out to someone and say, excuse me, is your son involved in a horrific murder?
And he rang back and said, look, I've got some bad news, it's not him.
I showed a photograph to a barmaid and she says, he's Australian, isn't he?
There's still a family out there that somewhere have lost their daughter or wife.
The woman found wrapped in garbage bags on the side of this road had been the victim of a brutal murder. But there was no identification on her body. And like the name of the street where she was found, her identity would keep police guessing for many months to come.
When we arrived, the scene was very well contained by the local police, who did an excellent job. It's a light industrial area, and it was very apparent because of the nature of the fact that she'd been wrapped in plastic and the body was dumped at the side of the road that this was a secondary crime scene and obviously not where she'd been killed.
The body was in the early stages of decomposition. The legs were bent at the knees with the feet beneath the buttocks. There was blood staining to her head and to the front of her top.
There was an obvious gash on the top of her head, and we were aware that there was something in the mouth. It looked like paper, but at that stage it was really just a case of working out what was there. There was an obvious ligature around the throat.
The victim had short dark hair and a medium build. She was dressed in a white bodysuit and black and white shorts.
There is no other form of identification on her at all, apart from a gold wedding ring on her right hand and a black leather watch on her left wrist.
So there wasn't a lot at the scene that would actually help us in identification at that point. In fact, we did searches up and down the street and adjacent streets with the view of trying to find a purse or some identification that might have been dumped in concert with the body. Nothing transpired from those searches.
The body weighed 62 kilograms. She was 1.61 metres tall, about 5'1", 5'2". She looked fit, no needle track marks, no tattoos. In general terms, she looked like the person next door. It became obvious that neck compression was the most likely cause of death. There certainly was evidence of a blow to the head as well, but that probably only caused incapacitation, followed by the actual ligature strangulation. One of the things that was noted at the location was that there was the presence of a large amount of newspaper in her mouth. This obstructed her airway and it would have led to her suffocating.
The pathologist removed the newspaper from the deceased's mouth, and it was 2 full-size sheets of the Sydney Morning Herald dated the 10th of December 1991.
We were very conscious that this might be a valuable piece of evidence for us, and it was secured by the crime scene officers for fingerprint examination.
The date on the newspaper indicated that the victim had to have been murdered after that time. But the decomposition and maggots taken from her body suggested it was much sooner.
With the entomology, it actually gave us a window that actually was late in the evening of the 23rd of December and early in the morning on the 25th, which covers Christmas Day. You'd think if somebody is going to go missing in that time, that would be when you'd actually miss them. So we were fairly confident that we had a fairly straightforward murder. If we could identify this girl relatively quickly, we would then be able to identify the offender, because most people are actually killed by people that know them.
An autopsy has revealed the woman, aged in her mid-20s, was murdered 3 to 5 days ago. This watch offers the best hope for identifying the victim and solving the murder mystery.
It was really a case of putting it out to the media and then just waiting for the results to come in.
Police say it appears the young woman was murdered elsewhere.
As the nightly news pleaded for public help in the identification of the victim, the newspaper from her mouth was yielding its own results.
This slimy exhibit turned up one morning, a wad of newspaper the size of a man's fist, that they removed from her throat. It was opened with gloved hands, and as it unfolded, right dead smack in the centre, we all spotted 3 fingerprint patterns. There were 3 distinct tips of fingers, one slightly higher than the rest. It was exciting. It was a fingerprint jackpot to us all. We believed that we might have had an unprecedented case. It looked like we might have the killer before we can even identify the victim.
Police were yet to identify the body of a woman who had been dumped in a suburban street. They were calling her Jane Doe. They believed that her killer had left behind a vital clue: 3 fingerprints that appeared to be in her blood on a newspaper stuffed in her throat.
I had one of those rare moments where you have this almost flashback of what would have happened during the commission of the crime, with the newspaper being pushed down into the mouth and leaving that fingerprint there.
First of all, we photographed the fingerprint in situ many times from different angles to capture everything we had. After that, we tried to enhance it with an enhydrant, which darkens it a little, and maybe we could pick up another ridge or 2. After that, the best fingerprint image that we have now of that left middle finger is then fed into the computer.
It just kept coming up as a blank. The suggestion was that this person hadn't been arrested previously, which is not unusual, because in most murder inquiries, usually the victim is killed by somebody they know, and often as not, those people don't come under the notice of police.
It was very disappointing, but our hopes were still high. We may identify the victim from another means. She must have lived somewhere. And the killer may not be on record now, but boy, he's going to come on record sooner or later with actions like that, isn't he?
What we had was the clothing she had, the injuries she sustained to her body, limited jewellery, some small amounts of hairs and sand that they'd found for the post-mortem. And that was about it at that stage.
I received some hair samples recovered from the victim's clothing, and when I looked at the sample, there seemed to be a lot of animal hairs present. And when I looked at these hairs under the microscope, I could then confirm they were animal hairs because their internal hair structure was different to the appearance of a human hair. The medulla, which is the central structure that runs through the hair strand, is much wider in an animal hair than a human hair. That was quite significant as far as I was concerned.
I had the inclination that they were dog hairs, and when I examined them under the microscope, obviously that was the proof that they clearly were dog hairs. It then was the matter of working out possibly what type of breed it could be. I declared eventually that the hairs came from an Alsatian or from a German Shepherd.
The reality was that we needed to identify, again, the victim, to identify the offender, to identify the dog, and that would actually be a piece of support evidence down the track. Because we had this sand on the body and the area is a beachside area, it struck us that it was a strong possibility she was a local. So we dressed up a policewoman in the same clothing, and she was approximately the same size, build and age, and we walked her down the beach and along various locations. We also took the store dummy down to a number of railway stations in a hope of actually attracting attention. The notion there was to actually appeal very much to that local area, to identifying the victim to the area. We also focused on the fact that there was a park down the road where a fairground had been set up. So we very quickly concentrated on that and also concentrated on the fairground staff as itinerants. She may have been somebody who worked at the fairground because they do attract itinerant workers, or alternatively she is a local that's actually visited the fair that day. So we looked at both possibilities when we went down there.
But there were no strong leads. With only the clothes she was wearing to spark a memory, it was difficult for the investigators to move forward.
We needed to make this girl come alive. We wanted people to actually empathise with her, and we wanted people to actually go out of their way to think about her. We set about very quickly designing ways to actually do that. We had a number of photographs from the morgue that we took. We looked at trying to digitally enhance the face. We took out all the insect infestation on the face. We actually then had to do some guesswork as to what her eyes would look like open.
We went through various hairstyles, some longer, some shorter, to align it with the face, then with the eyes, and then you get into a jawline, and then into skin colouring, because our girl had been in a state of decomposition.
I've got to admit, we actually did get a lot of very good results in terms of feedback from the community on it. Unfortunately, as with most things, it didn't get us the identification of the victim at that point. By this stage, I think we're up to about the second or third week, and I've got to admit that frustration levels at this stage were very high.
Since the discovery of the woman's body a month ago, police have been sifting through masses of missing person files, trying to make a positive identification.
My role was firstly to go through the hundreds of missing person reports that we had. I couldn't tell the figures nowadays, but the amount of girls that we went through just files, like hundreds and hundreds. So that was lengthy, but it was also good because we actually found girls that had been missing and got them to phone home to mum and dad. So that was one good thing to come out of it, but it didn't help us. There's still a family out there that somewhere have lost their daughter or wife.
With the Jane Doe story disappearing from the newspapers, a last-ditch effort was made with a magazine to help solve the murder mystery.
We had the advantage with the women's magazines of having these photos in colour. That would actually bring a dimension to the photographs that we hadn't had before in the newspapers. And in fact, we actually released a photo that was a three-quarter trunk shot, so that we actually had the clothing. And the notion was that those that actually had an interest in it would then say, yes, well, I now remember that top, because there's this link between that photograph and my memory of your sister, your cousin, your aunt, whatever the case may be. We got a call from a girl who claimed to know her.
And she actually then came into our office where she could view our photographs of what we had of the Seiko watch and also the ring and the clothing. She was pretty sure that it was her friend, Vivian. Not 100%, but 90% sure. She knew Vivian as a dancer at the King's Cross area in a number of the clubs up there. So we had a person saying, this is Vivian. What we needed was fingerprints of dental to say who it was.
And what we required was to obtain some material, preferably paper, cards, receipts, letters that she may have handled.
The witness had told police that Vivian had rented a place in King's Cross. From the lease, they now had her full name and fingerprints that matched those taken from the deceased at the autopsy.
Well, it just means she touched that piece of paper, but we still need positive identification. And the only way we had now was to obtain dental records. And those dental records were eventually obtained, and a dental comparison was carried out, and Vivian was positively identified.
Vivian Ruiz worked as a dancer, and she'd set her sights on going overseas, and to earn the money to go overseas, she did work as a prostitute, but she was quite ambitious not to do that into the future. The thing that had complicated the whole process to begin with was that Vivian had told a number of her friends that she'd planned to go overseas with her boyfriend over the Christmas period and travel Europe for several months. So these factors were the things that actually explained why we weren't able to identify Vivian as quickly as we'd liked.
Police identified the boyfriend as Richard White, whose name also appeared on the lease.
He was described as a person who was into bodybuilding. The witness believed he took steroids. He did take speed and amphetamine, and he dealt casually in amphetamine. From the descriptions, he was quite a massive fellow who was very much into the scene at King's Cross. She also described him as somebody who was probably free with his fists when dealing with Vivian if they'd had a fight.
So the mystery of Jane Doe's identity had been solved. But where was Richard White? More importantly, was it his fingerprint on the newspaper found in Vivian's throat?
She had been known as Jane Doe for nearly 4 months. But then the murder victim, who had been found wrapped in plastic garbage bags, was identified as Vivian Ruiz, a dancer and part-time prostitute who was saving money to go overseas with her boyfriend.
They were quite active in the social scene at King's Cross, and at some stages they actually did have physical arguments when they were out, in that he would strike her or she would strike him. It was quite a volatile relationship sometimes when they were out socialising with their friends.
My understanding of the relationship between White and Ruiz was it was quite fiery, and that it was very much a hot and cold relationship. As I understand it, White actually had a preference for hanging around with prostitutes, and it turned him on talking about sex on a regular basis.
We knew that Vivian had spoken to her friends and had plans to travel with Richard over the Christmas period. So what we tried to find was, where are her tickets, where is her money gone? They've been working and she's been making lots of money according to her friends. There's got to be money, there's got to be tickets somewhere. We
found the travel agent up at King's Cross, where both Vivian and Richard had booked tickets for this overseas trip. Interestingly enough, Richard, on the 27th of December, had arranged for these tickets to be cancelled and for the money to be sent to his parents' place. That struck her as odd at the witness at the travel agent, because of the fact they'd paid for them separately and because there'd been this insistence on paying for them separately.
The 27th of December appeared to be a busy day for Richard. On that day, the first business day after Christmas, and the time police believed Vivian was murdered, Richard had visited his bank.
We were aware from our inquiries that Vivian had a shoebox that she collected her money in. She had a distrust of banks, as I understand it. And interestingly enough, Richard had banked a significant amount of money on the 27th of December, which we can't account for as to where he obtained that money. So I've got this name, Richard White. The first thing to do is to get on the computer to check to see if he's got a criminal history. Now that's unlikely, or at least at that stage I assumed it was unlikely, because we'd run this fingerprint through the system.
If Richard White did have a record, then his fingerprints should have popped up when the fingerprint found on the newspaper was fed into the police database.
But the record comes back showing that he's got a history of an assault and a drink driving matter. So I ring our fingerprint expert and we give him the name. And like I said, at this stage I'm a little bit curious as to why it hasn't come up if we've done the fingerprint checks before. I remember he said, look, leave it with me. And he went off to do the search, rang back and said, look, I've got some bad news, it's not him.
What we couldn't understand is we finally identified the girl, and hopefully it would all fall into place with the killer as well, with that fingerprint being on the newspaper. To be told that it wasn't a match was just like, how could it not be?
Cole said, look, there's something about this print that's not right. It looks like it should fit. You know, there are patterns in it that look like they actually are similar to what this fellow has as a fingerprint on record. So I said, look, leave it with me, I'll talk to somebody.
A gut instinct told detectives that Richard White was their man. So while the fingerprint section continued their examination of his prints, nothing was released to the public about Jane Doe's identity.
Well, we wanted to keep her identity out of the media at this stage simply because we didn't know where Richard White was. And there was a strong possibility that he could escape the net by going overseas to a country without extradition process for us. So we were very conscious of that, and we were also aware that they had planned a trip overseas, so he had the means to do that if he had not already travelled overseas. There was also the thinking that, look, if he had a co-offender and he had evidence still here that might convict him, it would be relatively easy to destroy it before we could actually get to it. So the notion was to identify his whereabouts and identify all the likely areas where there was evidence before actually making this public.
From the lease of Vivian's unit, we had Richard's full name and an address for him that we'd worked out from our inquiries that was his parents' home. What we needed to do was just speak to the parents, but you can't go out to someone and say, excuse me, is your son involved in a horrific murder? Michael thought the idea of just sending out one of the local traffic police to inquire if Richard was around in relation to a traffic incident. Just keep it nice and innocent. That way, you're not going to alert Richard if he does need to be spoken to by us.
Officer, yes. Mrs. White, is it?
The traffic sergeant did a really good job in establishing that Richard had in fact left the country on the 2nd of January and had flown to Bangkok. Probably the other significant thing that the traffic sergeant was able to tell us is that the family actually had a German Shepherd. So we had a couple of pieces of evidence there that we could see starting to fall into place.
Beautiful dog.
From the inquiries that the local police officer did for us going to the parents' house, we found out that Richard had a vehicle or a van that he'd sold. So then we knew a van that we then had to track down to see when he'd sold it, was it used around Christmas, and is it of any purpose to our investigation?
We were extremely lucky in that the new owner had never washed the van and had not cleaned out what was an old carpet that he'd kept in the back. It had a stain on it, but it had been treated in some fashion with chemicals, thinners or some other item from Richard's French polishing trade. It looked very deliberate that he disguised this spill by pouring a chemical over it.
It indicated that something had been trying to be covered up. It's like whitewashing graffiti off a wall.
The crimes investigator observed that on the underside of the mat there were some areas where there was underfelt. And in one of those areas he saw a dark stain which appeared to be blood. He also examined the gearbox cover in the vehicle and observed dark brown staining to that area. He carried out a presumptive test for blood on that stain which gave a very quick positive reaction.
So we were pretty confident we'd found the vehicle that had actually transported that body. I might add too that the van and the carpet still had trace hairs from a German Shepherd.
But there was still the question of the fingerprint. In most homicides, the victim knows their killer. When Jane Doe was identified as Vivian Ruiz, the obvious suspect was her sparring partner and boyfriend, Richard White. It was a surprise then that his fingerprints didn't match those on the newspaper stuffed down her throat. But the detectives weren't giving up, nor were the fingerprint experts.
He brought it to me and we checked it together and I said, pictorially, it's a perfect J-loop, absolute match. Go back and reverse it.
What Barry Fay was asking for was a negative image to be made of Richard White's fingerprint. And when it was done, it perfectly fitted the fingerprint found on the newspaper.
We call it a tonal reverse. It's not the ridges that we're looking at here, we're looking at the valleys. So the fingerprint black lines were in fact the grooves between each papillary ridge. And when we first saw those three blood-like fingerprints on the newspaper, we theorised that the killer has blood all over his hands. He finds the newspaper nearby and grabs at it. The grabbing action takes all the blood off the tops of the ridges, but the valleys in between are still damp. And then he starts pushing it down the throat. He makes that last desperate thrust with those three fingers to get it as far down the throat as he can. The valleys of the fingerprint come forward now under pressure and transfer the fingerprint pattern. Then as he pulls his hand out, the paper closes around it, and he may have then finished the wad off with two hands to make sure.
It was a 1 in a million forensic phenomenon, and a call went straight through to the hard-working detectives.
It was pretty good because we'd done so much work, and to finally get a match of who she was, then the boyfriend, and then to say there's a fingerprint and it's a match, it was just fantastic. It was the best thing we've had in months. So we could then go on to our next stages of finding him. From the inquiries with the immigration department, we knew that Richard had left the country and gone via Bangkok under his own name and passport.
And White had actually booked his tickets to travel overseas on the 31st of December, which was the first business date that he could have booked the tickets after the body was located. At that point, we'd been able to establish that Richard had travelled via the Philippines and had gone to England, but where, we weren't sure.
Richard White's movements on leaving Australia had been tracked, and police were confident he was now in the United Kingdom. But to continue their hunt, police would need to call on the help of their British counterparts at Scotland Yard.
We received a fax from the Australian High Commission in London asking for assistance to trace a Richard White who was suspected of murdering a female called Vivian Ruiz in Sydney in December 1991.
And how long are you going to be away for?
We managed to do a check on the phone records of the White family in Bexley. There were a number of reverse charges phone calls to England, and we provided the Metropolitan Police with those phone numbers, most of which came to phone boxes in the southwest of England, but there was a phone number there for Newcastle, and we established this was actually an uncle's address.
We just couldn't knock on the door. So we then made a few inquiries around bars. We found that White used to like to go to clubs and bars, so we went round and made a few inquiries there. And I actually showed a photograph of White to a barmaid, and she says, he's Australian, isn't he? And then I was sure he was definitely there. So I came up with the idea that we'd put a phone call into White's aunts and uncles. And I got this rather husky-voiced lady detective to ring up and ask, is Richard there? And said, yeah, I'm Richard. So immediately we're in through the door, and he's standing near the fireplace with a phone in his hand, and I go up to him and tell him I've got a warrant here that's been issued by Bow Street Magistrates Court at the request of the Australian government for the murder of Vivian Ruiz. His reaction was total surprise. He said, what's happened to Vivian? I don't know anything about a murder. You can't look me up.
Well, we got the phone call to say that Richard had been arrested. There was a fair bit of elation in the office and some relief. But oddly enough, this is actually when the hard work actually starts.
The detectives needed to find further and solid proof that linked Richard White to the murder if they were to extradite him to Australia to face charges.
Basically, you need to provide almost the brief that you provide for court. It's got to be of a standard in which you can actually prove a prima facie case to the English authorities of murder.
Detective Sergeant Pateki asked me, look, as soon as you apprehend White, we want to go round to the parents' house and do a forensic examination of certain aspects of that house to see if Vivian's body was there at any time.
We drove out to Bexley and executed the warrant immediately. We knew that White had a capacity to make a phone call, and they could only delay that phone call for a short period, so we wanted to have the warrant executed and the premises secured before that phone call could be made.
Knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night saying we've got a search warrant to search your house in relation to a murder investigation isn't a pleasant thing to do to anyone. Richard's parents were quite accommodating, allowing us in, allowing our crime scene fellow to come in.
I was actually struck by the parents. They were very decent people. They both actually asked the obvious question, what's it for? And when I told them it was to do with the murder of his girlfriend Vivian Ruiz, they both broke down and cried. I felt quite uncomfortable about the fact that, you know, we had distressed them, but the reality was we had a job to do.
While the crime scene examiners looked for the evidence they needed, Richard White was in a cell in London preparing his own case.
There were some notes that he made. Don't talk to the police. Don't be tricked by the police. And I think the last point was don't fuck up.
Police are seeking the extradition of a man charged with murdering the mysterious Sydney woman known, until now, as Jane Doe.
In their determination to identify the victim, police exhibited a mannequin and circulated a computer-enhanced photo of the woman's face. After 4 months of exhaustive inquiries, a Sydney prostitute would finally recognise the victim as 22-year-old Vivian Linda Ruiz. Known on the streets as Linda, Vivian had been working at King's Cross for more than 6 months as a stripper at various establishments, including the well-known Porky's night spot.
Real good sort. That's the only way I could put it. Real good sort of pleasant girl.
White appeared in court today in the same clothes he was arrested in more than a week ago. The court was told police had denied him access to his clothing, cash and other belongings. A Scotland Yard detective said the clothes could not be handed over. They'd have to go to Sydney for forensic testing.
During that search, we found what I would describe as a ligature, a cord, which was knotted at both ends. It was about 36 inches long. We bagged that up for the attention of the Australian authorities.
Authorities here are still waiting for evidence from Sydney police to proceed with the case against White. Sydney detectives will have to prove a case against him if he's to be extradited to face the charge of murdering King's Cross stripper Vivienne Ruiz.
While detectives on different sides of the world worked on her case, Vivienne Ruiz was finally cremated 5 months after her death. Sadly, cemetery staff outnumbered the mourners. But Vivienne's memory would soon be honoured by detectives determined to convict her killer.
The search warrant actually revealed a number of interesting things. The house itself is built onto a slope, so there's a workroom underneath. And the workroom was fairly clearly where Richard used to do his French polishing.
And it was during the search of that workshop area that a German Shepherd walked through. We knew that there were some dog hairs had been found on Vivienne's body. The crime scene fellow at the time, with my assistance, obtained some hairs from the dog.
When the police the second time round came with hair samples of a dog, which was a German Shepherd dog, they wanted me to have a look at those hairs and see whether they're identical to the hairs that I've identified. And they looked exactly the same. I felt sure, actually, that they would have come from the same dog.
Sand had also been found on the victim's bodysuit when she was brought into the morgue.
Where the storage room finished, there was a void area that was quite sandy. We noticed that it had been covered quite significantly in lime, which suggested that that might have been where the body, in fact, had been stored for a period.
And also of interest was some evidence of mummification.
There was a drying out at the end of the fingers, which suggested that she'd been stored somewhere, and that particular location would have been dry, it would have been well aired. Because we're talking about the middle of summer here, so it would have been somewhere where this body could have actually been left without attracting a lot of attention.
In that same area, a number of boxes were piled up. Boxes that contained personal items of Vivienne Ruiz.
In Richard's room, there were a number of Vivienne's items which would not be explained had they had a break-up, as he had told a number of friends and she'd gone overseas without him. One of our key witnesses was an associate of both Richard and Vivienne, and he'd bumped into Richard on New Year's Eve, shortly after the murder, and in fact had asked Richard where Vivienne was because he was a mutual friend of both. The interesting thing was that Richard made a point of saying very specifically that they'd both broken up, that he had cashed in his ticket to go overseas and that Vivienne was still planning to go overseas without him. So it didn't make sense that she'd leave these items there. And certainly it suggested that he was actually building an alibi and building a story to all his friends that Vivienne had gone overseas, and therefore it was not untoward to see that she was missing.
Police are confident the man charged over Sydney's so-called Jane Doe murder will be extradited from Britain within a fortnight. White's solicitor has just returned after visiting her client and says he now wants to come home.
He's quite keen that he wants to clear his name.
The detectives then headed to London.
We went to the watch house and there was a search of the material that he had on him. There was a whole set of notes basically addressed to himself about things he needed to say and things he needed to cover. And there was one note headed, "Do this now," and the first point was, convince yourself of your innocence.
In a way, sort of saying that he's guilty because convince yourself of your innocence. If you're innocent, you don't have to convince yourself.
Then went on with a series of points underneath, which included contact your business associates and friends, convince them of your innocence. Don't talk to the police. Don't be tricked by the police. And I think the last point was don't fuck up. He then went on in another series of notes to actually have what appeared to be a mock interview. They'd had things like a question, why did I hit her? Then a series of answers after it. And it appeared to me that he very clearly at this point was trying to actually work out, okay, well, what's a valid story I can put to the court that they'll believe that says I didn't kill her?
The reason for those notes appeared to be as a result of a conversation he had with Detective Bowen on the flight from Newcastle to London just after his arrest.
Richard White said, "I have to fight this." She told me on Christmas Eve that she was a prostitute. I just thought she was a dancer. She told me that she couldn't come to my parents' place. We had a fight. I felt so stupid. It's not as bad as they say.
Yet other of his notes and statements from friends of the couple were in complete contradiction to this account.
When Les tells me about this, clearly, we've actually got to really nut down this relationship in terms of what people understood their relationship was. And it was fairly clear that the picture was that a number of people knew that Richard and Vivian were in a relationship where he knew she was a prostitute and was turned on by it. I think it clearly demonstrates that this guy has a degree of cunning. He's clearly running a line and that, she's a prostitute, and that opens a door for him in terms of actually explaining why she's been killed. That may, allow him to find an excuse that exonerates him.
Richard George White arrived back in Australia under police guard last night following lengthy extradition proceedings in Britain. Today, Central Local Court was told Ms Ruiz died from strangulation and suffocation sometime on December 24, 3 days before her body was found wrapped in plastic garbage bags. Police indicated their case against White would feature detailed scientific evidence, including the allegation his fingerprint was found on the newspaper stuffed in the victim's throat and that her blood was found in the car he sold before leaving for England.
But the case for the defence was about to throw a spanner in the works. It may be Richard's print, but not Vivian's blood. It was a theory that could set Richard White free. Two years after Vivian Ruiz was murdered, the police felt they had a strong brief of evidence to present at Richard White's committal. But it wasn't a fait accompli.
In a court situation, it can twist and turn and technicalities arise and we lose cases. Fingerprints have lost a lot of cases.
But in this case, it wasn't the fingerprint that was going to be questioned, but how it got there. His defence team believed that Richard, more so his fingerprint, had accidentally been caught up in the murder, and he was never there.
We were always convinced that the fingerprint was our key item of evidence. It was everything else hinged around that. But because we had such a small sample on the newspaper, we couldn't submit it for any further testing in terms of confirming whether it was blood or not.
It was critical evidence to the fingerprint people. Till we got the clearest possible image, we didn't even touch it with a chemical, let alone test it for blood.
Once fingerprinting was completed, they then sent the newspaper to me, so I just tested the prints with a screening test for blood. This is a catalytic test, and it isn't specific for blood, but it will give a good indication if blood is present. And I got a positive reaction for the prints.
But the test will show positive for anything that is protein-based, like meat. It was a fact that the defence was eager to act on.
And during the course of a cross-examination of Barry Fay, the defence made this very strong suggestion that said that, look, their client could simply have been the victim of circumstance.
She theorised that perhaps the client could have been eating a meat pie with tomato sauce on it at the time that fingerprint was placed on the newspaper.
He's eating that pie with sauce while reading a newspaper. He's left a print on the newspaper. And that at some point down the track, quite independent from him, the real offender has come in, killed Vivian Ruiz, picked up this newspaper, screwed it up, forced it down her throat, and incriminated their client by the fact that they've left this pie sauce fingerprint in the newspaper.
And then Detective Platecki saved the day by rushing off and getting a copy of that newspaper, and we found that if that was the case, it was a meat pie, then he had to be reading the newspaper upside down.
It was fairly clear the defence didn't have a response for this and actually hadn't thought with any clarity about where this fingerprint was actually found. And then Barry went on to sort of hammer home the nail by actually saying it's not just a case of, touching the paper. This is substantial force.
The pressure of that last thrust transferred the valleys onto the paper, and the closing up of the jaw sealed it off for all time.
And I think that's the compelling argument on which the rest of the brief hangs, is that the person who scrunches up that paper must have been the person who leaves that print there.
That put his hand down her throat. Why do you put your hand down someone's throat? The average layman's going to be thinking, well, to kill someone.
As soon as that point was made in that committal, I knew at the trial we would have this matter dusted.
There was enough circumstance in our mind to bring a jury to a guilty conviction.
After 4 years, an international hunt and some meticulous forensic work, the mystery of the Jane Doe murder has finally been solved. A Sydney man was today convicted of killing prostitute Vivian Ruiz, the real identity of the victim.
Judge Hidden said White's admissions to British police on his arrest and his fingerprint on newspaper found down the victim's throat left no doubt he was the killer.
The judge found White had killed his girlfriend in a fit of passion, but just what triggered the gruesome attack will probably never be known.
There are obviously unresolved issues, and they happen in every murder inquiry. And in this one of the unresolved issues is where was she murdered? We also really haven't nutted out the motive. While I have a theory that I believe that the steroids and the speed abuse contributed to this murder, I think there's a degree of premeditation in it. I think that he was contemplating this notion of actually getting rid of her for some time, based on the fact that he's taken the money, which is a very conscious act. But the fact is we don't know for sure, and the only person who can tell us is White. My belief is Richards probably hit her with a stunning blow to the back of the head and then strangled her. Chances are he thought she's alive and finished her off by shoving this newspaper down her throat. I suspect, based on the fact there's lime under the parents' household, that he's actually placed the body up in a very cool area. He has probably left it there for a short period over the Christmas break, wrapped the body up in plastic, taken it out, and put it in the van. It was certainly the case we could say there were trace elements of blood on the differential cover in the back cargo area of that van, which would suggest this was a vehicle used to transport Vivian to Guess Avenue where the body was dumped.
Richard White was sentenced to 15 years, with a minimum of 10 for murdering his girlfriend Vivian Ruiz. He is still serving time.
I was quite pleased and quite proud that we were involved in this process because it had been a lot of investment, both emotionally and professionally. And I think the key thing for any cop is that you're joined to make a difference. And when you look at this case, it could be one that is still sitting on the shelf if we hadn't have actually pushed it that little bit.
The Jane Doe murder mystery will stay in the annals of the fingerprint science in New South Wales for 1,000 years. It'll be referred to over and over whenever a tonal reverse comes about, and it'll happen again and again.
An ambulance rushes to a call in the Sydney suburb of Mossman. An elderly woman has fallen near the entrance of her home unit. But what seems to be a simple accident has a more sinister cause.
There was absolute fear on the whole North Shore. You start thinking that you might have a serial killer on your hands.
The injuries indicated to us that there was a progression in terms of severity.
One of the things we noticed was that there were some shoe prints in blood. So we had something that indicated who this person might possibly be.
Police tonight are warning that a deranged killer is on the loose. He's now killed twice and may strike again.
The risk was that he would confront the police and say, put up or shut up. Or, who's to say he wouldn't have gone off and attacked another woman.
Detectives get this gut feeling. I had that gut feeling. And I knew that was our man.
When Gwen Mitchell-Hill was found lying in a pool of blood just steps away from the safety of her front door, her neighbours immediately called for an ambulance. But Gwen's shocking injuries quickly raised suspicion.
Something wasn't right. An elderly lady doesn't just trip over the doormat and cause that sort of damage. It just doesn't happen.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Her bag was nearby, and we asked her friend to check whether she'd been robbed or not, and we discovered the purse was missing.
When I received the phone call to go down to Mossman, the nature of the job was uncertain. It was an incident involving an old lady. Whether she'd fallen, whether she'd been attacked, we were unsure at the time. Unfortunately for us, there was no crime scene. One of the residents, in good faith, thought they were doing the right thing and actually hosed away most of the blood and any other evidence that could have been there or might have been there. There was a few blood stains, a bit of paper with blood on it, and basically that was about it. We took some blood samples to make sure that they were hers, to make sure that there were other blood samples there if there was an offender.
What I was told was that this lady had been found, that her walking stick was close to the body, that she had severe head injuries, and that some money had been stolen.
The 82-year-old was rushed to hospital, but died soon after. She never regained consciousness to tell the police what really happened.
I was concerned. In my view, this was not typical of a fall. It really suggested to me that this could very well be a homicide. What happens with people, if they're conscious while falling over backwards, you always, as a natural instinct, turn round as you fall. What was very worrying about this case was that the injury was in the midline. And those injuries, in my view, were caused by a blow or two blows to the back of the head. There was just nothing obvious that had caused these injuries except for a blunt object with some weight behind it, imparted with some considerable force.
From an investigative point of view, the two options we had was that it was a related killing or a stranger killing. After days of investigation, we were starting to form the view that this was a stranger killing. So we're looking for someone who is not connected or related to the victim, a very difficult task.
Police canvassed the area looking for witnesses to the robbery. But despite the time of day and public location, no one saw anything suspicious.
The chances of the killer being sighted were very high, and he was very lucky not to be sighted.
For 2 months, investigators struggled to find leads. Then another attack, less than 1 kilometre from where Gwen Mitchell Hill was murdered. The victim this time was an elderly man.
The victim of this assault had a description of the attacker. We decided to release that with the endeavour of trying to locate who it was and the community to help.
But just as it was made public, there was more bad news.
Police tonight are warning that a deranged killer is on the loose. He's now killed twice and may strike again.
Lady Winifreda Ashton played a game of bingo here at her local club yesterday afternoon. She went to her bank. Within half an hour, she was dead. She'd been bashed in the bin room of her block of units and strangled with her pantyhose. Her attacker escaped with a small amount of money. Today, her neighbours were shocked and living in fear.
Well, was it Lady Ashton? Yes.
The significance of this particular murder was if they were linked, we now had a major problem.
When an elderly woman was found bleeding outside a block of units, she died before she could tell anyone what had happened. But her injuries and her missing purse convinced police she was the victim of a vicious robbery. 2 months later, Lady Winifreda Ashton, the widow of famous painter Sir William Ashton, was savagely beaten and strangled after being robbed of just a few dollars.
We walked down a driveway, and inside the foyer area was an area where the bins were stored. And inside that room was a deceased person lying on the ground. She had her raincoat, a red raincoat, slightly pulled up over her neck, and there were some unusual elements in that her shoes were located a short distance away, so was her walking stick, and at the top of her head were a pair of stockings. There was a gas bill and a purse. Later that night, when we did examine the deceased very closely, we noticed that there was a small piece of stocking embedded into her neck.
There was no doubt about it. This was a homicide, and the reason why it was a homicide was that it was a ligature strangulation, and it can only be a homicide, really.
This is not the first time the killer has hit this area. 2 months ago, another elderly woman was murdered in an almost identical crime.
At these flats, just a couple of blocks away from Lady Ashton's unit, Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill was bashed and left to die in her foyer. Again, all for a few dollars. The police say the similarities are chilling.
There was evidence to suggest, with quite confidence, that these crimes were linked. The environment, the time of day. Both ladies were over 80 years of age. Both ladies had money taken out of their purse. Both ladies were brutally assaulted, and only about 1 kilometre apart.
While the first crime scene was cleaned up and all of the evidence washed away, this scene remained intact and undisturbed. Forensic investigators were able to find what they hoped would be their first clue.
She was wearing gloves, and we found a number of grey hairs. There were 2 possibilities. One was that she's placed her hands above her head in an effort to ward off the attack, and that the exchange of hairs to the gloves is simply from her own head, or that during the attack she may have grabbed some hairs from the attacker. So we refer them off to the forensic laboratory, and they're looking at peculiarities, colour obviously, thickness, those sorts of things. Unfortunately, the hairs in this case, being grey, weren't particularly distinctive. They're fairly similar from person to person. DNA testing was very, very new, and you generally needed large quantities of blood or human tissue to actually carry out DNA analyses.
What was clear at this second murder site was that if the killer was the one and the same, his aggression towards the victim had intensified.
In our first murder, we had a degree of greed in terms of stealing from the purse. What was a little bit different in this one was that the lower half of her body was bare due to the fact that the pantyhose had been removed, and the pantyhose had been used as a weapon. So in this particular case, we were now thinking that it was not only greed and violence that was motivating the killer, but there was a degree of a sexual motivation that could be associated with it.
It wasn't the crime of someone who was committing a robbery. It was a crime of someone who had a particular interest in committing extraordinary violence, taking risks, and with some bizarre sexual tastes and probably bizarre sexual fantasies. Crimes of this nature are typically committed by people who are young. Now, consistent with that was the extraordinary violence and energy shown, which is that of a younger person. And it seemed male rather than female, because mostly females don't engage in violence of that level. Most people who commit crimes do it at their convenience, which is they do it fairly near home. They feel comfortable in the area, they sort of know the streets, they can look out for where people are, and also it means they can plan escape routes if they want to.
What we're looking at is someone who round about 4 o'clock in the afternoon is available time-wise to commit a crime, and that narrows the field down somewhat. One of the categories was that it could be a student who gets out of school at 3 p.m. and has a desire to steal money. A couple of the high schools we looked at, you know, there was over 1,000 students attending. And of course, at that point in time, we didn't know the sex of the killer, although the profile seemed to think that it was a young male. The possibility was it could have been a female.
The only suspect detectives had at this point of the investigation, and who might fit the profile, was the young man who had attacked the elderly gentleman.
Today, the police released this composite picture of a suspect. He's 22 to 25 years old and about 180 centimetres tall.
I feel I've seen him a few times. Because of the hair, it was unusual. I'm a hairdresser and I notice hair.
Police want him because just a few weeks ago he bashed an old man who lives just down the road from Lady Ashton. That's about the only clue the police have got to go on, but they pretty well believe the killer is a local who may well strike again.
One of the aspects of a serial killer is that there is an emotional time break between killings. And in this particular case, there was about 9 weeks between the two. So there's a cooling off period when someone's operating as a serial killer. Therefore, our decision-making process was if we had a serial killer on our hands that had committed 2 murders, we expected a third.
The murders of 2 elderly women in the Sydney suburb of Mossman had police convinced they were dealing with a serial killer. Then a report came through of another attack.
Doris Cox is a resident of the Garrison Retirement Centre off Spit Road in Mossman. On Wednesday at about 4 in the afternoon, she was walking down one of the narrow pathways inside the grounds when she was attacked.
She had severe injuries to her head and to her face. The original thought by the other residents that found her was that she'd fallen over.
The crime scene again was washed down by staff at the retirement village. There were some dilute bloodstains and that was all that was left for further examination.
Mrs. Cox is now in a satisfactory condition at Mossman District Hospital.
Doris. Here was someone who perhaps could tell us who the killer was or a description of the killer. But unfortunately, she was a chronic dementia and she had no recollection of the assault or who committed the crime. And these things happen. I mean, this was one of those days. So we basically picked up the pieces and off we go. A canvass was conducted immediately of the area and we did discover a couple of witnesses that didn't actually see the crime, but what they did see was a person in the vicinity at the time. A young male who was riding a skateboard. And where this person was riding the skateboard was down the footpath, only a couple of metres from where the crime occurred. And it was at that time, it was round about 4 o'clock. So he became a person of interest, a real person of interest.
Sydney detectives want to question a young skateboarder over the brutal assault on a woman in Mossman 3 days ago. The youth was seen in the area at the time of the attack, and police believe the sighting could be linked to the murders of 2 other elderly Mossman women earlier this year.
Bearing in mind with the viciousness of these assaults, and we could not determine what was causing the wounds on the skull or on the head of these ladies, it was then thought that, well, perhaps the weapon's the skateboard.
Unfortunately, the skateboard and its rider disappeared without trace, and another lead evaporated. Painstakingly, detectives followed up every piece of information they received from the public, but the killer remained a step ahead.
We've gone from March through to May and now through to October, and we're now in early November. It was a Thursday afternoon and there was a phone call. And the phone call was simply that there's another one at Lane Cove.
With a sprightliness that belied her 85 years, Madge Pard met a violent death as she walked home from the Lane Cove shops. It's believed a killer stalked the elderly widow before hitting her repeatedly over the head with a blunt object. She was left dying in the alley behind her block of units.
You could have dropped a pin in the office because of the silence that went round the office. Not another one was the comment, not another one.
I just can't believe it. As you know, we saw a lot of each other.
A friend of Mrs. Pard's was among the first on the scene.
Well, I thought she'd had a heart attack and rushed to the big house to ask Gracie to ring for the ambulance.
Mrs. Pard dropped her 2 shopping bags the moment the attack began. When she was found, she was still wearing her wedding ring, but 3 small money purses were missing.
There was similarity with the victim, there was similarity with the crime scene, there was a similarity with the method. Same time of day, she'd been shopping. Everything was similar to what we had. So we now had 3 murders and 1 attempted murder.
And just like the similarities in the murders, this crime scene had been cleaned up before the forensic team arrived.
There's a lot of frustration because we were potentially losing evidence again. We could have found evidence that could have indicated things such as the number of times the person was hit. There might have been some shoe print evidence at that particular scene, and being washed down, again, you lose that potential to recover that sort of evidence. very extensive examination of the crime scene was made and a number of items were located. This included a pipe, some barbells and a fence post, which may have been used as a murder weapon.
Even though these injuries were severe, what wasn't present was massive skull fracture. So what that would imply is that, relatively speaking, the object isn't very heavy. It would probably rule out concentrated weights like barbell weights. I don't think that these injuries were caused by a fence post. There was really nothing in these injuries to indicate that it was one weapon above any other.
With strong similarities to attacks on elderly women in Mossman, police today renewed their manhunt. Teams of detectives spent the day canvassing surrounding streets. Gripped by fear, elderly people on the lower North Shore now are varying their daily routines.
No, well, I'm scared to come up here and get back safe. I don't mind telling you. I am. I wouldn't walk.
So we worked that night. In fact, we worked right through the night, right through Thursday night into Friday morning. And I told the team that early Friday afternoon I was going to head home for the weekend and hopefully have a day off and come back fresh. And I actually got within probably 200 or 300 metres of my home when I got an urgent call that they'd found another body.
Good evening and welcome to News World. And sadly, for the second time in 24 hours, the unthinkable has happened. Another old lady has been murdered, battered to death on her own doorstep in broad daylight. Sydney has a monster on the loose who singles out the most defenceless. Now 4 elderly women are dead and 1 is still suffering.
The latest killing happened here at the Wesley Gardens Retirement Centre at Belrose in Sydney's northern suburbs. At first, nursing staff thought the victim had died after a heavy fall.
It was quite obvious when we arrived and had a look at this latest victim. She'd been strangled with her own pantyhose, and her purse that was near the body had been interfered with, and it looked like some money had been stolen.
And here again tonight, well-meaning people who never dreamt a murder took place may have accidentally interfered with a crime scene. As happened at Lane Cove last night, the area was washed away before the police arrived.
I did ask them what they thought of the stockings that were tied around the neck of the deceased person, and they indicated that they thought perhaps she was trying to keep her neck warm as a scarf.
We believe there are similarities in relation to the other murders we are investigating on the North Shore. And there was absolute fear. Before they were frightened at Mossman, but it was contained, we believe, or we thought, at Mossman. But now people were frightened on the whole North Shore. Where next?
4 elderly women, all over the age of 80, were dead. All had been bashed and robbed, all murdered around 4 p.m. There was no doubt police had a serial killer on their hands, and the time span between his killings had now lessened to 24 hours.
When things are proceeding like this, you can be fairly sure that they're going to reach some sort of a climax, which is likely to be more florid crimes, or he decides that he's had enough and makes an admission and calls up the police.
The murder of Olive Cleveland sent the media into a frenzy. Newspapers were calling the murderer the granny killer, and the pressure on police to find him was extreme.
Police have intensified the manhunt. Additional detectives assigned to the case spilling over into makeshift offices in a garage at Mossman Police Station.
We went from a group of 15 or 20 investigators investigating a couple of murders. We then went to a group of 35 investigators, and we ended up with a group of 70.
Sydney police have stepped up security measures for elderly people with a series of self-protection seminars.
The large turnout for the first of the seminars is a strong indication of the fear among the elderly that the killer will strike again.
Well, that last lady that was
It was
killed,
so close to
it was
home
very
for
close
us,
to
you
us,
know.
and we are, well, we're not totally altogether frightened, but I mean, we are, well, we'd like some security.
What was concerning the task force was that the latest killing had occurred outside the geographical area of the first 3.
There has to be a link between the murder scenes, and the question that we all asked ourselves was, what is the link? And that's what an investigator's got to look at, and that's what we looked at. One of the characteristics of a serial killer is that they work in an area where they've got control or knowledge, or it's a comfort zone. So we believed the killer had some intimate knowledge of the area of Mossman, intimate knowledge of the area of Lane Cove, and intimate knowledge of this retirement village at Belrose. There was a common denominator geographically with these locations. Find the geographical link and you'll find the killer.
But less than 2 weeks later, there was another murder. The granny killer had returned to a street not far from his first victim.
A widow who lived alone, Muriel Faulkner, had recently suffered a stroke. Sometime after 4:30 on Thursday afternoon, she became the North Shore killer's fifth victim. Mrs. Faulkner was strangled and bashed, her body found in the blood-stained hallway by a visiting neighbour.
The injuries here were severe head injuries caused by a blunt object again, as well as strangulation, and then what appeared to be a displaying of the body after death. This was an addition to the previous cases, and again indicated to us that there was a progression in terms of severity.
It's usual for people who are committing a series of offences to become more confident as time goes on, or to do things in a more deliberate fashion because they've had a bit more practice. That's fairly classic among the development of offences of this nature. He had plenty of time with Mrs. Falconer because he somehow succeeded in getting into the house. Once into the house, it would have been easy to subdue her, and once she was killed, he had plenty of time to arrange the body, do whatever bizarre things pleased him and made him feel good, and then depart.
The amazing and outstanding factor about this crime scene was that it was the first pristine crime scene that we had. It was a crime scene inside a dwelling.
And one of the things we noticed was that there were some shoe prints in blood. We immediately thought that these could well in fact be those of the attacker.
But there was a problem. The shoe prints weren't very clear.
We subjected the carpet to a number of chemical treatments and light treatments, and we did this in a particular sequence, and we found that with a particular treatment we were able to actually recover a lot more detail that wasn't initially visible to the naked eye. We could see sufficient detail to determine that this was some sort of business shoe or some sort of perhaps military shoe.
Even though a lot of young people have large shoes, it was a type of shoe that is worn by not so much a juvenile but a more mature adult male person. We're now starting to move towards it being an older person rather than a younger person.
One of the issues that came up was the very neat arrangement of things. I think the stick was put in a particular place and the victim's shoes were arranged in a particular way. And people who are taught neatness and who learn to live a life of neatness have often spent a lot of time in the military.
Troops are today pounding the beat on Sydney's North Shore to protect the elderly from the serial killer.
Hello, ma'am. How are you? Good afternoon.
Now believing the granny killer was an older man, investigators decided to re-interview previous witnesses, hoping to prompt fresh memories.
I was asked to go and speak to the neighbour of Muriel Falconer down at Mossman. She opened up a little bit more than what she did initially to the police and told me that she saw a grey-haired man, quite portly, and he looked like a doctor. And on our way back to the office, I said, how perfect would this be? A portly old man with grey hair in his 60s running around committing murders in Mossman, and who would suspect him?
It was first thought the granny killer was a young man. But now police had a shoe print and a sighting at the last crime scene that suggested someone older. And there were also those indistinguishable grey hairs on the gloves of the second victim.
I said, how perfect would this be? A portly old man with grey hair in his 60s running around committing murders in Mossman, and who would suspect him?
Detective Tuxford now went looking for reports of the grey-haired man at the crime scenes, and the result was chilling.
We went back to the Lane Cove area. I did locate a number of people who, in fact, saw a middle-aged man with grey hair.
G'day, love. Let me carry one of those for you.
Oh, thank you.
The grey-haired man assisted this neighbour of Mrs. Payard's to her unit, and this neighbour thought what a lovely man this man was to assist her with the groceries.
So again, a grey-haired man had been placed at the crime scene. But was this man a good Samaritan, or indeed the killer? Then a report of an assault a month before the first murder and near to that crime scene gave detectives a lead.
She was visiting from Queensland, and she had been shopping for the day and was walking home to where she was staying. The assailant bashed her over the head and took her handbag and money.
Luckily for the detectives, the victim had taken good notice of her assailant as he walked by. No longer was he just the grey-haired man.
Detectives get this gut feeling. I had that gut feeling, and I knew that was our man.
But they had no name for him, and it was now 3 months since the last murder.
I was on afternoon shift and I got a call to attend the Greenwich Hospital, where a woman had said that she'd been assaulted, indecently assaulted by a man. And I got a description of one man who was known as the Pie Man, who had made a delivery about the time that the elderly woman had said she'd been assaulted. The inquiries I made with the hospital staff gave me the name of the pie company, and they gave me the name of the man who had the contract to deliver pies to Greenwich Hospital, and his name was John Wayne Glover.
The detective contacted Glover and arranged to speak to him the next day. But it was an appointment Glover would never keep.
When he hadn't showed up by 6 p.m, I phoned his home again, wondering why he hadn't shown up. His wife answered the phone and explained that right at that moment she was leaving for the hospital because he'd just attempted to commit suicide. He'd left a suicide note, and I remember very much the words "no more grannies" on it. It was a significant thing for me to do as a junior detective, to go in and talk to him by myself and get a photograph, knowing that if I didn't get it, all was lost.
This was a tremendous breakthrough for the task force, because we now had, not only did we have the sketch drawing of the 50-year-old male grey-haired suspect who had committed a lot of assaults, we now had a Polaroid photograph of another suspect who had come to light just recently. Our feeling was that we were on the way. We were on the way.
As John Glover was placed under surveillance, his background was being checked. And not surprisingly, apart from his age, it matched the forensic profile perfectly, starting with a criminal record in his 20s.
There was one there where there was some assault on a woman. There was one there of offence of peep and pry. He had, in fact, had some period of time in the army, in another country. We found out that he was a company representative and he had a company car. We found out that he normally worked of a morning and he was normally finished by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So he has the availability of time. The other thing we learned about him was that he was linked to the crime scenes by employment.
As a pie salesman, John Glover's job took him to Belrose, Lane Cove, and back to his home in Mossman.
It doesn't prima facie mean that he's the killer at that point of time, but it certainly gives us that sense of encouragement and direction
The pieces of the puzzle were falling together. But the detectives needed more before they could make an arrest.
What we wanted was evidence. And what we were going to do was allow him to select a victim, if he did. We would then obtain evidence of him stalking the victim, of being a predator. And we would allow him to get within probably metres of a victim. And then we would prevent the crime. There were times when he would stop his vehicle and get out of the car and go for a walk, and that became something of interest as to what he was up to. But then he wouldn't do anything. He'd simply get back in his car and off he'd go again.
But the detectives didn't give up on Glover or the investigation. They were now targeting nursing homes and unreported sexual assaults, wondering if Glover, the pie salesman, might have dropped by.
The secretary was actually looking quite knowledgeable, and she said, well, yeah, we're talking about 4 and 20 pies. And as soon as she said that, I felt really quite good about it because, yes, it was 4 and 20 pies that this man John Glover was representing. And she then said, would you be looking for John Glover? I thought, oh, this is just amazing. Like, not only does she know she actually knows his name, so that's a really positive identification. I said, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, we are looking at someone called John Glover. And then she just looked me square in the eye and said, that's my husband. And I was just incredulous. I said, will you tell John that I'm here today? She said, oh, no, I won't, because he was so upset last time he tried to commit suicide. And I said, oh, OK, that's fine. We all knew straight away the impact that this was going to have on our investigation. The risk was that he would speak to his solicitor and confront the police and say, put up or shut up. Or he would go undercover, or him being such a wild character, who's to say he wouldn't have gone off and attacked another woman.
John Wayne Glover was the prime suspect for the murder of 5 women. He was under his 5th week of surveillance when a detective visited a local nursing home.
I went into my spiel, which was along the lines that I'm making a number of inquiries in relation to sexual assaults on the northern suburbs, and I was wondering if they'd had anyone approach them that was offering to sell meat pies to distribute through their kitchens.
Without realising, the woman she was speaking to was Glover's wife.
It's probably 1 in a million chance that this would happen, but it happened. And you have to deal with it. I mean, it's one of those things, you can't run away from it, you have to deal with it. The following Monday morning, surveillance are still carrying out their normal surveillance duties that have been going on for several weeks. And John Glover actually leaves home at the normal time. He gets into the company car and he heads off.
He rung his employer and said, I'm not coming into work today, I'm going to see my solicitor. So we thought, that's it, game's up. He went to a bottle shop and bought a bottle of whiskey, which we all thought was very odd, but still. He had a case with him, and we thought, well, that's to go and see his solicitor with.
He went to an address at Mossman, parked his car out the front, got out of the car, had his briefcase, walked inside premises, knocked on the front door, the door was open, he was welcomed, he went inside. The surveillance police were sitting down the road, they saw this, they were quite happy that it seemed to be a legitimate visit.
But the hours ticked by, and John Glover didn't come out. By late afternoon, the police were beginning to worry.
Fortunately, there was a dog that was barking, quite loud, near the premises. And so we decided to send the local uniform patrol in to check out this complaint about this dog barking. They went to the premises and they knocked on the front door and there was no answer. And the place seemed to be in darkness. So they became quite concerned, and so they reported that back and said, well, there's something amiss in the premises.
Task Force detectives rushed to the scene. What they found inside, no one was prepared for.
And inside the premises they found the body of a 60-year-old female lying in the hallway.
It was certainly a low point in our career and something we still think about often. I recall seeing the bloodstained hammer on the lounge room floor, on the carpeted floor, surrounded by what appeared to be blood.
The situation they faced then was, where was this John Glover?
I recall in the bedroom seeing a pair of men's trousers draped over the end of the bed. We then got to the bathroom and I saw the feet of John Glover sticking out of the bath. His mouth was barely above the waterline. He appeared to be unconscious and breathing very heavily. We saw a bottle of scotch, empty, with a paper bag, a number of vials of drugs, empty, on the vanity, as well as pill bottles.
Good evening. Tonight, a possible breakthrough in the year-long investigation into Sydney's granny killings. Detectives this afternoon charged a 58-year-old man with the murder of an elderly woman at Mossman.
In the bathroom, police found a 58-year-old man unconscious, immersed in a tub of water. He was revived by ambulance paramedics and taken to the Royal North Shore Hospital.
Police now knew they had the killer of 6 elderly women, but they needed to prove it.
We knew we had a job ahead of us. Although there was a feeling of satisfaction that this man was in custody, we lacked forensic evidence that could connect him to any of the other crimes.
The following morning, a search was conducted of Glover's car and home. Amongst the belongings, a pair of shoes, the soles of which were compatible to the print found on the carpet of his 5th victim's house. But they needed a confession.
We certainly hoped that Glover would talk to us. And that following morning he was sitting up in bed, and I recall speaking to him just in a general sense about non-issues, his family and so forth. And then at one point he came out with, you probably noticed the photographs in the paper of the women. They all bear a striking resemblance to my mother-in-law Essie. And that was significant to us because she featured in his suicide note from January. At that point, we believed that this man was taking responsibility, albeit in a brief way, for the murders of these elderly women on the North Shore. He also spoke in this conversation of using a hammer he had at home, of taking that hammer with him and leaving the car, placing the hammer down the front of his trousers, and then using the hammer to attack women from behind. After these murders, he would take that hammer home and use hydrochloric acid, which he kept in the backyard of his premises, to clean all traces of blood and other evidence from it. He was at pains during the course of his interviews to say that there was no sexual component to any of these murders, where Glover used pantyhose to strangle these women. He said he did so in order to make sure that they were dead. What amazed us all during the course of those interviews was the way in which Glover described committing these crimes. They were in such a matter-of-fact, everyday way that he spoke about these brutal slayings that it was extraordinary. It was like he was talking about making breakfast. In fact, during the course of each of the interviews, Glover clearly articulated that he would go to the club and drink beer with the money he'd just robbed from the victims.
After leaving hospital, Glover showed police where he disposed of the belongings of some of his victims. Like his killing field, the spot was not too far from his home.
2 Sydney psychiatrists have given evidence in the Supreme Court, diagnosing so-called granny killer John Glover as mentally ill. The defence is arguing that Glover is not guilty on 6 charges of murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility.
In an interview, the 58-year-old salesman had explained, "It's as if John Glover, the good guy, was watching John Glover, the bad guy. I felt powerless to stop it."
I asked him how he explained it. He said, well, the bad John Glover would come out and do the act, and then the good John Glover would then take over, which was very easily dealt with by saying, well, at what point did the good John Glover come out? Was it before you washed the hammer or afterwards? You see, it was very clumsy.
The jury rejected Glover's insanity plea They found him guilty on all charges. Justice James Woods described Glover as a dangerous man who, if released back into the community, would almost certainly gratify his desire to kill.
Glover was given the maximum sentence for each offence. His file was marked, never to be released.
John Glover knew exactly what he was doing, that he intended to do what he did. He was cunning in how he did it, and I think that I would put him in the category of simply being bad, not mad.
John Wayne Glover had attempted to kill himself while on the outside and again behind bars. 15 years after he was found guilty, he was finally successful.
Sydney serial killer John Wayne Glover has died in prison. The man known as the Granny Killer was found dead today in a shower block at Lithgow Jail. He'd hanged himself. 72-year-old Glover was jailed in 1991 for the murders of 6 elderly women on the North Shore.
No family members attended Glover's funeral. He was buried as he lived, with his demons and secrets.
There are other crimes in Australia that have similarities to the crimes committed by John Glover. I still believe that there are certain aspects of his life and aspects of other crimes that may have been committed that one may never know about.
Amanda Carter and her sister were out on the town celebrating her 22nd birthday. But the cheer would turn to despair when Amanda failed to come home.
The description given was that the driver had a head like a bastard pig.
The hands were raised above her head like that.
This is a real potential suspect. I mean, how many people with red beards would be wandering around Hobart?
Somewhere along the line, he would make a mistake or somebody would give him up.
You prove it. If you think I did it, you charge me.
And if it wasn't Mandy, where did Mandy go?
And he was interviewed as to whether he'd had sexual intercourse, and he said he hadn't.
I remember saying to him, well, you want to get used to it, because there'll be more of these interviews.
I suppose he thought he was a free man.
All these years have gone by, and we perhaps have got our man.
When Amanda Carter disappeared, her killer thought he'd got off scot-free, but he hadn't considered the future. A revolution in forensic science was about to happen, and a team of detectives had a very long memory.
Mr. Carter had reported his daughter missing to the police, and they were concerned about her safety, basically, because it wasn't in her nature to not go home of an evening. They told us Mandy and Debbie had gone out on the Saturday night to celebrate Mandy's birthday, which was on that following Monday, that they were a very close-knit family. Mandy, Debbie and Brenton still lived at home.
Very nice environment for a young girl to grow up in. A very loving, warm family, and normally we wouldn't be that concerned about somebody aged 21 not arriving home, but they assured us that she regularly came home.
We went through her belongings there just to see, for example, if there was any clothing missing, bags missing, bank books missing, which would indicate to us perhaps that she'd run away or wasn't going to come home that night, but there was nothing to indicate that.
So the warning bells rang fairly early in the piece, and it didn't seem to be just a normal missing person.
Immediately, police started to piece together what they could of Amanda's last movements.
Debbie, the sister we spoke to, she told us that they'd been to a number of hotels the night before. They had been enjoying themselves in the evening. They'd had a little bit to drink, and after midnight, when they were down at the Hope and Anchor, Debbie didn't have a very good recollection at all of what she did, who she was with, and where her sister was. A lot of people had talked to her, Mandy Carter, but there was nothing to suggest that she was going to do anything out of the ordinary. Everybody that we spoke to that knew her said that they thought she would go home by taxi, and that was the usual method of getting home.
So we started making inquiries with taxi companies just to ascertain as to who was working that night.
I was driving cab 99 in and around the Hobart area. It was a rather busy night. I told police that I'd seen a figure hunched up in the doorway of the old CML building at around about 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning.
In fact, a number of taxi drivers reported the same sighting.
Nobody could say for sure that was Mandy Carter. A lot of people said it looked like her, and it seemed a logical taxi rank for her to go.
However, the times of the sightings varied between 1:30 and 3:30 a.m.
But about 3 taxi drivers said that they saw a yellow taxi at the front of the cab stand and in the area where this girl was sitting on the steps.
One of the taxi drivers had seen a taxi driver go up to the CML steps and pick up a handbag and throw it into the taxi. This taxi was right in front of him, so he identified that taxi, and it was cab 58.
58's picked up a handbag.
That was obviously an avenue of inquiry we wanted to seriously look at, because Mandy had a handbag with her, so there was a possibility that this handbag belonged to Mandy Carter.
One cab driver even suggested to us that he thought that the girl sitting on the steps actually got into that cab and the cab drove away. Now, if that was the case, we may have Mandy Carter leaving the CML steps, and it was important that we got hold of that taxi driver as soon as possible.
Amanda Carter's 22nd birthday dawned. She had been missing for 24 hours. Police began searching Hobart for any sign of her. They were also on the lookout for a yellow cab, number 58.
The yellow cab was owned by a fellow called Wayne Highland.
I think it was about the only yellow Falcon on the road at the time as a taxi.
And about 5 o'clock, we actually found him out at the airport.
So John Blue and I went out there immediately, found Highland with his cab, and when we opened the boot, we found a handbag in the boot.
He told us that he'd found it at the CML steps on the Saturday night, Sunday morning, and he had intended to hand it into the cab office, which he hadn't done. If she's got Mandy's handbag in the car, well, there's a potential that Mandy was in here as well. So he must know something. We thought this is a real potential suspect.
Amanda Carter had been missing for 48 hours when police found what they believed was her handbag in the boot of a yellow taxi. That taxi was impounded, and the driver, Wayne Highland, was now being questioned.
We spoke to Highland at the police headquarters. He told us that Saturday night, Sunday morning, he'd been at the GPA. He'd spoken to a female there who has been sitting on the steps and asked her if she wanted a cab. She said she didn't, and she was waiting for a friend. He then got back into his cab and drove round to the cab rank in Murray Street outside Myer. He got a fare there out to Windermere. Then he came back into the city, went back to the GPA, and he then said that he went up to the steps again and there found a handbag. This was the handbag that we found in his car. The woman that he'd spoken to on the GPA steps, he wasn't obviously able to identify her as Mandy Carter because he didn't know her, but from the description that we gave him, he said it could have been her.
Was the girl he saw Amanda Carter? And if so, who was she waiting for? More importantly, at this stage, was the bag picked up by the taxi driver that of Amanda's?
We were pretty confident it was going to be Mandy Carter's handbag, but there were no credit cards, no identifying things in the handbag at all, but it was very similar to the handbag that had been described as being Amanda Carter's handbag.
So we went down to Taroona and spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Carter and Debbie, showed them the handbag. And to our bewilderment and astonishment, they said, no, it wasn't her handbag.
And they were quite adamant about it. And we said, well, we think it is. And they said, no, sorry, it's not her handbag. And we know her handbag, and that's not it. So straight away, we gave a lot of media, and we said, here's a handbag, we want to know whose it is.
Detectives have interviewed the taxi driver who found the handbag and who had previously talked to the woman, asking her if she needed a cab. The woman is of similar appearance to Mandy Carter, and police urgently want to talk with her.
We looked at different scenarios. One possible scenario was that she'd picked up the wrong handbag when she left the Hope and Anchor, and that somebody else had Mandy's handbag. But if that was the case, nobody came forward with Mandy's handbag. Another scenario was that Mandy Carter wasn't on the CML steps at all, and that it was some other female, and who was she? And if it wasn't Mandy, where did Mandy go after she left the Hope and Anchor?
Luckily, Amanda's sister Debbie started to recall events of that night at the hotel.
Debbie was able to recall that she and Amanda departed from the Hope and Anchor Hotel the early hours of the 27th in company with two male companions. They accompanied these two unknown men up Macquarie Street. We think that they walked separately, Mandy walking with one male and Debbie walking with the other male. She believed that when they reached the mall area, they parted, and she assumed that Amanda was going to the taxi rank to catch a taxi en route home.
So it was absolutely essential we identify these two men, because it may well have been that Mandy had gone with this man and that he was the person responsible for her disappearance.
We had various descriptions, but in essence they were people that were in their 20s, and one was described as a man with a beard.
We were very lucky in some sense because one of the guys had a bright red beard. You know, basically we plastered the media with calls of help to try and get these guys.
As far as we knew, she may well have gone with them, and she may not have been on the taxi stand at all, or she may have been on the taxi stand and then decided to leave with one of those two fellows, and she may be still with them.
This could well have been the person the taxi driver had said Amanda had been waiting for.
I'm waiting for someone.
But like the owner of the bag, the bearded man didn't come forward.
Last night, the Hobart Police Headquarters switchboard was jammed with calls immediately after the Attorney-General, Brian Miller, announced on television that the state government had offered a reward of up to $10,000 for information on Miss Carter's whereabouts.
Wild rumours began circulating, with Amanda sighted all over Australia.
We had a report that she may have gone to Cairns with an ex-boyfriend.
There was people saying she was a drug runner.
We had reports that she was at Swansea on the east coast of Tasmania in a log truck.
She'd gone to Queensland with a bikie gang.
We had various clairvoyants ringing up and saying, well, we can tell you where she is, and all these ridiculous propositions that one way or another you've probably got to follow up, because you've got to be in a position to say, yes, that's been followed up and we're satisfied there's nothing in it.
For Mandy's father, Don Carter, the past week has been desperate.
Anybody who could throw any light or has seen anything that may be a bit unusual, just to come forward and tell the police.
You've got some information for me, have you?
After about 6 days of the investigation, we received an anonymous call at police headquarters to say that 3 well-known criminals had left the state on the Sunday afternoon. She went missing on the early hours of Sunday morning, and that they'd left the state and she'd gone with them. And they had left, and they were due to report on bail conditions on the Monday. And on the Monday they didn't report for bail conditions. We thought that that was a real possibility, that perhaps she'd gone with them, that she may have been abducted.
Amanda Carter had been missing now for over a week. Police had information she may have been abducted by 3 known fugitives who had fled the state.
We received a call from the police in Mackay in North Queensland. And they said, those fellows that absconded bail in Tasmania, we've found them in a stolen car in Mackay and we've got them in custody. I went to Queensland and after interviewing them all, I was quite satisfied that they weren't involved in the disappearance of the girl. They even admitted committing a crime on the Saturday night that she went missing. And in fact, they were terrified that they were looked on as key suspects.
Another lead down, and the police were still no closer to finding Amanda Carter or the two men last seen with her at the Hope and Anchor Tavern.
The two mystery men still kept coming up in our inquiry. We had to try and identify them. We just weren't able to. It was just bizarre that this guy with the bright red beard could have slipped away and nobody knew who he was.
They were crucial because they were probably the last two people to see Mandy and Debbie after they left the Hope and Anchor. We certainly were concerned about it because we thought, well, if they've got nothing to hide, why wouldn't they come forward?
As detectives continued their search for these two main witnesses, or prime suspects, the results from the forensic examination on the yellow taxi were coming in. At the time it was impounded, police believed the brown bag found in its boot had belonged to Amanda Carter.
The taxi was being examined as a missing person case. We were looking for any evidence for Amanda Carter being present in that taxi. I collected a Fanta can on which we were looking for saliva. It was an empty can, so someone had obviously drunk it. And there was a tartan rug which was in the boot, which was taken for looking for human hair fibres or any contact which might lead us to where we were looking for the missing person. On the right-hand side, on one of the mudguard ornaments, there was a small amount of what looked like reed material.
We couldn't find anything to connect Mandy Carter to that particular taxi. But in the middle of the back seat, the forensic people found a stain. And when we asked them what it was, they described it as a seminal stain, suggesting to us that somebody had either masturbated on the back seat or that somebody had had intercourse on the back seat of that taxi.
The scientists basically thought the stain must have been reasonably recent because if it had been a taxi, people would go coming in and out the taxi and it would eventually disappear.
So it needed some sort of explanation.
Hyland was interviewed about that, as to whether he'd had sexual intercourse, and he said he hadn't. And he was even asked us, for example, had he masturbated, and he also said he hadn't.
He said that he was the only one that drove the cab, so chances are that he was the contributor.
So it was important to try and get his blood group in, so we asked him for his blood, and he refused to give it, which he was quite entitled to do, I might add, as well.
The stain and his refusal to give blood rang alarm bells. But his alibi of taking his last passenger to Windermere in the early hours of Sunday morning checked out.
We eventually found the woman and she confirmed that she had been taken home by a taxi driver in a car similar to Highlands and that he fitted the description, and that was consistent. So that took the heat off him a little bit and we had to look at alternatives.
A revised identikit picture was issued by police today, who hope the man may be able to add to Debbie's statements. After more than a week's search, police say they are both frustrated and baffled by the disappearance.
Attention was back on Debbie, Amanda's 19-year-old sister.
Debbie was traumatised. Of course it wasn't her fault, but she did in some degree blame herself. If they had remained together, she would have been safe.
It was really frustrating, the fact that Debbie wasn't able to give us any information, or very limited amount of information.
In desperation, the police asked Debbie to undergo hypnosis.
We had been working really long hours, 17, 18 hours a day, and the hypnotherapist was talking in a very monotone voice.
My recollection is myself and John Blue went to sleep. And but it was worth a try. We didn't achieve a lot, but it was worth a try. And at that stage, we were trying every avenue to try and get a lead. So we thought just a small thing may have helped us in the investigation, but didn't happen.
Then 2 weeks after Amanda disappeared, the police got a breakthrough.
This young fella at Tudda on the west coast of Tasmania picked up a week-old newspaper and saw what he thought looked very much like him as an identikit picture in the paper. Contacted police and he was our man.
It was a major breakthrough when we had the two people come forward and say, "Excuse me, but we are the people that you're looking for." They were Stanley Hibbins and Lester Govett. One had a red beard, so they were quite sure that they were the people.
Both men had left Hobart on the Sunday and had claimed to have no knowledge of Amanda's disappearance.
But they recalled everything that occurred and they said, yes, we went to the Hope and Anchor. We met Mandy Carter and her sister Debbie, and we talked to them at the Hope and Anchor, and afterwards we left with them, and they said they put the time at about 2:30. They said they walked up Macquarie Street. Lester Govett said that he was with Debbie.
Oh, look, it's an
Stanley Hibbins said he was with Mandy. Stanley Hibbins decided to make a phone call home to his parents in Victoria.
Yeah, no, it's me.
So he leaves Mandy to make the phone call, and he's talking to his mum for perhaps about 15 minutes, he says. When he goes back, Mandy had gone.
Is he all right? Yeah, good.
We actually went to Victoria and spoke to his parents, and they verified that they received the call in the early hours of the morning. Govett took it a step further because he said prior to leaving the GPO, he actually had a conversation with Mandy. He yelled out to her across the road, and at that stage she was intending to catch a taxi home.
Yeah, I'm fine, I've got money.
All right then, we'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Bye.
That gelled pretty well with what we knew. Virtually said to us that the female on the CML steps opposite the GPO was in all probability Mandy Carter. So we had a time and we had an intention, and I think after that, that directed our investigations in a certain way, and that way was along the lines of what we first thought, that she probably got in a taxi.
Amanda Carter had been celebrating her 22nd birthday. At approximately 3 a.m, she separated from her sister and the two men she had been celebrating with to catch a taxi home. Numerous cab drivers had seen a woman matching her description near the taxi rank. Some believed she had got into the taxi owned by Wayne Highland.
We were aware that Highland had previous convictions for assault and stealings and burglaries, but nothing of a serious nature.
He was basically what I would call a small-time crook, a bit of a sleaze bag. Arrogant, I would call his attitude, an arrogant attitude, and fairly cocky.
But the police had nothing to link Highland to Amanda's disappearance, except a suspicious stain on the back seat of the cab that was now providing some new information.
There's a possibility that stain on the back seat of the taxi was just from an act of masturbation, and all you would find would be sperm, but there was a female component. And when you see that, you know you've got a compound stain.
The forensic people thought that there were two separate blood groupings in that particular stain. The contributors were a male and a female, so that we deduced from that, and we thought it was reasonable that probably a male and female had intercourse on the back seat of that taxi.
But at the time we took the samples from the taxi, we didn't have a sample from Amanda, we didn't have a body or anything, so basically there was nothing to do a comparison with.
Wayne Highland had already refused to give a sample of his blood for comparison testing. But the detectives decided to question him again in what they described as a robust interview.
Over a period of 4 or 5 hours, he was interrogated, he was interviewed, he was spoken to, he's conferred with. All manner and means in relation to information was put to him. He emphatically denied any knowledge of Amanda's whereabouts.
He was adamant that he hadn't picked up Mandy Carter. He was adamant that he never had her in his taxi. He still couldn't explain the stain on the back seat.
How did the seminal stains appear on the rear seat of your vehicle, be it a taxi or a private vehicle? And he says, I've got no idea. Who did you lend the vehicle to? Has anyone else been in possession of the vehicle? All those type of questions. He had the opportunity to say, yes, I loaned it to a guy, I can't remember his name, he's a mate, he wanted to borrow it for a couple, but he didn't say that. He answered every question, gave an answer, but I had no doubt that he was telling lies, but we couldn't move him.
He admitted what he had to admit to us. He didn't volunteer any extra information other than what he thought we knew.
I was just convinced, I had that gut feeling that he was responsible for the disappearance of Amanda Carter.
Police closely looked at Hyland's movements from the time he had taken the fare to Windermere and then picked up the brown bag at the steps where Amanda Carter had been seen.
He said after that was when he finished duty, he had filled up his cab and then went to sleep at Windermere Beach.
But there were no witnesses to his sleeping arrangements that night. But he had been seen at the petrol station.
Two other taxi drivers saw Gerald Wayne Hyland, the cab driver, known as Wayne Hyland or Fatty Wayne, at the service station, and he appeared quite nervous and jumpy, and they asked him what was wrong. And at one stage he told another taxi driver to piss off.
Piss off!
This was about 3:30 a.m. and the station was only minutes from where Amanda Carter had last been seen at the taxi rank.
He was very much a very, very strong suspect.
Then on the 11th of September, late in the afternoon, I received a call to say that there had been a body found. It was a body of a young female, and it was strongly suspected that it may have been Mandy Carter.
The body was found here very late yesterday by a trout fisherman along the end of a dead-end road, Riverside Drive, which runs along the Derwent River. It's near Bridgewater, about 20 kilometres from the GPO where Mandy Carter was last seen alive 45 days ago. The position of the body was face down, and the area indicates that it would have been impossible for the body to have floated down the river. In other words, it's almost certain that she was dumped here.
At that stage, the tide was out and she was basically on a reasonably dry area. The hands were raised above her head like that, as if someone had actually pulled her along.
The body was partly undressed, which indicated perhaps to us that something had actually occurred sexually.
And at first light today, forensic scientists began their detailed examination. Police had to wait until the high tide before lifting the body out.
The body was taken up by the mortuary ambulance and conveyed to the mortuary of the Royal Hobart Hospital. When it was there, one of the family friends came in and did the identification, said, yes, this is the body of Amanda Carter.
We got a pathologist's report not long after that, and there was damage to the mouth, suggesting that somebody had punched Mandy in the mouth, and that probably rendered her unconscious, and an attempt had been made to strangle her.
But strangulation was not the cause of death. Amanda Carter had drowned. As she breathed in the waters of the Derwent River, tiny organisms called diatoms were also inhaled, and these were found in her internal organs at the autopsy. Was her drowning an accident or murder?
It seemed to me that there was a distinct possibility that her head had been forcefully held underwater because of the position of her hands.
But who had dragged her into that spot? As a routine, vaginal swabs were taken.
On examination of the slides, we found semen present. The most heaviest concentration was in the high vaginal area, and that's not surprising because she was face down with the tide coming in and out. The high vaginal area was protected from the water by the air pockets, and that's why we found some reasonable evidence.
But at this point in forensic technology, there wasn't enough sperm in the sample to do any testing, and they still didn't have blood from their main suspect to compare. So for now, detectives would have to rely on old-fashioned footwork to find the evidence they needed to put Wayne Hyland at the crime scene.
As to anybody that they see in this area here, any cars I've seen going in there, any fishermen that they know do come here a lot, because it's a fair bet, because whoever dumped her here has got to know the area. We spoke to all the local people as to vehicles that were going up and down Riverside Drive, and we had a number of reports of cars in the area. We had some reports of taxis.
There was one report that a cab had been seen along there, and the description given by the person was that the driver had a head like a bastard pig, which I think fitted Highland quite well.
When Mandy Carter was last seen alive after going to a disco on July the 27th, she told friends she was going to take a taxi home.
Well, we at least know now in which direction the offender has taken her. There doesn't seem to be any doubt that she's been driven to this area.
We also did a lot of work with Highland's car, with the dirt that was found under the mudguard, and the best we could do was that it was similar to some of the red dirt that was up in that particular area, but unfortunately they couldn't say it is the same. And the grass was similar to some of the grasses that were in the general Bridgewater area, so we couldn't definitively say, yes, that grass or that dirt came from that area just north of Riverside Drive. It was frustrating because we were very keen on solving this through forensic science. We thought that forensics could tell us something. We thought that we would get something from that crime scene that would link us to Highland, but we didn't. The best we did from the crime scene was some of the witnesses that said that they saw a cab coming and going and a description of a person in a cab that generally fitted Highland.
So once again, police questioned him. But this time, they took him out to the crime scene.
He agreed to do this. He was very pleasant. The idea of taking him at night was to obviously catch him off guard.
We spoke to him there, and he, at that stage, said yes, he had been there.
He said, yes, I've been here quite often fishing, drove the taxi in this area, and, well, you've got to accept that because it's an area where you would go fishing and an area where you'd drive your taxi.
But he was adamant that he hadn't gone up there on the night in question, that he hadn't taken Mandy Carter, and I can't tell you any more about it than what I've told you the last 2 or 3 times you've interviewed me. We had a circumstantial case and I knew it, and I suspect that he knew it, and he wasn't giving too much away.
He didn't move. You prove it. If you think I did it, charge me.
He then claimed he was being harassed. I suppose to some extent he was, but I don't call it a harassment. It was an investigation and had to continue.
And I remember saying to him, well, you want to get used to it because there'll be more of these interviews. Because we made it quite clear to him that we had no doubt in our mind and in the minds of all the other detectives that he was responsible for the death of Amanda Carter.
8 months on, the inquest into Amanda's death was underway, with most of the attention focusing on the seminal stain in the back seat of the taxi.
The swab from the back seat of the taxi showed both Group A and Group B, but it was very difficult to allocate whether the female component was A and the male component was B, or whether the female component was B and the male component was A.
Blood from Amanda's body had been classified as Group A, but the red cells were broken down and the result was suspect.
To confirm that the sample result that we got from Amanda Carter was a true A, we then examined the blood from the family. We established within a reasonable probability that her blood group type was A.
So the A component on the back seat of the taxi could have been Amanda's. But was Wayne Highland's blood Group B?
Now, the problem we'd had all along was that Highland had refused to give us a sample of his blood. So we devised a bit of a plan after talking to John Presser, who said that he could get blood groupings from cigarette butts, saliva in cigarette butts.
I gave him a cigarette out of my own packet and watched what he did with the stub. And I got hold of the finished cigarette and put it into an exhibit bag, and from that, forensic people were able to determine his blood grouping from his saliva.
The conclusion was that his blood grouping was the same as one of the blood groupings that was in the seminal stain.
But that evidence was not available to the court. At the end of the proceedings, all that could be noted was that a female with blood group A had intercourse in that taxi. It didn't exclude Amanda, but it wasn't 100%.
I couldn't determine to the satisfaction of the magistrate that Amanda Carter had actually been in that taxi.
The coroner gave an open finding that the 22-year-old's death was by drowning caused by persons unknown.
So we basically put the evidence in the deep freeze and sat on it until we could find some better way of working out what the evidence could tell us.
Oh, we were somewhat despondent, I suppose. We hadn't solved the case. We all knew the family quite well. We'd constantly said to them, we'll solve this case. We think we know who did it and we'll solve it. But of course, at this point in time, we hadn't solved anything.
But in 12 years' time, things would be different, and Lupo Prinz and his antagonist would meet again. After a night out on the town, celebrating her birthday, Amanda Carter never made it home. 6 weeks later, her body was found dumped on the banks of the Derwent River. Police were convinced that Wayne Highland was responsible for her death. The stain on the back seat of his taxi indicated that Amanda might have been there, but it wasn't definitive.
We always worked on the theory that perhaps one day we would be able to analyse that material and it might tell us a lot more than 2 blood groupings, which is what it was telling us in 1980. And we were hoping that somewhere along the line, Wayne Highland would make a mistake or somebody would give him up or something would happen.
That wish came true. 13 years after Amanda disappeared, there was a revolution in forensic science.
We became aware of something called DNA that had been applied in criminal cases in the UK, which was able to tell you a lot more than blood groupings. It was like a genetic fingerprint. That was very exciting for us because we thought that there may be a possibility it could yield a profile of possibly the people who were contributors to the seminal stain that we had.
Swabs from that stain and Amanda Carter's blood were now taken out of the deep freeze and sent to a scientist in Melbourne for testing. Could this cold case now be solved?
He got a result from the swab from the backseat of the taxi that showed that Amanda Carter contributed to that stain. And the probability that it is her is 1 in 140,000.
It meant that statistically speaking, there was a strong probability that her DNA was in the seminal stain. In other words, he was virtually putting her in the taxi.
This was really exciting stuff. I mean, you know, all these years have gone by, and we perhaps have got our man.
It was time to catch up with their favourite suspect, now living in Melbourne. He thought the local detectives brought him in to discuss some issues connected with a bogus charity scam he was involved in. Then Lupo Prinz entered the room.
He saw us and his face went quite grey, actually, and he was shaking and I said, "Remember me?" As you're aware, I'm Superintendent Prinz. This is Detective Inspector Blue.
Been promoted, thanks.
I have been promoted, yeah, a few times actually. And, after that, we exchanged pleasantries, I suppose you could say, and we put all the allegations to him once again. Could you have had intercourse with somebody on the back seat of that taxi?
On that day, I've no idea.
About that time?
No, I don't remember.
Have you ever masturbated in the back seat of your taxi? The taxi that you had in 1980?
I don't recall.
Could you have done?
Possibly, I don't know. It's a long time ago, I've got no idea.
No, but I mean, you would know. I mean, I think most people would know whether they've masturbated in the car or not.
Oh, I really can't remember.
Did you assault Amanda Carter?
No, I didn't.
Did you kill Amanda Carter?
No, I didn't.
The forensic evidence was then put forward.
Forensic tests indicate that the stain contained a mixture of both sperm and vaginal fluid. Those tests indicate also that part of the stain is consistent with what we call the DNA profile of Amanda Carter. Can you offer any explanation for that?
No, I can't.
Are you quite sure that on no occasion that you had sex with Amanda Carter on the back seat of your taxi?
Positive.
Would you be prepared to provide a sample of your blood for scientific analysis?
I had the same question 10 years ago and I was told not to give it then, so I don't see why I should now. I don't know. I'd have to see a lawyer before I do anything about it.
Is there anything else, Mr. Holland, that you want to say about this particular investigation?
I've just about had enough of it. You haven't let up on me. As I said then, you hounded me. Looks like you're going to do it again. I had nothing to do with her going missing or a disappearance or a death or anything else. I understand the position you're in too, but I don't know why you've got to pick on me.
I think he was conscious then that the investigation was ongoing. I suppose he thought after going to 2 different states and 13 years down the track, he was a free man. He thought that the police wouldn't chase him anymore and he'd got far enough away, but the fact is he hadn't. At the end of the day, we charged him and we extradited him back to Tasmania. I rang Don Carter and I told him that the family were very relieved that finally, after all those years, that he'd been charged.
Once arrested, police finally had the authority to take a sample of Wayne Highland's blood. And there was no surprise. His DNA fingerprint was clearly seen in the compound stain from the back seat of his taxi.
Gerald Wayne Highland has pleaded not guilty to the murder of Amanda Carter on or about July 27, 1980. Crown Prosecutor Damien Bugg told the jury his case would involve evidence based on DNA testing far advanced to the forensic tests available at the time of the original investigations.
The trial proper began this week, but today it took an unexpected twist.
About 3 days into the trial, Damien Bugg rang me at home. I think his words were, "You've got him, mate, you finally got him." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Look, this is the situation. They've approached me and they're offering to plead guilty to manslaughter."
The murder charge was then read out again, and after hearing it, Highland said, "I'm not guilty of murder, but I am guilty of manslaughter." The Director of Public Prosecutions, Damien Bugg, told the court Highland tried to undress Miss Carter in the back of his taxi while she was dozing off.
The facts for the prosecution were that Highland had been working that night in his cab, that he'd gone to the CML cab stand. Amanda Carter was on the steps, that she probably got in the taxi and fell asleep. He got out of the taxi and picked up the handbag that was still sitting there where she was. He drove to North Hobart, and that's when he was seen by the other taxi drivers at the service station in North Hobart.
Piss off!
He then continued on out to Bridgewater, and he went to Riverside Drive. He then had sexual intercourse with her against her will. In other words, she was raped on the back seat of that taxi. After he committed the crime, he then tried to strangle Amanda Carter and may well have held her head underwater. And as a result of his acts, she died of drowning. And they pleaded guilty of those facts.
Wayne Highland was sentenced to 6 years for rape and 10 years for manslaughter.
A detective, when he becomes involved in a case which is so very personal as this one was, it becomes a part of you. And it was extremely satisfying that we had our man.
I've only spoken briefly to Mrs. Carter. Obviously, she's very relieved. She indicated she didn't want to speak to the media, but I'm sure the family are greatly relieved now that's all over and done with. Tragically, Don Carter died just before the trial, and he never got to know that Highland was convicted of the crime, so that was very sad. But for those of us that were there and were still working, it was a very satisfying result because we felt we'd honoured our commitment to the family.
But in 2001, 8 years into his 16-year sentence for the rape and manslaughter of 22-year-old Amanda Carter, Gerald Wayne Hyland was granted parole.
Basically 8 years for a person's life is very poor in the sense of punishment. He's still wandering around right now. Mandy Carter's not.
A 34-year-old man has been missing for only a few hours, but his family are immediately concerned. Their fears escalated when his car is found abandoned, suburbs away from his home.
We found about half a kilo of cannabis.
9 spent .22 calibre cartridges were located.
I did hear the F word being said quite a few times.
I just thought it was a domestic dispute between next door neighbour and his wife.
He actually had socks on his hands.
They were trying to stop him providing information to police.
We had a large number of suspects.
He said that he'd had a gun held to his head.
It was an indication that if he didn't cooperate, he could in turn end up dead himself.
And the only way out of the corner was to tell us the truth.
When a devoted father of 2 children went missing, police would rely, as they so often do, on the public to help solve the mystery. An addicted crime show viewer and a team of forensic specialists would find the answers to what was the most treacherous of murders.
Danny Wasley's wife came forward and reported him missing on the Tuesday. He came from a close-knit family from a local area, and his family were very, very concerned about where he may be. Danny's wife saw Danny with his best friend on that Monday morning, and they were on their way back from a local motorcycle shop. And arrangements were made for Danny to pick up one of their children after school from Danny's father's home.
The fact that he hadn't picked up his son from school, when he'd spoken to his wife that Monday that he definitely would pick up his son, was out of character for Danny, and an indication that he had gone missing rather than just stayed out for the night. During the night, the family drove around a number of areas and actually came across Danny Wasley's motor vehicle down in the shopping centre car park at Warners Bay.
As police cordoned off the area surrounding Danny's car, they also inspected another vehicle registered to a man who had also been reported missing on the same day.
It was known at that stage that Mark Banks was due to appear in court on the Wednesday, following this missing persons report on the Tuesday. Banks was up for sentence for some 18.5 kilograms of cannabis. There was no indication through the family that he'd skip bail.
He had a partner with a small child that we knew that he had concerns for, and part of the reason why he wanted to get out of the drug scene was that he wanted to provide for this child. He knew that he may be going to jail for a certain period of time because of his involvement in drugs, but he wanted to get out and clean himself up, so to speak.
As a result of the cars being found down in Warners Bay car park, we conducted a search of the surrounding area. We spoke to numerous shopkeepers and looked at CCTV footage that may assist us in tracking down their last movements. At that stage, when they reported missing, there was no link to us between the 2 people.
But no one recalled the pair, and neither appeared on the security vision inside the centre.
The CCTV footage did not show the car park, and as a result, we were unable to get the movements of Banks and Wasley in the car park at that time.
Police hoped the 2 vehicles themselves might provide some leads.
At the time the vehicles were found, they were unlocked. There were no keys in either vehicle. So fingerprint examinations were conducted on both the vehicles, and we were looking for things obvious like biological evidence such as blood, or any damage to the vehicles, or indication that there had been any signs of a struggle within the vehicles.
But there were no signs of blood in or around the 2 cars. But there was one very important and surprising discovery.
In a plastic bag secreted behind the driver's seat was located a sum of money, $4,960 in cash.
We dug a bit deeper and we went back and we spoke to the families, and they confirmed that Wasley was associated with Banks through the supply of large amounts of cannabis in the Newcastle area.
Because of Danny Wasley's prior good character and reputation, he had a loving wife, young children, lived in a nice house and didn't have any criminal history. It appeared to us that it wasn't something that he was involved in for many years. Whether it was a new enterprise that he'd gone into, that was something we looked at, and if he had only gone into it, whether he wasn't quite wise to the dealings of some people in that sort of activity.
It certainly made us more suspicious that this inquiry was going to be more than a missing persons report. Supplying those large amounts certainly brings a great risk to people involved in that drug trade, and that we needed to act quickly and look at interviewing a number of people in relation to their whereabouts as soon as possible.
But by doing that very thing, the police would cause another crime to be committed. Police were currently interviewing all the relevant family and friends of missing men, Mark Banks and Danny Wasley.
Everyone that had come up in our inquiry over the first day or two, we wanted them interviewed as quickly as possible to establish primarily the last movements of Wasley and Banks.
One of those people was Kevin Naismith, who had been with Danny on the morning he disappeared. His information was critical and needed to be put to tape.
You agree that we spoke earlier this afternoon at your house and we asked you to come back here for official purposes, put this on record. All right, so look, will you tell me what you know now about the person Danny Wasley and how he fits into the person Mark Banks?
Yeah, as we spoke of earlier, I'm going to probably give some information that I might even get myself into trouble, but it's a serious nature and I've got to do it. So I've known Danny Wasley since I was 5 years old. We've been best of mates. That's been 25 years. Never had any falling out. Been more like brothers. Mark Banks, I've met Mark Banks on 2 occasions, and they have been in the last 6 months. How they tie in together, it's through marijuana, the selling of quantities of marijuana. I started selling some marijuana before Christmas, so it was Christmas, just December '98. Danny recommended I could make some good money, so we did it. Any quantities I've bought have always been through Danny Wasley, who has taken my money and met with Mark Banks. Never been any problems, never been any hiccups. Yet again, like I said, this could get me into trouble, but I've been selling on average about £2 of marijuana each week.
Because of the amounts and the quantities of drugs that they were supplying, they weren't your normal street-level dealers. You'd probably refer to them as a mid-level dealer, and then they in turn sell to other people who supply street dealers.
Now, to present day, Monday, Danny come around my place at 10 a.m. Talk briefly, just about everyday things.
Kevin told us that they had been together, but Danny left him around midday that day to meet Mark Banks to do a drug transaction.
So I gave Danny $10,800 in cash, which was for £3 for myself. And Danny told me that he'd come and see me later on in the afternoon or evening. And I didn't hear from Danny at all, but I wasn't too concerned. Danny's a bit like me, pretty unreliable. I didn't become concerned until Danny's wife rang me at I think about 11 p.m. Monday night, 16th of August, and she had heard or no sign of Danny.
Did Danny indicate where the meeting location was going to be?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So Danny expressed to you fears that he owed money around the town, as they say, or he owed a fair bit of money, and he needed to get some sort of big deal going to pay him off.
Yes, yes, yes.
What do you think's happened to Danny?
I don't know. don't know. I'm hoping they've just done something stupid and just taken off for a few days and they'll be back any day now. But to the same extent, it's a dangerous business and I don't even want to think about it.
The information given by Danny's best friend was confirmation that the two men may have met with foul play as a result of a drug deal gone wrong. Then, an incident, only a few hours after Kevin Naismith had spoken with police, suggested they were not the only targets.
Two days after the two men went missing, a large garage fire occurred at a residence in Charlestown. The garage was owned by Kevin Naismith. When police first turned up to the garage fire, Kevin Naismith handed them a note which actually had the words, "Be warned, you're next," written on the note.
I was told there was a fire in the garage, and my job there is to ascertain the cause and origin of the fire. During my examination, Kevin Naismith arrived at the premises and I had a conversation with him. He was visibly upset to a stage of even crying, and he was very worried about his family and his friends. He told me that he woke to some crackling noises and he looked out to see fire within the garage. The garage had a main area at the front, which took the whole width of the double garage, and at the back there was a toy room, and on the other side was a storeroom. In the doorway between the main area of the garage and the toy room, I located a blanket on the ground after removing gyprock that had been on top of it. This blanket had an odour of petrol, and it was laid out lengthways, which looked like a wick to lead the fire from one area to the other. There was a number of different areas on the concrete that had suffered spalling. Spalling is the cracking or crumbling of concrete due to the rapid heating of the moisture within that concrete, and suggested that liquid acetylene had been either splashed or poured around the floor of the garage.
3 5-litre petrol containers nearby added to the picture. The fire at Kevin Naismith's place was deliberate.
Our thoughts were maybe there are other people out there who have had involvement in the disappearance of Danny Wasley, the disappearance of Mark Banks, and that they were trying to threaten Kevin Naismith to stop him providing information to police on the pretence that he could be the next person that may disappear.
2 men were missing, presumed dead. It was believed Mark Banks and Danny Wasley were meeting to do a drug deal. And the best mate of one of them, who had spoken with police, now had been threatened and his garage burnt near to the ground.
When Kevin Naismith was spoken to on the morning of the fire, he told one of the investigators that there were some men that Danny Wasley and Mark Banks had gone to meet, and that they may have been behind the disappearance of Danny and Mark. But he didn't elaborate any further, whether it was because he didn't know who they were, whether it was because he was scared as a result of the fire and as a result of the letter that had been left. But with his best friend of many years having disappeared, if he had have had some information which could have identified those people, I would have liked to have thought that he would have provided that information to police.
So the next step for the detectives was to go public, and it drew an immediate response.
The witnesses saw a man matching Danny Wasley's description walk down the driveway and enter their neighbour's garage. They saw their neighbour enter the garage and they could see to about chest height. They heard the sounds of an argument. They then saw their neighbour come out of the garage. He went inside his home and then he returned to the garage, and this time he was wearing different clothing. And what was also significant was at this stage he was in company with another person that they had seen at his home on prior occasions.
So we conducted numerous inquiries with other residents.
At that time, I was a cab driver and I used to come home for lunch. and I was just sitting there having my lunch and waiting for a job. And all of a sudden I heard this very, very deep male voice, obviously angry, then a very, very high-pitched voice. My wife eventually came to the window and sort of looked at me inquiringly, and I just shrugged my shoulders, you know, and about that stage, I'd say that started again.
I didn't really know what the argument was about, or I couldn't really hear what the argument was about, but I did hear the F word being said quite a few times. And then I could hear banging, like somebody's been thrown against the roller door, and I think I heard it 3 times, the banging.
I just thought it was a domestic dispute between next-door neighbour and his wife.
However, the neighbours who had originally responded to the public appeal were sure that what they'd heard was more than a domestic dispute.
The witnesses are only a matter of metres away from the garage in their house when this was occurring.
They heard further noises which they describe as crying or a male pleading for his life, and words to the effect of, "I didn't do it, please Kev, don't do it." About 30 minutes later, the witnesses saw a person get out of a blue Hyundai Elantra sports wagon and go inside their neighbour's house. Now, those witnesses were able to identify the driver of that vehicle as being Mark Banks. And they never saw Danny or Mark leave their neighbour's home again. Well, the neighbour was Kevin Naismith, and he was Danny Wasley's best friend.
It appeared Kevin Naismith had killed his mate of 25 years as well as Mark Banks, and it seemed as if he had help.
Not only have we had Kevin Naismith at the house, but we've got this unknown second male person at the house as well.
The neighbours had seen this man drive off in both Danny and Mark's cars in the later part of the afternoon.
The male had gone for about 15 minutes at each time. And what was unusual to the witnesses was that on each occasion he wore totally separate clothes. On one occasion, he actually had socks on his hands. And it was as if this person had never driven a manual before, it actually hopped up the road. So for us straight away, we knew that this unknown person had never been in those cars.
Later in the evening of the Monday, the witnesses told police that they saw Kevin Naismith going into the garage carrying what appeared to be a blue tarpaulin. He stayed in there for some time. And the man they had seen earlier that afternoon wearing the baseball cap, he was back at Naismith's house. The witnesses had seen that person at Kevin's on other occasions, driving a gold-coloured Commodore. And from our inquiries, we were able to identify the other male as being Alan Faulkner.
Are you Kevin Naismith?
Sure am.
Yeah. Kevin, I have a search warrant here
Yes,
to
sir.
Search your premises. Now, I'll show you the warrant. You have a light here?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah. Now, the things we're searching for are in connection with the offence of murder.
Shit.
And for supplying a prohibited drug.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yeah, go for it.
Just one quick question. Kevin, do you have any firearms in the house at all?
No.
Right.
No.
Okay, thanks.
No.
At the exact same time as Kevin Naismith's place was raided, a similar visit was taking place with Alan Faulkner.
Detective Dengate coming too, please.
I was given the prime responsibility of investigating Alan Faulkner.
I've just found this bag underneath this bed containing a number of Glad plastic bags, green vegetable matter in.
We found about half a kilo of cannabis.
Without touching any further, appears to be 10.
You're under arrest in relation to the possession of cannabis. Do you understand that?
Yep.
How did you get this cannabis?
I drilled it months ago, about 2 months ago.
Who off?
I can't
see that.
Can't I won't?
Won't.
We also found a number of .22 rounds of ammunition, as well as clothing that Faulkner is alleged to be wearing at the time that he was at Naismith's house.
I'm informing you now that you are now under arrest for their murders. You're not obliged to say anything further unless you wish. Anything you do say...
Why is that, sir?
Well, just a moment, if you don't mind. Now, you're not obliged to say anything unless you wish. Anything you do say will be recorded and may later be used in evidence. Now, do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't understand why, but...
Kevin Naismith had been best friends with Danny Worsley since kindergarten. Now, he had been arrested for his murder.
Can I contact my solicitor?
Oh, certainly, by all means.
Can you give me a bit of insight? Why?
Oh, well, once we get back to Charlestown, I'll explain everything to you. All right?
What a jerk. Best friends with the bloke for 25 years and they're accused of this shit.
Kevin Naismith made a comment that, you know, that Danny was his best mate and now he's getting arrested for his murder. He didn't believe it.
Alan Faulkner had also been arrested at the exact same time. The two men taken to separate police stations for questioning.
The strategy involving interviewing each person separately was that they weren't aware of the information we had at that stage, which had been provided by the witnesses. And they hadn't had the opportunity to talk or come up with a story which may rebut some of the information that the police had.
So I'll take you back to Monday of last week, the 16th of August. Did you see Alan Faulkner on that day?
Yeah, after... Jeez. No, I didn't see her on Monday. Tuesday I seen her.
Right.
Tuesday.
I did go up to Kevin's that day. I think it was roughly around, I would have been around 3 to 3:30, so I went up to his place. I was only up there for about 10-15 minutes and I left.
So you never saw Alan Faulkner at any time?
Not on Monday.
Last Monday?
No.
Okay. You certain of that?
I'm pretty certain. I'm head spinning around in circles.
Yeah.
Move on if I can recall. I'll come back to it.
Right.
Firstly, we asked Kevin to recount his version of events and when was the last time he saw Danny and what he had subsequently done from that date.
I think we just had a glass of Coke and he said, "You'll have to give me your money. I've got to change of plans. I've got to go get it."
Right.
I didn't say much at all. I give him $10,800 and somewhere around 2 o'clock he left.
Right, somewhere around 2.
Once he'd done that, then we were able to put to him certain aspects of evidence that we'd been provided from those witnesses.
And we've been informed that a person who we believe was Danny Worsley was seen walking to the garage at the back of your home.
Yes, sir.
I've been informed that there was some swearing and that this person who we believe was Danny Worsley say a number of times, "I didn't do it." Do you understand that?
Yes.
I've been informed that there was another pause in the scuffling and then the person who we again believe was Danny Worsley say, "Don't do it, Kev, please." Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I've been then informed that there was 6 sounds consistent with something hitting something else. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
About a half an hour later, a male person who we believe was Mark Banks was then seen to approach the front door of your house. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Yeah, so I understand. Somebody's got it in for me, I'll tell you.
All right.
The neighbours were considered to be very credible witnesses. They had nothing personally to gain from providing the information to police.
Because what they heard and what they saw was so out of the ordinary, they decided to commit that to paper.
And they told police that they had seen on the Blue Heelers TV show other witnesses making notes, and they believed that that is the best way that they could record and remember what they did.
For us investigators, having someone recount from their own written notes what they heard and what they saw on that particular day at that particular time was excellent evidence.
But while it appeared an open and shut case in that respect, the defence team could easily argue that all they heard was simply a fight. So the detectives desperately needed to find evidence in the house and garage to back up their written story.
We were quite confident that Danny Wasley had been killed in the garage, so therefore a significant part of the search was trying to discover forensic evidence to confirm that Danny Wasley had in fact been killed there.
2 .22 calibre cartridge casings were found in the garage area, one on the lounge and one on the floor area towards the rear of the garage. We then identified 5 small holes in the rear fibro wall of the garage. Directly behind, over his rear fence and into the area of bushland, a large tree was identified and one lead projectile was removed from the trunk of that tree. Its size and appearance tended to corroborate the fact that we'd found .22 calibre cartridge cases in the garage area. It's a Frost brand safe on the top shelf. In the main bedroom, there was a small unlocked safe and consisted of 2 bullets, one that had been fired and one that remained unfired. Appears to be a .22 calibre Super X fired cartridge case.
That was significant to the investigation because Kevin Naismith had told police that he didn't own any firearms at all, so there was an inconsistency there. Why would he have bullets if he didn't own firearms?
There was a blue plastic bag towards the rear of the lounge room. When we moved that plastic bag, there was a single droplet on one of the slate tiles. The red droplet had the appearance of blood.
And a specialist forensic van, which was like a mobile crime scene lab, was actually taken to Kevin Naismith's house. So any evidence that was found was taken straight to that van and it was analysed on the site as best it could be. And later we were able to identify that blood as being Mark Banks's blood.
At this stage of the investigation, it appeared that Mark Banks and Danny Wasley had been shot. The task now was to find their bodies, and with Naismith denying any involvement.
Basically, it's all lies. All lies. Big time. Shit.
It was time to turn up the heat on Alan Faulkner.
A person fitting your description is seen to stall that car a number of times as it's going up Whitburn Close. What do you care to say about that?
Must be a lot of people like me around, because I can assure you it wasn't me.
On the very night that relatives had found Danny Wasley's car abandoned in a car park, neighbours of Kevin Naismith's had seen him and Alan Faulkner enter his garage with a tarpaulin.
Now, a person fitting your description was seen that night about 9 p.m. at the front of Kevin's garage with Kevin Naismith. What do you say about that?
You know, because you missed that.
Sorry?
I was at home.
Sure, that's what you're saying. But you deny this?
Yeah.
The person was seen to drag a tarp into the garage and then the garage roller doors shut. Did you drag a tarp into that garage?
No.
So you're basically saying you weren't there that night at all?
Yeah, I weren't there that night at all.
Sometime later in the evening, the neighbours saw a trailer being backed up to the garage. And the next day, the trailer and Kevin Naismith were gone. Kevin was now being asked about his movements that following day.
We were told by Kevin during the interview that himself and Faulkner went to the Williamtown area to do some work at a sand mine, and that they'd stayed up there for the Tuesday and returned home later that day.
Who's your employer up there?
Bruce, I can't remember his last name. That was just a cash in hand work, and I declined to answer any questions in that relation for fear of getting him into trouble via tax and things like that.
I thought it was bizarre in the fact that he's a man being accused and questioned in relation to 2 murders, and in his own defence he wouldn't nominate the name of a person that he was working for.
And when he was asked about where he got his trailer that he allegedly used at the sand mine, the answer was the same.
And which trailer did you use?
A friend's trailer.
What's your friend's name who you've got the trailer from?
I'd like to decline that question. I don't want to bring any friends involved in all of this.
During the course of the interview, we were advised that a lawyer had turned up at the police station and wanted to speak to Kevin, so the interview was suspended and Kevin was allowed to get legal advice.
Do you wish to make a handwritten statement about this matter?
About that evidence or anything like
yes.
that? No.
All right.
And once he'd received that advice, he didn't want to take part in any further interviews.
Very well.
Alan, on the other hand, was still talking. He was prepared to show police where he and Naismith had worked together that day.
Now, you understand you don't have to, but you're prepared to do that.
I can't say exactly for sure where the exact spot was, but I can give you a rough idea.
So he was taken by myself up to those areas where we met another team of detectives who had spoke to every sand mining company during the afternoon. And these other detectives put it to him, being Faulkner, that there's no way that he could have worked there because of their inquiry with all those companies. So straight away we could prove that what he told us were lies, which meant he was getting backed into a corner all day. And the only way out of the corner was to tell us the truth.
We got to his place, he said to me, can you do me a favour? Can you drive these cars somewhere? I said yes.
Did you ask him why?
I just said to him, why, what's up? He said, oh, something's happened, I just need these cars removed for a while. Something about blokes ripping him off or something and to get back at him or something like that.
What did you say?
I said, oh, righto then.
So you didn't ask him where the bikes are now, or what happened?
No, I
with the
didn't
bikes?
ask no questions. Just go do what he asked me to do and be done with it.
Now tell me exactly what happened in relation to the tarp.
Well, when I got back there, had the trailer there and said, oh, I need a hand lifting a couple of things. I said, yeah, righto. And he opened the shed door and I saw 2 tarps there, long, they were heavy. So we lifted them up, put them in the trailer. There was a little bit of blood on the floor. I naturally assumed it must have been either something human or something else that was bleeding or dead or whatever. And yeah, that's all I basically know about it.
You say you naturally assume something was human. From the size of the tarps,
Yeah.
did you believe that there was a person inside?
Yeah, I had a good thought going through my head that that's what it was inside.
Do you have any knowledge as to where those 2 bodies may be?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
If you did know, or at a later time find out, will you tell police?
Yes, I will.
At the end of the interviews that night, Alan Faulkner was formally charged with accessory to both the murders of Banks and Wasley, as well as a number of drug-related matters. He was bail refused and due to appear before Newcastle Local Court the following morning.
The following morning, Alan Faulkner's conscience, or perhaps fear of going to jail for a considerable amount of time, made him contact police. He wanted to show them where the bodies of Wasley and Banks were buried.
Stockton Beach is some 20-odd kilometres of sand and rolling sand dunes. In some cases, probably up to 50 metres high, and in some areas quite isolated. We arrived at this particular area, and Alan Faulkner indicated an area of sand near the base of a large sand dune. On the surface of it, the area didn't look anything extraordinary. There was a Tui's new bottle top, there was a cigarette butt, and there were bits of what appeared to be burnt timber. So it just appeared as though it may have been a campsite.
But it was much more than a campsite. According to what Faulkner was now telling Detective Dengate, this was a burial ground.
You said he picked me up, we drove up to Stockton Beach. We pulled up over on the beach behind the dune. We dug a hole to fit 2 people in it. After we dug the hole, we put the 2 tarps in it. Agree with that so far? They bury both the bodies on Tuesday morning and then cover it back with sand. met up at the beach on my trike. Later on that evening, he returned. When he returned, he had firewood and some petrol. Do you agree you said that at that stage? Yes.
Tuesday night, Naismith comes back and they burn the bodies during Tuesday night.
The two then go home, and Kevin Naismith is interviewed by police about his missing mate.
Wednesday night they go back up there and they find that one of the bodies isn't quite burnt.
What happened was the bottoms weren't burnt, so he lifted them up and I put wood under them.
So then they actually had to prop the bodies up in the gravesite and reburn them during that night.
Alan Faulkner also told police that he was left at the beach while Naismith returned to his home and deliberately set fire to his own garage.
And from the information from Faulkner, he did that for the sole reason to get the police away from him, and he put the note there to make it look like there was another party involved in the disappearance of Wasley and Banks.
My knowledge, where I was put post around here. That area sort of in there, around where that burnt stuff is.
Police now needed to confirm whether the story Alan Faulkner was giving them was indeed correct.
Police uncovered a grave in Stockton sand dunes yesterday, locating one badly burned body and evidence of a second.
During the early stages of the excavation, we uncovered a section of blue tarpaulin. When we examined that, there was a section of rib cage that was found, as was a section of skull that still had some hair attached to it.
We x-rayed the body inside the tarpaulin, which was subsequently identified as Mr. Banks, and we found one virtually intact bullet in the brain and the fragmented remains of a second bullet in the head. And the evidence also indicated that the bullets had entered from the back of the head. So he'd obviously been shot from behind and perhaps didn't even know that there was a gun pointed at him.
When police had dug out the wrapped remains of Mark Banks, they also discovered two further thigh bones above that tarpaulin.
And by taking bone marrow and comparing it with the DNA of his family, we confirmed that they were the remains of Mr. Wasley.
With the discovery of the bones on Stockton Beach, the case for the prosecution was getting stronger. However, like the neighbours' testimony, Alan Faulkner's version of events needed to be backed up by science. It was essential to their case that Kevin Naismith was forensically linked to the burial site.
At Kevin Naismith's home, we found a side gate had been tied up with a section of orange rope. And we had recovered a section of orange rope that had been wrapped around the tarpaulins in the grave. We also found a red towel in a laundry basket, which had a similar appearance and size to a red towel that had been taken from the gravesite. Clearly, the cigarette butt that I found may have held some forensic value, so it was one of the first things which was packaged and sent away for examination.
The DNA on that cigarette butt matched the DNA of Kevin Naismith.
So therefore we had a direct link to show that Kevin Naismith had been at the burial site at Stockton.
And Alan Faulkner showed them further evidence.
He took police to another area, which was several kilometres from where the grave had been located, and indicated an area where a tin had been buried.
What can you tell us about these keys,
I know the keys that I used to start Wasley's car, the Ford Falcon.
What can you tell us about those keys?
They are the same keys that started the Hyundai.
30-year-old Mark Banks and 30-year-old Danny Waisley were murdered in August last year. Their burnt bodies exhumed from the Stockton sand dunes. Mark Banks had been shot in the head. The official cause of Waisley's death unknown. Today, Crown Prosecutor Wayne Creasy told Newcastle Supreme Court Kevin Naismith killed the pair because he believed they'd swindled him in a drug deal. The Crown foreshadowed a secret witness who would testify that Naismith admitted to being ripped off in Sydney. Naismith said he would get whoever was involved.
Faulkner believed that Naismith was going to square up with a couple of people for ripping him off an amount of money. Faulkner had given Naismith a baseball bat. And Faulkner was there to assist Naismith should anything go wrong in relation to the payback. Waisley and Naismith go to the garage on the pretence of looking at a firearm and actually do fire a number of shots out of a .22 through the back wall of the garage. Faulkner is in the near vicinity and hears Naismith starting to beat Waisley up with a baseball bat. It wasn't too long after that time that Banks arrives at the house. Banks goes into the front of the house. Faulkner hears a number of gunshots coming from the house and then sees the body of Banks laying on the floor inside the house.
The blood on the floor, the bullets in the safe, and later a recovered gun with a silencer were consistent in confirming that version of events.
The evidence of Kevin Naismith's neighbours and the evidence of Alan Faulkner were very, very consistent.
That area sort in there, around where that burnt stuff is.
If Alan Faulkner had never come forward with that information, the bodies of those two men may never have been recovered, and that really incriminating evidence of the cigarette butt for Naismith would never have been located.
In the end, it took the jury just 2 hours to deliver the verdict. Kevin Naismith found guilty on both counts of murder.
Kevin Naismith believed he was going to take over the cannabis distribution, and he killed Banks and Waisley to send a message to a lot of other people that he wouldn't be messed with.
Justice Dunford sentenced Naismith to 33 years maximum in jail with a 25-year non-parole period.
As for Alan Faulkner,
At that stage, I wasn't arguing because I thought that I'll be next. Agree you said all that?
he was found guilty of being an accessory after the fact and was released from jail in 2002.
And he himself became the victim of a homicide some months after his release.
The families of Naismith's victims are still trying to put their lives back together.
I still find it hard to believe that he'd do anything like that, but he has done it.
Vic Waisley's son Danny had trusted his mate for 25 years. That friendship betrayed over Naismith's greed and need for control.
I've got a daughter-in-law and 2 grandkids. No husband, no father. I've lost a son. He's going to be free in 25 years.
I'm hoping they've just done something stupid and just taken off for a few days and they'll be back any day now. But to the same extent, it's a dangerous business and no, don't even want to think about it.
Kevin Naismith will be eligible for parole in 2024. A young woman's body is found near some stormwater drains. Her identity would be known within hours. But solving her murder would take time. Time that was on the side of her killer.
This is a man who goes out hunting for females.
He started bashing me and choking me.
I said, well, this is the sort of thing you think I do. One explanation is there was no connection between the offender and the victim.
He pulled out a knife and put his hand over my mouth. He was going to kill me.
By the grace of God, she came to in the river and crawled out the other side.
It was essential that the community be protected.
I need an ambulance at Wynnum train station immediately.
We were frightened that if we didn't get him quickly, he might strike again with fatal results.
Nearly half the Australian population is blood type O. So if this blood group is found at a crime scene, the chances of linking it to a suspect without corroborating evidence would be remote. And that's what detectives were facing in this case. DNA hadn't arrived, and a killer was walking around scot-free.
I arrived at the crime scene and it was very desolate. Even though it was so close to the road, it just seemed to be a long way away from anywhere. There are a number of drainways that ran under the Gateway Arterial Road, and the surface of the road was probably 15 to 20 metres above these drains. So you could hear vehicles going across up top, but you couldn't see them, and they couldn't see you either.
The body was located on its back on a concrete apron near one of those set of drains and was in a naked condition. There were 4 stab wounds to her upper chest and upper abdomen area.
The wounds were relatively close together. They appeared to have been done in a frenzy, and they were very concise.
And on the evidence that I saw in situ that night, the target of those 4 stab wounds was her heart.
Another wound was a bruise to the forehead. It would appear that she was either concussed or unconscious at some stage, and she had some dirt and discoloration and drag marks on her body. And they corresponded to drag marks on the apron, which had dirt on it.
We had linear marks there that were absolutely consistent with the body being dragged without fighting. And there was no blood associated with the drag marks, as I would have expected had she suffered any of those stab wounds down on the grassed soil area. So the evidence at the scene pointed to me that a sexual assault, perhaps a rape, had occurred at a location in the grassy soil area. The victim had then been dragged on her front up the apron a short distance and very efficiently killed by one or more of the stab wounds through her breast area.
The female had her hair put into a spike fashion, something like a Gothic style. She had makeup on, her eyes were a little darker than they possibly should have been, so it would appear that she'd been dressed up to go out somewhere.
There was no handbag, purse or clothes in sight to help them know who the young girl was. As her body was taken to the morgue, Mike McKay received a call.
We were contacted by the Wynnum Police, who advised us that a young girl by the name of Janet Phillips had been reported missing.
15-year-old Janet Phillips had been to a party the night before her body was found.
It was a friend's 21st, and we all went out as a family. Janet was in a very happy mood. She spent all afternoon doing herself up, and she looked absolutely beautiful. We took a photo of her. The next morning, I got up to see if Janet was home, and she wasn't. And I got very worried. It was very unusual. Janet always rang me. That was the rules. And I knew in my own heart that something happened to her.
Police have released the name of a 15-year-old girl whose naked body was found in a drain in the Brisbane Bayside suburb of Mansfield yesterday.
15-year-old Jeanette Phillips of the eastern suburb of Lotta had been repeatedly stabbed. The schoolgirl was last seen at a barbecue she'd attended with her parents in the nearby suburb of Wynnum.
We interviewed all the people who attended the party on the night of the 18th of July, and that included both male and female persons, with a view to trying to identify if any of those persons was responsible for the murder of Janet.
Janet was having a good time at the party. She was quite happy. She wasn't drinking. She was only drinking Coca-Cola.
I left and I got home at 11 o'clock. I asked her, did she want to come home? And she said no, she'll stay with her father.
At about 11:30, there was a fight that broke out involving Janet's father and two male persons who gate crashed the party.
Janet became upset and was quite taken back with the violence, and shortly after walked away from the party in a distressed state.
Within hours, Janet was dead. Unbeknownst to her killer, he had left behind a vital clue to his identity.
If you can imagine a pure angel, you got it.
Bob Turner describing his young niece, an innocent 15-year-old stabbed to death just off the Gateway Arterial Road early yesterday. 2 young boys found her naked body in a storm drain just on dark. Police are withholding the results of a post-mortem which will determine if she was also sexually assaulted.
2 of the wounds had penetrated the heart. One of them had passed right through the heart, one side through to the other, suggesting to me that the blade would have been somewhere between 11 and 14 centimetres in length, and that its width closest to the handle, that junction, appeared to have been up to 2 centimetres. So something like a fishing knife.
As Janet had been rendered unconscious by a severe blow to her head, she had no chance to fight back. No hairs or fibres from the offender were found, but he had left behind his sperm. Janet had been raped.
She wasn't a girl that went out running around or playing up or anything like that. Her parents were very strict with her, and, you know, it just shouldn't happen to that sort of girl.
The next day we revisited the crime scene with the benefit of daylight, and we began another search of the immediate area. Number of earrings and buttons were located near where Janet's body was, and these were later identified as being Janet's jewellery and buttons from the shirt that she was wearing.
But the shoes, skirt and white blouse she wore to the party were nowhere to be found.
There were 3 partial foot impressions on the concrete apron, and one of those actually extended into the still wet soil area at the bottom end of the apron. There was a distinct pattern, a little spherical ball-type pattern, evident in that sole pattern.
We also discovered a set of partial tyre prints.
Those prints were just off the side of the road, an easy spot for a car to pull into and park. Impressions were taken of them as police believed Janet had been abducted and driven to the spot, a 15-minute drive away from the party.
Janet was last seen alive about 1 o'clock yesterday morning at this Wynnum Hall, where she was attending a 21st birthday party with her parents. She apparently had an argument with someone and decided to leave by herself. Upset, Janet began the 2-kilometre walk home from the Catholic Hall without her parents knowing. Somewhere along the way, she met her murderer. Police have appealed to anyone with information to come forward.
Our investigations in regard to the party centred around all the males who attended that party. There was an instance where Janet was seen arguing with a young male person at the hall.
A description was given to us of what this man looked like, and he was a suspect.
But the young man in the blue shirt was not the only male person of interest that night.
There were a number of people who attended the party who we knew had criminal convictions for matters of assault and drug abuse and sexual activities. And because of that, these people were suspects, and we had to conduct inquiries to try and establish whether those persons had any responsibility in the death of Janet.
Some of the stories they gave us, they told us some untruths. It was found that some of them would give us a version as to how they went home and what time they got home, and on investigation, we would find that that wasn't correct. The gate crashers at the party may have had a motive in that Janet's father did eject them from the party and caused them some grief.
Police knew that Janet had left the party soon after this altercation. And now members of the public were helping them fill in Janet's movements from that time.
A number of sightings of Janet on that night were made. One was sitting on a bus seat outside a pharmacy in the main street, and another one where she was sitting in the gutter near a roundabout at Wynnum in a distressed state. And that a blue Commodore had gone around the roundabout and appeared to be going back towards Janet. But further investigation couldn't conclude whether that was Janet or not.
She was last seen alive about 12:30 a.m. outside this Wynnum chemist just across the road from the party. Her shoes, some jewellery and the buttons torn from her shirt have been recovered, but her clothing and the murder weapon are still missing.
Someone had found a pair of shoes at the rear of shops close to the hall where Janet was last seen. They were identified as being Janet's. It opened up the investigation because it could have been the murderer may have found her there, he may have followed her there, or she may have left the shoes there at some stage.
Then there was another sighting of Janet.
A young girl who was coming home late from a date with her boyfriend. It was probably about 12:10. She looked across the road and she saw who she believed to be Janet, dressed in the white top and the black skirt, with her shoes off and walking down Chestnut Street, and she was seen to turn right into the Esplanade.
The Esplanade was in the total opposite direction to where Janet lived. If this was indeed the 15-year-old, had her decision to go this way taken her along a path to the killer?
Police do a good job in their crime fighting and whatnot else. Let's see if they can clean this one up in a hurry. Because by Christ, there's a few of us who like to get hold of them that done it.
Janet's uncle Bob last Monday, desperate for an early arrest over his niece's brutal murder. 72 hours later, and police admit they're no closer to her killer.
We were very hopeful that the evidence that was located could lead to identifying the suspect for Janet's murder.
But the tyre print was found to be unidentifiable because it was only a partial tyre print. And the sand shoe was found to be a common athletic type of sand shoe, and thousands of pairs had been imported into Queensland.
So that made the investigation very difficult and frustrating.
A thorough search of several ponds near the murder scene today has turned up nothing. Her clothing and the murder weapon are still missing.
A large number of knives were handed in, which were found embedded in trees, found on the side of the road, left down in the foreshore. So each time this happened, we needed to conduct an investigation into the origin of that knife and whether that knife may or may not have been used in the murder of Janet. None of the knives fitted the identifiable features of the knife that was probably used to murder Janet.
One thing was certain. Her killer was male.
Tests were conducted on the semen, which identified that the person who had deposited the semen was a O blood type.
While DNA wasn't available in 1987 to know with certainty who raped and likely murdered Janet, knowing the blood groups of the men detectives suspected would help them narrow down the field.
We asked the males who were out and about that night if they were prepared to volunteer either blood or saliva, and between a third and a quarter of those males that we tested had similar blood groupings to the semen. This meant that we could particularly look at their alibis, particularly look at their statements, and investigate them with a view to either exonerating them or finding them culpable in some way.
And there was always the chance that Janet's killer was a stranger. Something that the scientific officer had considered on the night Janet's body was found.
It appeared to me that the offender in this case was unconcerned about the location of the body. It was located under a bridge on a major arterial motorway. Somebody, probably more sooner than later, is going to happen upon it. And so the offender was unconcerned about that person, that victim being identified. And then one explanation for that is there was no connection between the offender and the victim. They were not known to each other.
During the inquiry, we also concentrated on people who had recently been released from prison, and one of those persons was Lloyd Clark Fletcher. Lloyd Fletcher had been previously convicted of the rape and attempted murder of a young woman in the Innisfail area.
A 19-year-old female was on her way home from a dance in Innisfail and was accosted by Fletcher and dragged to the Johnston River and then proceeded to knock this poor girl unconscious. He assaulted her and raped her. He's then tied her bra strap around her throat so tight that she could not breathe. And whilst unconscious, he threw her into the river. By the grace of God, she came to in the Johnston River and crawled out the other side and found help, and Lloyd was subsequently arrested. Lloyd Fletcher was imprisoned for 10 years as a result of his Innisfail offences, and he was released 3 months prior to Janet being murdered. We did look at any similarities between the Innisfail offences and Janet's offences. A knife was used. Both appeared to have been abducted late at night. There was a fair amount of violence. There was a rape, and also that the clothes were violently ripped from the torso of the girls. We went to his home where he resided with his parents. We asked him if he had come to Wynnum. We asked him if he had sex with a female that night. And we asked if he had travelled on the Gateway Arterial Road that night, and he said that he didn't. We asked him if he had knowledge of Janet Phillips and whether he in fact was party to her murder. He denied this, but he was prepared to come to the police station with us in order for us to ask him further questions, and we allowed his father to come to be with him at this time. He told us that at about 7:30 on that Saturday night that he went to the train station and caught a train into Brisbane. At the time he said he was wearing quite striking cowboy clothes, cowboy hat, cowboy jeans and riding boots.
He stated that he had actually attended the Lennon's Hotel in the city, and then from there that he had hitched a ride at about 11:30 at night in a vehicle which could have been about a HD Holden.
He could offer us no further information as to who that person was or where that person lived or the further identification of the motor vehicle. He said that he returned home about 11:30, and this was corroborated by his parents. We subsequently typed up a statement, but he declined to sign it.
But he was more than willing to volunteer a blood sample.
Forensic tests done on Lloyd Fletcher's blood showed that he was in the right blood group, the same blood group as the semen.
Lloyd Clark Fletcher had just been released from jail for rape and attempted murder. Like 20 other men, he volunteered his blood in the investigation of Janet Phillips' murder. They were all blood type O, the same blood group as the semen found in Janet's body.
We spoke to the people that were ejected from the party. They gave us statements and they supplied us with alibis, which checked out.
The alibis of other men from the party were also checking out, but Lloyd Fletcher's story was being questioned.
He told us that he'd gone into town to a hotel in this cowboy gear. You know, he had really bright cowboy gear. We went into Lennon's and said, look, any bright cowboys? They said no. It just didn't gel. None of those persons could identify or remember a person fitting that description or wearing those clothes. We couldn't find the fellow who drove him home, and his parents were his alibi at this time.
Today, this scene is peaceful. There's little to show a brutal murder happened here almost a fortnight ago. Despite 20 detectives working around the clock, Janet Phillips' killer has not been found. But it's believed locals may be involved. Police also want more information on a number of cars sighted in the area during the early hours of the July Sunday morning.
It was decided that we erect a sign at the side of the road in order that it prompt someone who might know something of the crime or the criminal.
We received information from members of the public in respect to vehicles being parked on the side of the road and in the vicinity of where Janet's body was located.
We had confirmation of sightings of a Datsun 180B motley colour on the side of the road, right at the murder scene, in fact, right above the murder scene, earlier in the night or earlier in the morning. And then subsequently, probably an hour and a half later, we had more confirmed sightings of a similar vehicle parked on the other side of the road. It quite sparked our interest because the 180B that had been seen at the scene wasn't dissimilar to a vehicle that was owned by Lloyd Fletcher.
The detectives remembered seeing it when they had first visited Fletcher. He had told them at the time that he didn't take his car out that Saturday night, preferring the train and hitchhiking.
We took possession of Lloyd's car and had it forensically examined.
We were actually searching for any hair or any fibres that may have been transferred from the clothing that Janet wore.
But there was no evidence that we got from the car that would assist us in the investigation.
Lloyd Fletcher was free of a murder charge, but not the police gaze. As a result of some traffic offences, Fletcher found himself back in jail for breaching his parole, but he was out in time for the inquest into Janet's death.
On the 19th of July last year, the naked body of Janet Phillips was found near a drain beside the Gateway Arterial Road at Mansfield. A pathologist told the court today she suffered injuries consistent with having been knocked unconscious, dragged several metres to the drain and then stabbed 4 times with a knife. Investigating officer Detective Sergeant McKay told the court of exhaustive investigations which came to nothing.
At the conclusion of that inquest, the coroner made an open finding without identifying the person or persons who were responsible for her death.
Janet's murder became one of the cold case files, but it wasn't forgotten, nor was their prime suspect. 2 years on from her death, 31-year-old Fletcher was back in front of the police, but this time in another state.
I had been at a girlfriend's house visiting, and I'd left there about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I jumped on my push bike with my backpack and was riding towards home.
Get off the bike!
I remember everything was in slow motion. I remember turning around and seeing him basically right behind me chasing me. I was terrified and I fell over. He picked me up off the ground. I was bleeding and I knew that he was going to do something bad to me. And traffic started passing us. So he put one arm around me and he had the other arm with a knife at my back. I thought he was going to kill me. I need to do something here to try and save myself. If I don't say something now to someone, I'm going to be killed. A car pulled up and the gentleman put his window down and said, "You know, you're right." And I turned around while both the lady and the man in the car were looking at me and mimed help. That's when the woman basically jumped up out of her seat and said, "Oh my God, this girl's been raped." And they jumped out of the car and came to my aid. And then other people who were driving past had stopped and they all chased him. He got caught in the blackberry bushes and that's when the police came and apprehended him. I always said he had, like, evil eyes. Yeah. Just he looked like a nasty, nasty man.
It appeared to be a continuation of his modus operandi. He's pulled them from the side of roadways, he's used a knife and he's used violence to incapacitate them.
Mike McKay immediately headed to Victoria. He had just taken a statement from Fletcher's father, who told him that his son had lied to them. Fletcher had taken his car out on the night Janet Phillips died, and he came home after the time he claimed.
We were probably hoping that by telling him that Dad had told us the truth, that he may have been prepared to tell us a little bit more of the truth. But in his words, he told us to piss off, that he didn't want anything to do with us.
Lloyd Clark Fletcher was charged and sentenced to 5 years for the kidnapping of 13-year-old Debbie. While he was behind bars, a little-known forensic tool had come into existence: DNA.
When Janet was murdered, it wasn't a science. And probably 5 to 6 years after Janet's death, it was in the infancy of a science. And I did contact the health department in order for blood tests to be run in relation to the DNA so that we could possibly identify Lloyd Fletcher as being the person responsible.
But the test came back negative. Lloyd Clark Fletcher had been eliminated as a suspect.
I was gobsmacked. I honestly believe that Lloyd Fletcher was responsible for this murder, and it was just hard to believe, but it was sort of like, you know, it was like getting second prize in the lotto. It was gut-wrenching.
We need the police quickly! Shut up! Mate, this is Wynnum train station. A girl has been raped and bashed down at Wynnum train station. I'm not joking around. I need an ambulance at Wynnum train station immediately.
It had been nearly 10 years since Janet Phillips disappeared from a party in the suburb of Wynnum and was murdered. Now another young girl had been attacked in the same area.
She was sitting on the platform by herself. She says she saw the vehicle turn up in the car park, saw a gentleman walking across the overhead walkway, but took no more notice, turned herself away from that direction and continued to read her book.
The guy came up behind me, put his hand over my face, put a knife at my neck and dragged me off.
And she was dragged across the overhead walkway of the railway station from where she was seated at knife point and taken to a black sedan.
He started bashing me, punching me in the face and choking me.
Very fortunately for her, 4 young local teenagers happened along at that very time to the car park and heard her screaming and went across to investigate, and she managed to scramble out. The person who was trying to abduct her at the time jumped into his driver's seat and, with the spinning of the tyres, took off in his car. One of the kids actually threw a rock which smashed the driver's side front window. That left glass fragments on the car park asphalt. Scenes of crime people collected the glass, took some photographs, the usual things around the scene. The young woman involved had been badly bashed. She'd suffered very severe facial injuries.
I think I was unconscious for about 10 minutes. When I came to, there was rope tied around my wrists and there were rope burns on my ankles. All that was going through my mind was that I was going to end up a body found washed up on the pier.
We spoke to Anna and also the 4 juveniles who were actually our witnesses and took what's called a confit from everybody. The general description was of a male of average size with dark to possibly greying hair with a beard. The sedan was a dark colour, possibly a Nissan, according to the witnesses.
In a sickening attack at Wynnum Station, a 16-year-old girl was abducted and assaulted at knife point. Thankfully, she escaped.
We actually gave it a fairly extensive media exposure, which was the best tool we could have used because I received an anonymous call. She said, I believe the person who attacked that young girl was Lloyd Fletcher. And as soon as she said Lloyd Fletcher, the penny just dropped for me because I knew that he was involved in a 1977 matter up in North Queensland. Was a person of interest in the Janet Phillips murder and had been charged with a matter down in Victoria in relation to the abduction of a young girl down there.
Lloyd Fletcher had been released from the Victorian jail after 3 years of his 5-year sentence. Now 4 years on, police found him at his parents' place.
Lloyd Clark Fletcher walked out onto the veranda where we were and he put me back a step when he said, I thought you'd be here. I expected you here. Then I said, why? And he said, well, this is the sort of thing you think I do. He told us that he had been to a nightclub in town and drank by himself, bourbons, cokes, didn't talk to anybody. Disturbingly similar to the story he gave police in 1987. He allowed us to take possession of his Nissan motor vehicle. It was an awful black colour and the interior was black. I certainly wouldn't drive it, that's for sure. You know, it's not something you'd want to be picking up a new girlfriend in, that's for sure. Black, all black and black everywhere, just black, black, black.
The dark colour and make of the car was similar to what the witnesses had seen at the railway station. However, Lloyd Fletcher's car had no broken window.
The lady who had rang up the night before had rung again. She was, in fact, a niece of Lloyd Fletcher. He phoned her in the early hours of the Sunday morning and said that I need to come over. And he turned up there and he had blood on his clothing and a smashed window in his car. And he gave us some story about getting involved in a fight and somebody throwing something at his car and smashing the window. According to her, he'd then taken the seat covers off his car. He'd driven away saying he's going to replace this window.
Before leaving, he threw his bloodied clothes into the washer and used his niece's vacuum cleaner in the car.
I suspect that he gave us his vehicle because he was confident in as much as he'd cleaned the vehicle, confident in as much as he changed the glass, and confident to the fact that we wouldn't find anything incriminating in the vehicle.
The vacuum cleaner was immediately seized. Inside, they found numerous glass fragments.
I also examined the outside of the premises and located a number of glass fragments that were situated on the front yard and also in the gutter.
The first task was to prove that Fletcher had, in fact, installed a new window. He had told police that none of his panels or windows had ever been replaced.
When the glass is put into the vehicle at the time of manufacture, the glass is impregnated with a code. The driver's side window was date-coded differently to the other windows of the vehicle. This led me to believe that the glass window had been replaced on the driver's side door.
Fletcher had lied, and there was further encouraging evidence.
As a result of that information, I removed the driver's side door trim, and on removing that, I noticed that there were some glass fragments at the base of the door frame.
Forensic investigators now needed to prove that the glass found in the car at his niece's place and the glass found here in the car park at the railway station were one and the same.
We looked at the refractive index, the thickness, the colour, the fracture pattern and the moulded edge. We were able to conclude that the glass from the crime scene is consistent with the glass from the window.
So Fletcher's car was the one in the car park on the night Anna was attacked. And there was more conclusive evidence inside the vehicle.
Obviously, the owner had gone to great lengths to clean the car up, but there were traces of blood that remained behind, and we were able to subsequently test those stains, and the DNA profile matched that of the victim.
Police returned to Fletcher's parents' place with a warrant for his arrest, but he was nowhere to be found.
We were frightened that if we didn't get him quickly, he might strike again with fatal results.
When 16-year-old Anna was rescued after an attempted abduction at a railway station, an anonymous caller and glass fragments left at the scene led police to Lloyd Clark Fletcher. Police had been searching for him for the last 24 hours.
We got another tip-off from an anonymous person, and he was located the next day waiting for a train at the Sandgate railway station.
When we arrived at the railway station, he seemed resigned to the fact that we were there. He wasn't overly surprised. He got in the car with us, went back to the Wynnum police station. The complainants made a complaint to this 16-year-old girl that said that she was sitting alone at Wynnum railway station, and she alleges that a male person has come up on her from behind and has taken her to a vehicle by force and has assaulted her in that vehicle. You understand what I'm investigating there? Yeah. Okay. Is there anything you can tell me about that particular matter?
The only thing I'm willing to say is yes, I did.
Beg your pardon?
The only thing I'm willing to say is yes, I did.
The complainant has suffered injuries to her face. Would you have any idea how those injuries may have come about?
Yeah, I assaulted her.
Can you tell me how you assaulted her?
Punched her.
The young lady made an allegation that the male person put his hands around her throat and rendered her unconscious by choking her. Do you have any recollection of that?
No.
None?
None at all.
When found, the girl had a piece of rope tied to her wrist. Do you know how that piece of rope would have got to her wrist? Well, have you any recollection of the rope?
No.
Lloyd, how do you remember you did it?
How do you know you did it if there's a few incidents there that you can't remember?
Well, you guys are telling me you got evidence against me.
Well, we're telling you, obviously, certain things, but we asked you what you remember of that day and that evening.
Yeah, well, all I can remember is going to Hoagie's.
Yeah.
And drinking.
Yeah.
And driving into Wynnum.
Yeah. Right. He claimed to be suffering from blackouts.
All right, you can describe the girl for me?
No.
You know what colour skin she had?
No.
All right.
I didn't believe one word of the blackout, certainly not. Just told us enough to say, right, yes, it was me, but without giving away too many home secrets, I think, that's all.
There's an allegation a knife was used. That's all I would put to you, okay?
No, well, I don't own a knife of any sort except a fishing knife, which is this big, and which is in my fishing bag at home.
39-year-old Lloyd Fletcher was charged with Anna's assault.
I wasn't surprised that Lloyd had reoffended, and there was a satisfaction knowing that he'd been captured, and it was also a bit of an adrenaline rush in that it gave us another opportunity to speak to him about Janet.
Mike McKay always believed Fletcher had killed Janet Phillips. While an early DNA profile had ruled him out, McKay asked that Fletcher's blood, which had just been taken, be compared again to the semen kept in cold storage from Janet's case.
It came back as a positive match. They said, yeah, there's 1 in 4.9 million possibility. We said, well, what about the first time? When I'd previously asked for Lloyd's blood to be checked against the semen at the John Tong Centre, it would appear that they've pulled the wrong blood, which gave us the negative reading. We were required to go and inform him of the DNA implications. We set up an interview room at the prison, and he came into the room, and I asked if I could interview him in relation to Janet, and he immediately again told us to piss off.
He refused point blank to talk to myself and Michael, and wanted nothing to do with us.
They apparently had spoken to him on a number of occasions, and he didn't like them at all.
He agreed to be interviewed by Peter Scanlon.
The scientist has compared specimens of your blood. The results show that the spermatosa in Janet Phillips matches yourself. Can you offer us any explanation why a qualified scientist would make those findings?
No, you're saying that. That's what he's come up with. I disagree.
On that night, as far as you can record, you never went to Wynnum. You went on the Gateway Arterial Road. And you definitely don't know this Janet Phillips.
No.
Did you have sex with any girls over that weekend?
I never went out with anybody that night.
And you didn't kill her?
No.
As a result of that final penultimate interview, we came to the conclusion that Lloyd Clark Fletcher should be charged with murdering Janet Phillips.
The charged man, a 39-year-old former labourer, was escorted by police to Wynnum Court this morning to hear charges of murder. It's alleged that in July 1987, Lloyd Clark Fletcher abducted, raped and stabbed to death 15-year-old Janet Phillips.
We don't give up, we don't forget, and at times we have successes.
I couldn't believe it. It was him after all this time, 12 years down the track.
He's pleaded not guilty. Prosecutor Paul Rutledge told the court, in raping Janet Phillips, her attacker left his mark.
But 10 years before, that calling card could not be decoded. Lloyd Clark Fletcher had raped, murdered, and left Janet Phillips in the place he had taken her, thinking he was safe.
And at that point in time, he was safe, because no one had seen him attack her. No one had seen him take her out of the car. And as far as he was concerned, he hadn't left any traces there which could pinpoint him as being the attacker. But this was before DNA.
Lloyd Clark Fletcher is a depraved and sadistic predator of the worst kind. Last night, a Brisbane Supreme Court jury found him guilty of the rape and murder of 15-year-old schoolgirl Janet Phillips. He was sentenced to life in prison.
The prosecution, however, didn't feel a life sentence was enough for Fletcher. That meant that he would be eligible for parole. So, when sentencing for Anna's assault came up, Paul Rutledge put forward his case.
I then presented to the court the circumstances not only of the attack on Anna, but also the circumstances, the disturbing circumstances in relation to his attack on a number of other females. Fletcher's history is one of extreme violence. One has a picture of a male who goes out hunting for females, a clear intent to kill. Clearly the type of person that required an indefinite sentence. He clearly represents a danger to the community.
A Supreme Court judge put an end to Fletcher's long and horrific criminal history, giving him an indefinite sentence. That means he'll die in jail.
Lloyd Clark Fletcher is finally paying for crimes he committed over a 20-year period. But given his history, police are not convinced that they have heard the last of him.
We say in the police that you never get caught for all the crimes, and I honestly believe that he would be responsible for other serious crimes, but unfortunately, we haven't got the evidence.
With all my experience, I probably tend to think that there are things that we need to talk to him about that he hasn't told us about.
And I think that if he's ever released, he'll re-offend. I do believe that he's in the best place, and I only thank God for the improvements in science and, of course, the DNA.
Police around the country are warning drivers to take care on our roads this Easter long weekend. Police say they'll be ready for those drivers who fail to obey the law.
A father and his 3 children head off for their yearly camping holiday.
Beth, my wife, she decided she wanted to do other things, so I packed the van, checked it all out.
Afternoon traffic was already building up. There'll be more police officers and radars on the roads this Easter to make sure we arrive alive.
Once we'd done that, we headed off and, we were just cruising up the highway.
Many of us have been caught in traffic and been frustrated as a result of an accident up ahead. But when a person dies as a result of a hit and run, the area becomes a crime scene. In it are vital clues and evidence that must be found in order to track down the guilty driver.
It was reasonably late at night and the fuel was getting low, and got to the Violet Town sign and saw that, it was the next turn off. So I was looking out for the turning bay, and suddenly there was a loud noise. The car started to veer quite dramatically. I virtually lost control of the steering. I didn't know what had happened. I couldn't work out whether it was a blowout or it could have been any number of things that I thought of, but I just thought, well, I've just got to try and maintain control. But the car seemed to have a will of its own and took off across towards the median strip. And next thing you know, we were in a roll, and we just seemed to be rolling forever.
The first police members at the scene had initially believed that it was a single vehicle car and caravan rollover, and one person was dead.
And it wasn't until an hour later that one of the policemen spoke to a female witness who had helped the people in the car and been told that a truck had actually hit the caravan.
That completely changes the nature of the collision, of course, and the investigation that's required.
We're already an hour behind the 8 ball as far as a pristine scene is concerned, because every second that occurs after that, evidence is lost. We had traffic travelling through in the right northbound lane, directly through what was to be our crime scene.
So I instructed the local members up there to close the scene off completely, not to move anything, to make sure they get the details from all the people that were at the collision scene before they left.
We had 3 vehicles travelling along the freeway around the time of the collision. One vehicle was about 100 metres behind at the time. Of those 3 vehicles, all they were able to tell us was seeing the truck diverge hard to the right into the median strip in a large cloud of dust, and that was the last they saw. And then, of course, they immediately came across the collision scene itself.
I didn't find out it was a truck until I'd got out of the car and asked one of the people that stopped to help. I just said, "Oh, what happened? What hit me?" And they said, "Oh, it was a truck." And then the police and the ambulance arrived. I'm not sure in what order they came. I know I was more concerned about the children, really.
The collision had taken the life of Ian's 12-year-old son, Nicky.
But I really didn't find out till I was in the ambulance that he'd gone.
The hit-run investigations takes fairly high priority. We would treat it the same as like the homicide squad with a murder investigation. Obviously, when there's a murder involved, they're trying to ascertain the identity of the offender involved because they're no longer at the scene. And that's the same with the hit-run investigation. The only difference is that a motor vehicle is used as a weapon to cause the death. So we want to try and track that down.
2 things happen with hit runs. Either the driver dumps the vehicle nearby and leaves on foot, or he drives the vehicle to somewhere where he feels he can safely hide it away. It's important for us to find that vehicle at the first possible opportunity.
Each minute that goes by, this person gets further and further away. An hour's gone by, if they're from interstate, travelling at 100 kilometres an hour, they're 100 kilometres away.
What I did was have a roadblock set up on the Hume Highway up at the border to Wodonga and asked the police up there to pull over all trucks and examine them for damage.
As the roads were closed, the Major Collision Investigation Unit arrived at the scene and began looking for clues as to what had happened.
We had the caravan and the 4-wheel drive, but the dynamics of what actually occurred is not immediately known. What was quite obvious was that there was a great amount of force that had sheared a piece directly off the caravan and deposited it somewhere. The 4-wheel drive was upside down. We noticed that we had 2 impressions in the right quarter panel of that car. It looked pretty clear that that may have been from a bull bar, from a reasonably big truck.
There was also a quantity of paint transfer on the back of the caravan and the Mazda. Whenever you get contact between 2 vehicles, and it doesn't matter what 2 vehicles they are, there is a transfer of material. In this case, we had some red paint smears on the back of the caravan. We had a red paint smear on the Mazda. Does that tell us that we're dealing with a red truck? Not necessarily, but it tells us that we're dealing with a truck that's got red somewhere on the front of it. It's not the be-all and end-all, but it's a starting point.
We've got a situation of a family that's lost one of their children. And we, as they do, want to know why. Why is their son being killed? And the only person that can tell us that is the driver of that vehicle that's left the scene.
A 12-year-old boy deserves more than to be left by the side of the Hume freeway for dead.
It wasn't until daylight that the extent of the scene became obvious. It extended over probably 400 metres and took into account the median strip and the 2 northbound lanes.
We're dealing with a crime scene on this road. There's been a person killed and there's a driver that's left the scene, and it's imperative that we collect all that evidence so that we can analyse what's gone on, and if somebody's committed an offence, we can have a successful prosecution down the track.
This was Good Friday on the Easter holidays. We'd closed the Hume Highway northbound. That was necessary. If you've got a collision scene on a major road, You can't put crime scene tape around it, put someone on guard and say, we'll be back tomorrow to have another look at this. You've got one shot, so we need to keep the road closed and do the work we need to do that day. And that's what we did.
So a lot of motorists get upset, but we can't do anything about that until we actually collect all the evidence we need to. Essentially at the scene we go through what's commonly called a 7-point crime scene search. It's effectively photographing what we see, evidence on the roadway, evidence on the vehicles. We then measure the location of all those items using a geodometer total survey station. That particular device has the ability to measure horizontal angles, vertical angles and the distance from where our surveying instrument was set up. We took tyre friction measurements to determine that there was sufficient friction material on the road surface. The road surface was of good quality. There was good weather conditions, there was no fog, it was a clear night, it was a dry night. So there was no real environmental factors present with respects to this event. The vehicle had left skid marks on the road surface prior to impact, so the brakes on the vehicle are operating. So it comes back that there was human factors present here as to why this has occurred.
The tyre marks on the road told a further story. Along with complicated mathematical equations, Peter Bellion could reconstruct what happened before, during and after the collision, as well as the speed of each vehicle.
Essentially, there's 3 main types of tyre marks we might find at a collision scene, and we had effectively those 3 at this scene at Violet Town. The first tyre marks that we had were the dual tyre skid marks from the heavy vehicle. Then they became what we call skip skids, where the heavy vehicle's trailer's essentially bouncing a little bit. The other type of tyre marks we found were tyre scuff marks, and they're typically associated with like a loss of control type of event. And my conclusions were that the truck had skidded around about 26 metres prior to the impact. At the start of those skid marks, I calculated it was travelling at approximately 106 kilometres per hour. The passenger side front of the heavy truck involved had struck the driver's side rear of the caravan, and that sent those vehicles out of control, and they went into a clockwise rotation around towards the right-hand side of the traffic lanes and towards the centre median strip. Then that tyre mark evidence indicated that there was a secondary collision between the passenger side front again of the heavy truck and the driver's side front guard of the Mazda Bravo. And subsequent to that, the tyre mark evidence then curved back to an anti-clockwise rotation around towards the left. Shortly after that, the coupling between the caravan and four-wheel drive had come off, and the caravan ended up sliding through to its reverse position on the centre median strip, with the four-wheel drive continuing to curve back towards the roadway. And that's when the tyre mark evidence then stopped all of a sudden, indicating that the four-wheel drive had tripped up on its wheels and gone into a rollover phase of the collision. After those tyre marks finished, we observed a number of gouge marks and scrape marks on the roadway, leading through to the ultimate rest position of the vehicle just prior to the Violet Town exit.
We walked further south along the side of the freeway, and there was the piece of caravan that had been sheared off. We noticed certain impressions which looked like a partial letter A or an inverted V. We weren't sure what it was, but there was a distinctive shape in there. They look very similar to perhaps a number plate. When we had a look at the road surface, one of the things we were looking for was material that may lead us to the vehicle that has left the scene. And I came across what I would consider, in the type of work we do, as the holy grail of evidence. And that's a fragment that's intact enough that we can take a lead from it.
After all the traffic that had gone through the scene the night before, potentially destroying evidence, a glass indicator lens was left behind.
And in this particular case, that fragment had a complete set of numbers.
It was probably from the truck. Hopefully we could identify what sort of indicator lens material it was, and it might even tell us what sort of vehicle it came off. The problem was there's approximately 160,000 trucks registered in Australia. We were hoping this was going to be one of those situations where the driver would give himself up, because often in hit-run collisions, a driver, having made a decision to leave the scene, will have second thoughts about what he's done. If it's going to happen, usually it happens within the first 24 to 48 hours.
A distraught father has made an emotional appeal to find a hit-run driver after a tragic smash on the Hume freeway. The man's 12-year-old son was killed when a truck rammed their caravan.
Ian Fleming choked back tears as he spoke of his 12-year-old son, Nicky, killed when their car was struck by a runaway driver.
Suddenly we just got this terrific impact in the back of the van. It swerved the car around. I thought it was a nightmare. My oldest son talking to him, he thought it was a dream. Couldn't believe it.
Police say the truckie knew exactly what he'd done.
I'd like him now to think about what he's done and honour himself and step forward, please.
After 12 hours of inspecting the scene, the road where Nicky Fleming had died was reopened. Police hoped among the evidence they had collected were clues to help them identify which one of the 160,000 trucks in Australia was involved.
The lens material found at the collision scene was examined down at the Forensic Science Laboratory. Inquiries were made regarding that, and it turned out that it was a lens manufactured by Heller.
And we confirmed it was a side direction indicator lamp. It had been something that was in production for the last 40 years and could be used in any application, whether it be marine or automotive, and could be fitted to any position on a truck. That really didn't take us very far, except that we were able to gain a whole section now to give us an idea of what we're actually looking at.
The panel from the back of the caravan had considerable damage, both from the impact and from being ripped off the caravan and having moved along the roadway. So there was a lot of indentations from gravel and roadway, but there were also clearly some sharp lines on it in the shape of an inverted V. I didn't really know what it could have been that caused that indentation.
This strange shape that looked like an A or, part of an A or similar, it had to be something low down, probably on the bull bar itself of the truck, whether it was a diamond-shaped sign as a hazard marker or something else that was an add-on to the bumper, perhaps next to the number plate or so. It just wasn't obvious as to what it was. There was too much missing to give a full picture. But there also seemed to be a weave pattern in there from some sort of fabric. It was something that wasn't metallic necessarily, but something that involved a bit of cloth material.
There was also a large amount of damage which came from something being thrust into the metal of the caravan and then pulling outwards again, like a large bolt.
Looking at the side of the caravan, there was some very heavy deposition of red paint that looked very fresh. These were triple layer paint samples that were stuck to the side of the caravan, and I was convinced that we were dealing with a bright red truck. But smears of paint, multiple layers of paint, are of limited value until you've got something to compare them to. And that was the general feeling that day, that yes, what we've got's nice, it's good to have evidence from the scene, but we've got nothing to compare it to.
By this stage, 2 or 3 days had passed by. Driver hadn't given himself up. The roadblock didn't yield any relevant information. We knew this was going to be a long, painstaking inquiry.
The semi-driver didn't stop, and Victorian Police have mounted a massive 3-state search for the vehicle.
It's a soft-sided semi-trailer and it has a bull bar. The semi-trailer should have either red paint damage on it, on either the prime mover or the trailer.
Police say there's no way the driver would not have known he was involved in an accident.
Witnesses have told them it was almost a miracle that he was able to get his vehicle back onto the road after the smash.
A 12-year-old boy deserves more than to be left by the side of the Hume freeway for dead.
Usually you get a phone call from somebody, either anonymously or a tip through Crime Stoppers saying this is the bloke involved in the collision or his truck's at this location. We didn't get any of that in this case. So we used the trucking industry as best we could to try and gain more information. We printed flyers and had them put at truck stops. Most of them told us that if they knew anything, they wouldn't be trying to cover up for this bloke because it was a low act to run into the back of a caravan causing the death of a 12-year-old boy at Easter time and just simply drive off and disappear and not come forward to explain how it had happened. It appeared to us that the truck driver involved in this collision had gone to ground. But in these sort of investigations, that can't be the end of the matter. You just have to keep pushing on bit by bit, hoping to get a little more information this day or the next day, and slowly just piece things together.
And so the next step was to try to determine what bull bar might have been involved by measuring the impression on the caravan and the Mazda.
Bearing in mind that it was only one section of the bull bar, it would be possibly a quarter to a third of the overall width of the bull bar. So then it became part of the job of trying to find out what model or brand of bull bar could have caused those indentations.
The office brought in another police member from outside. We asked him at that stage to take on the onerous task of opening up the yellow pages and going through as many bull bar manufacturers as he could.
For 2 solid weeks, the constables sifted through the yellow pages from every state. At the same time, Carsten Schultz, who was now working on the case full-time, continued to stare at the strange A-shaped impression on the caravan, hoping that its origin would suddenly be revealed.
And I left the office that day, and I think to some extent I must have been feeling a bit guilty about dedicating so much time to this job rather than my family, that I said to my wife that, look, we'll just go in here, I'll just explain to you where we're at in this investigation. We saw a couple of trucks, I talked about the bull bar. I looked further down the road and the truck was facing me on the opposite side of the road, and it just hit me. Because I'd been poring over an enlargement of a photograph showing that strange letter A marking. And it was just something that was printed in my mind. On the face of the bull bar were a set of covers.
The excitement in Carsten's voice was palpable. Ted? Yes? What can you tell me, Carsten? He said, I can tell you what brand of truck it is.
Major Collision Investigation Officer Carsten Schultz believed he had found the brand of the truck involved in the collision that had taken the life of Nicky Fleming.
He was convinced that the W on the vinyl cover was what had made the impression on the back of the caravan.
I contacted the truck driver. We had a look at his truck to see if we could eliminate that from the inquiry, which we did. And he lent us one of the road train covers for comparison to the marks that we had on the back of the caravan.
The covers were a rectangular vinyl shape and had a large W appliqued over the top. The bottom part of the W was the inverted V that we'd looked at in the impressions. And the first stroke of the W was the piece of an opposing angle that we'd also found in the impressions. So I was fairly certain that that was what had caused the impression, even though I was quite surprised that something so fine had been able to leave that kind of sharp impression, so that the impact must have been quite great.
And it was a revelation. It was the next major step in the investigation. because we now weren't looking for 160,000 trucks. We were now breaking it down to a particular type of truck.
The Western Star covers are part of the bull bar and attached to it when the prime mover is not carrying a long haul. The bull bar on the truck Carston had seen was manufactured by a company in Queensland. The search through the yellow pages was potentially over.
King Bars up in Queensland was able to identify that the bull bar we were looking for was a heavy-duty road train bull bar, which he'd manufactured for the last 4 or 5 years and was fitted to the model 4964F Western Star truck.
The investigation crew then went about confirming their belief that this type of bull bar was involved in the fatal collision.
The area of the bull bar that was of interest to us was reconstructed from the measurements from King Bars. It fitted perfectly against the Bravo panel and the bull bar for the areas of indentation, but of most interest, of course, was the back of the caravan where we had a lot more of that indentation. It fitted into the area with all of the uprights and the cross struts, and also the eye bolt slotted perfectly into the area where the back of the caravan had been pierced and had it then ripped back out again.
It was marvellous to see how everything fitted together, and left us in no doubt that we were looking at a King Bar of this particular type. So yes, we've built part of the mystery truck.
The indicator lens that had been found at the crime scene was now of great assistance. It had only been fitted to Western Star trucks since 1993. Police were now able to narrow down the possible number of trucks involved in the collision from 160,000 to just 1,700.
Given that we knew it was a 4964F model, from the 1,700 that we had on that list from Western Star, we took that down to about 680.
We then looked at King Bar's records, identified all the trucks on that list that had been supplied with a heavy-duty road train bull bar, and crossed off any truck that wasn't supplied with vinyl covers. And at the end of the day, that left us with a list of 206.
And I was confident that within those 206 vehicles was the one we were looking for.
Strange thing about trucks, they're all over the place, but you don't take a lot of notice of them. When we were just looking for a truck, we had nothing specific to go by. But when we'd identified this as a Western Star 4964F truck fitted with a heavy-duty road train bull bar, they're all over the place. Every time you pulled up at a set of traffic lights and looked next to you, you saw a Western Star truck.
I became hyper-aware of Western Star trucks as soon as we'd made that link, and was going on holidays with my mother and father-in-law. And after a long stint of driving, we pull in for petrol, and I look across and I see a reddish-coloured truck in the distance. So I asked Don to take over the petrol, and I get to the front and I go straight to the bull bar. I squatted down and looked at the bottom rung of the bull bar, and it's cracked right through. I look down at the emblem and I see there's some damage to the red star in the middle of the emblem. So I start walking down the side of the truck. I see the side lamp, and I look next to that light and I see some damage, and that there's been an attempt made to cover it up, to put some reddish paint over the top so it's not visible. So I've now seen 3 things on this truck that say to me, this guy is a good candidate.
Then, unexpectedly, the good candidate was right next to Ted.
So I say, g'day, nice truck. How big's the engine? Thinking of what a truck enthusiast would say. So do you own the truck? And he said, yeah, the bank owns it. And I thought, good. In terms of the investigation, our perpetrator was always more likely to have been an owner-driver, because the fleet driver would have been asked, you know, what's this damage on your truck?
Because we had the registration number of that truck, we were able to confirm that it was owned and driven by a man who lived in Queensland by the name of Brett Kilmore.
Police now needed to see whether Kilmore was even in the area at the time. And by checking his mobile phone records on the night of the collision, they got their answer.
The phone records were a telling tale as to where he was at that time. And it was too close to the scene to be anybody else but him.
Kilmore's truck had been number 25 on the list of 206 trucks that the police were looking at. He was now number 1.
So we approached National Transport Insurance again and made specific inquiries in relation to him.
They didn't have a claim from him in relation to an accident or any damage to his truck caused at Easter time, but they certainly had claims from him from a number of collisions that had occurred after Easter time.
That truck currently was being repaired.
We needed to move fairly quickly if we were going to be able to examine his truck before any more work was done on it.
6 months after the hit-and-run collision, police had a prime suspect. The problem was his truck had been in 2 other accidents following the one they believed he caused at Easter. And that truck was now under repair.
I thought, well, this is going to be very challenging, but we are going to scour this truck and we are going to try to find anything that might give us a nexus back to the caravan and the car.
The truck's bull bar by that stage had been so badly damaged in the last collision that forensically it didn't appear that it was going to offer us very much at all.
However, the fuel tank on the passenger side of the truck had been rotated. And that was done because there was an area of impact damage to what was the outside of the fuel tank. It was, in my mind, evidence that Kilmore had tried to disguise the damage to his truck so that nobody would put 2 and 2 together.
But it was circumstantial. At this stage, there wasn't any physical evidence that clearly linked the truck and Kilmore to the collision near Violet Town.
So at the end of 2 days, pretty heartbroken that I hadn't got a definitive forensic link. But I've got lots of bits and pieces, including paint samples from the truck, and we took the emblem, the white W emblem from the truck, in the hope that further examination you might reveal something more useful down the track.
It was now time to interview their prime suspect. Brett Kilmore had agreed to come into a Brisbane police station on the ruse of answering questions about the recent accident he had in New South Wales.
We then told him that we were accident investigation members from Victoria and wanted to speak to him about a collision on Good Friday in Victoria. His initial reaction to that was to say, what collision, Victoria? I don't know what you're talking about.
But just before the tape interview began, things changed.
He became very sullen, started to shake, and eventually made the comment, "I've been waiting 6 months for you blokes to come around."
And as soon as he said that, the realisation was, this is him. This is the bloke I've been looking for 6 months.
What can you tell me about that collision?
I was accidentally involved in the collision.
I'll just have to ask you to speak up a little bit.
Yes, I was involved with the collision.
How were you involved with the collision?
I touched the back of his caravan.
And can you recall when the first time you saw the caravan was?
When it was too late. Admittedly, I might have spotted him with not much distance. I was having difficulty with bright lights behind me. Mine was occupied on the idiot behind me. I'm not blaming him, he wasn't the cause of the accident. Well, wasn't involved in the accident.
He said that he'd been distracted for 5 or 10 minutes prior to the impact by the very bright headlights of a car travelling behind him. I'd spoken to the people that were in the car travelling behind him, and they'd told me that no such thing had happened.
You know, I'm not a murderer. I did attempt to swerve. I thought that I would have had time to brake, swerve, but obviously not.
How long do you think then that you were looking in the rear vision mirror? For what period of time were you doing that before you actually looked back to the road ahead of you and then found the caravan there?
Well, at that stage I was trying to find me the switch, and
in my mind, Kilmore seemed to be searching for an explanation that would account for the collision occurring without it really being his fault.
Run that by me again.
There's a caravan travelling in front of you in the left-hand lane. You don't see it until you're within about 20 metres of it. So there was this gap, a huge gap. Was it concentration on supposedly the lights behind him? But for some reason, failed to keep a proper lookout of what's ahead of him. This huge white caravan. It's inexplicable how he couldn't have seen it. Do you know whether the lights on the caravan were working?
But when I got up close enough to see him with my bright lights, I could not see any brake lights glowing. All I can see is bright white caravan.
One of the things we do, particularly in a same direction collision at night time, is to examine the tail light assemblies and the light globe filaments of the vehicle that's been struck from behind. If the tail lights are on when the impact occurred, we find that the tungsten filaments of the globes become very hot, and when the vehicle's subjected to an impact, that coiled filament will stretch out of shape, so you'll get irregular distortion. So we examined those filaments, and that indicated that the lights on the back of the caravan were operating, so it should have been able to be seen.
Did you go back and make any attempt at all to find out exactly what had happened back there, whether anybody needed help, whether anybody was hurt?
I didn't think there was anybody left back there. I didn't think that there was... No, I didn't think that there was anyone hurt.
And you made a decision not to go back and find out?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Probably because I didn't want to see what may have been there.
Did you realise that if somebody was injured or killed in that collision that you probably were in serious trouble?
Yes.
And did that go through your mind?
Yes.
Kilmore had admitted to the collision, but police needed to find further evidence of his culpability. The interview wasn't over, nor was the forensic team's vital examination. Police had tracked down the truck driver they believed was involved in the fatal crash at Easter. While he admitted to being involved, Brett Kilmore thought that the lights from a car behind him had caused him to collide into the caravan.
He just seemed to be looking for something to hang his hat on that could account for why it happened.
Nearly 4 hours into the interview, the real story emerged.
Do you use any drugs or other prescription medications or other medications of any sort?
By no-dose.
Now, no-dose is supposed to some extent, help you stay awake for a bit longer.
Caffeine, yes.
Why do you use those?
Because when you feel doughy and you're running late because you can't get enough sleep, you try to take what is, available.
Do you say that you find it hard to drive and earn a living driving legally hours-wise?
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to make a living without excessive hours. I've been sacked because I run late. Can't afford to run late.
So could that have been a reason why this collision happened? That because of your physical and mental state, you didn't have the capacity to
see what was on the road ahead of you properly and understand what it was until the last moment.
That would have a 90% and 90% cause of it, I suppose. And just
Kilmore started off defensively, denying any involvement in a collision in Victoria, but in the end admitted that he was tired, wasn't able to concentrate properly, hadn't seen the caravan until he was 15 or 20 metres behind it. And by that time, even with hard braking and swerving, it was too late to avoid a collision.
That action in itself was grossly negligent to the point that it's involuntary manslaughter.
It was the evidence from his own mouth that resulted in us believing that we had enough evidence to charge him with culpable driving.
But our job wasn't finished because we still had to find the physical evidence. Testimony is something that can often prove to be unreliable, or it doesn't necessarily make it through to court. As far as we're concerned, the physical evidence is something that can't change, it never alters. Its interpretation should always come back the same way, so it's the unalterable fact. And once you've got that, you know that you're okay to go forward into court.
When you look at the white W of the emblem from a distance, it just looks as though it's just pockmarked with flies. Until you get really close up and have a look, you realise that not all of the black spots are actually flies. One of the spots was in fact a hole. It was very small, only a few millimetres across, but it had this peculiar shape. I look on the back of the van and on the edge there's a Phillips head screw, and see not only is there white plastic inside the head of the screw, but sticking out from the side of that white plastic are highly lustrous fibres.
Not only did the piece from the screw fit perfectly into the hole, but the fibres were an exact match to the cover from Kilmore's truck.
So at this stage, for me, this is the final eureka type moment, and I can say this truck hit this caravan. And of course, for me, that was the ultimate. That was the defining moment of the case from a forensic standpoint.
I regret not stopping at the scene because things would have been a hell of a lot easier. But that initial little time, whether it been 5 minutes or 10 minutes, from that time onwards, it's the hardest thing that the second hardest thing I've had to do in my life is ring my finance company up and say that I can't make a payment. You know, once you've gone past that stage, it's hard to own up. I've put my whole life so far into the truck. The last thing that I want to lose, but you know, due to my actions, I may have caused the life of a little kid. So, you know, I could blame someone else. I could, you know, or point the finger or what, but I fucked up, so I've got to take the circumstances, I've got to take the consequences.
A hit-run truck driver who rammed a four-wheel drive on the Hume Freeway, killing a 12-year-old boy, has been found guilty of culpable driving. 6 months after the Easter tragedy, Brett Kilmore was tracked down by a holidaying forensic scientist who recognised the damaged prime mover.
It took 6 months of intensive, extensive Australia-wide search to find this bloke.
The jury decision brings an end to a 2-year investigation that deeply affected them.
To lose a child has got to be, and I have kids of my own, has got to be one of the most tragic things that can happen to you in life.
It's truly amazing that they'd just put their whole heart and soul into it, and to me it seemed like it wasn't a 9-to-5 job for them, that they virtually dreamt and slept and had it 24 hours a day. That they just put so much resources and effort into finding this guy. I mean, even though I'd lost a big thing out of my life, in terms of other tragedies, it was probably not a big thing, but the police were willing to put so much time and effort into it, I was staggered.
To find one person out of the 160,000 that we started with, to come down to that finer point and actually present somebody before the courts is very satisfying as far as a job is concerned. And that's what we do.
A hit-run truck driver who rammed a four-wheel drive on the Hume Freeway, killing a 12-year-old boy, has been sentenced to 5 years in jail.
No sentence will ever replace Beth Fleming's young son, Nicky.
Every day I don't have my son. Every day I have that loss.
The court heard how the 33-year-old truckie was under financial and deadline pressure by his company. Police say it's a sad indictment on the transport industry.
Trucking companies push their drivers to unreasonable expectations.
Judge Francis Diet said nothing could excuse Kilmore's criminal conduct and no penalty could alleviate the Fleming's pain.
I hope that every day that he's in jail he thinks about driving carefully when he comes out.
If it was advertised more widely that they do catch these guys, I don't think you'd get any more hit and runs, because the investigation they go through is so thorough.
The police aren't going to give up looking for you. Whether it be 6 months or a year or 2 years later, that knock may come on your door.
So you may as well stop and be a good person than think you can run and get away with taking responsibility, because they're going to get you in the end.
Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!
Police race to a suburban house. They've been called by the neighbour of an hysterical man who's cried out for help.
Call the cops!
His wife is dead.
Oh, Jesus!
He was either a very keen dog walker or it was certainly suiting his version of events.
I was at the point where I was not that far off putting him on the ground, handcuffing him and placing him in the rear of the cage truck.
I noticed the glass had popped off the face. This would have taken a lot of force to do.
That was a major inconsistency even at that point in what we were being told. We realised we were dealing with deliberate lies.
I used a number of beer bottles in pig's blood to replicate that same stain.
There's some funny business going on, if you know what I mean.
I never killed my wife. But I loved her and I left home that morning and my wife was alive.
Crime scene examination is all about interpreting a story. Investigators will be told one thing, but the evidence within the scene will tell a completely different tale. When Judith Brown's body was found in the foyer of her home, the art of listening was never so important.
Upon our arrival at the location, first thing we saw was a male person in the front yard. He had his hands up in the air and he had, I could see quite clearly as we stopped, blood down his arms, on his hands, down the front of his jacket. He was quite agitated. He was saying, "What's going on here? What's happened?" I could see blood on the security door handle. It was just sitting ajar, and the timber door proper was open. About a metre inside the door, I could see a female laying on a bag, head towards the door, and her arms were up above her head. There was also some broken beer bottles, appeared to be stubby size, and there was a strong smell of alcohol present inside the house. I went to the gentleman who was still sitting on the seat, and I said, "The lady in the house, who's that?" He said, "Judith Brown." I said, "And what's your name?" He said, "Ross Brown." I ascertained from him that it was his wife, and while speaking with him, he had a strong smell of alcohol on him and on his clothing. And I could see he had a laceration to the back of his left hand. The ambulance officers managed to bandage his hand. I had to say to him, like, "Calm down, mate, like, sit down, take it easy. They're here to help you." However, he was still aggressive and quite agitated in his approach with us.
Get out of here, come on, piss off.
I think aggressive would probably be the most apt word to describe his demeanour at that time. At one point, Mr. Brown became so aggressive he actually approached myself and, placing his face only inches away from myself, was screaming violently at me. I could actually feel spittle landing on my face. Everyone reacts differently to situations where grief and shock are expressed in different ways, and you sort of always make allowances for that, but I hadn't seen this behaviour before. It certainly stood out in my mind.
Get off me!
He was very insistent upon going back into the house and seeing his wife again. And, you know, I was trying to be very understanding that inside was this man's wife of some 20 years, but for reasons of protecting evidence and things like that, we had to convince him that was not the thing to do.
Judith Brown was laying on her back in the foyer of the premises. She had severe head injuries and there's a lot of low-level blood spatter on the walls. So the deceased was actually about floor level when she received a lot of the impact. Next to Mrs. Brown's body was a set of car keys, a set of prescription glasses and the necks of 2 beer bottles. On one of the shelves of the brick partition, which separated the lounge room from the entry foyer, was a circular stain in blood which appeared to be consistent with the base of a beer bottle.
It was quite evident that she'd been struck with a heavy object. There was nothing in the crime scene other than the beer bottles that would be consistent with being able to strike her in such a manner. So either the bottles had been used to strike the victim or that something had been used on the victim and it had been taken from the crime scene by the perpetrator. I can clearly remember there were bloody footprints on the carpet and there were dog paw prints on the carpet as well and on some of the tiled areas.
The footprints were also found in the main bedroom, where it appeared that a number of drawers and cupboards had been searched.
Initial thoughts were that it was a break and enter, but it just didn't appear right.
Clothing was bundled together and removed from the hangers and placed down on the floor. The hangers still all lined, not as if someone had gone through each of the items individually. Items had also been removed from drawers and placed on the bed in bundles, rather than just willy-nilly thrown out, which generally break and enter offenders are discerning as to how they throw items out of drawers. Nothing else appeared to be disturbed. TVs, video recorders, stereo systems, everything appeared to be where it should have been.
The crime scene had been staged to give the impression that someone had been in the house and that had been basically burgling the house at some point. And there was a large amount of passion and hostility that had been present in the scene and an inordinately large amount of violence used against the victim that indicated much more than a robbery gone wrong.
We also found a piece of ceramic just inside the bedroom door that was stuck down to the carpet with blood.
It was highly coloured one side and had a fracture surface on the other side. It was blood-stained and it was in the immediate vicinity to the assault.
We couldn't see anything that may have belonged to, and of course we started to think, well, is that possibly part of the murder weapon?
And had it struck Judith Brown's watch?
The face had been broken away from the watch, so it certainly appeared that the watch had been damaged during the murder. The time of the watch, I can recall distinctly, as 9:14 and 28 seconds. Even the second hand had actually stopped.
Outside, Ross Brown was still agitated.
From what I saw, he's there, he's got the blood all over him. It could have been a domestic-related incident. It was certainly suspicious. However, he may not have been involved, and as a result of that, he is also a victim of this particular crime.
We impressed upon him that if he wanted us to find out who had done this to his wife, it was crucial for him to assist us with these inquiries. The best option was for him to help us by going back to the police station at that time. Did you have any involvement in Judith's death?
You're fucking joking.
I've got to ask you.
You're fucking joking.
At 9:14 p.m, exactly 12 hours after Judith Brown's watch had stopped, her husband was brought into the police station. The aim of the interview was to commit him to a version of events. At this point in time, Ross Brown was both a suspect and a witness in this investigation.
You're not obliged to say or do anything unless you wish to do so, but whatever you say or do will be electronically recorded and may later be used in evidence. Do you understand that?
I got nothing to hide.
Okay. I arrived at 4:20 p.m. this afternoon. And do you agree that at that time you're fairly upset?
I do.
Also at that time you did also appear very angry. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you're venting a fair bit of that anger towards other
anybody who was in my sight.
Okay. I asked Ross about the events of that day, his movements, and obviously importantly the movements of his wife Judy. Ross was able to relate to us that it was a day, just the same as any other.
Copied up.
That after they went through the normal family events of the morning, the 3 children left the school and Ross was then alone with his wife Judy. I asked you when you last saw Judith and you told me at 9 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, around 9. Yeah, around 9 o'clock.
It was at that time that you then decided to take the dog out for a walk?
I done the washing up, like I usually do. I sweep the floors, I make the fucking beds, I do the vacuuming, I do the dusting while my wife's been working and I haven't.
What did your wife and yourself talk about before you left?
I said I wouldn't be home this afternoon because I would have to take my son to football training.
What time does she normally leave for work?
Quarter past, 20 past.
You've left before she decided to leave for work?
I did.
Where did you decide to go?
Take my dog down the beach.
What beach did you take him to?
Local beach.
I'd already been aware that it was blowing a gale. It was bitterly cold and the rain was coming down periodically. To have spent an hour to an hour and a half on the local beach walking your dog in that sort of weather, he was either a very keen dog walker or it was certainly suiting his version of events. He walked the dog down there for an hour to an hour and a half before going to the Anna Bay Tavern around about 10:30 that morning. Now, how long were you at the tavern for?
2-3 hours.
Well, how much would you have had to drink over the whole course of the day from the time you went there to the time
5-6 schooners, roughly. I walked to the bottle shop and I bought myself a couple of large bottles of beer to take. I drove up my driveway. I unhitched the dog, which I usually do, picked him up, put him on the ground, picked up my beers, I walked over and I proceeded to go to the front door with my beers under my arm.
Okay.
Opened up the door, dog went in, and I seen a fucking horrifying thing on the floor.
Jesus Christ!
I grabbed my fucking wife and I fucking screamed. I think I dropped the beer and I ran out the fucking door. I'm not sure if I'd done anything in the house or not because I was fucking shattered.
You said you bent down and grabbed your wife?
Yes.
How did you do that when you say...
Hollis, bolus.
Where did you put your arms?
Mate, I grabbed her and fucking just said, Judy, 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 Judy.
He remembers trying to pick his wife up, cradling her body, and it's possibly at that point that his left hand was cut.
It could have been then, I don't know. And then I just went fucking screaming out the front door. And I went straight to Belinda's, and I was screaming at Belinda to ring the police.
Call the cops! Call the cops!
Police had also spoken to another neighbour that afternoon who had also witnessed Ross's behaviour.
Another female neighbour was dragged in by Mr Brown in a headlock, and on seeing the sign she retreated out of the house and vomited in the front yard.
You bastard!
How are you feeling now?
Pissed off.
What are you pissed off about?
The whole works and jerks. I got a wife of, I don't know what's happened to her. I've been informed that she's not a fucking alive. How would you feel? Would you be annoyed?
Well, that's what I want to know. I want to know how you're feeling.
I'm fucking very, very cranky.
We still didn't know whether he was the offender or whether he was just the grieving husband in shock and angry and trying to vent that somehow. It was a very difficult balance as to how you talk to somebody in that sort of situation, but we impressed upon him that the importance was we had to get a picture of what has happened. What was the situation like between Judy and yourself? Did you argue very often?
No.
You never had an argument last night or this morning at all? When you had arguments with Judy, what were the arguments usually about? What sort of things?
Oh, I've been with the lady 20 years. Probably just general, out and out fucking rubbish.
Was money, that's probably the main cause of most arguments. Was that usually a cause of arguments in your family?
If I said we never had an argument about money, I'd be a bloody liar.
Did you argue about your drinking or things like that often?
Nope.
Did Judy feel you had a problem with drinking? Have you ever at any stage in the past ever hit Judy in an argument?
No.
Has she ever attempted to take any action against you legal-wise for any of those?
No. No.
Nothing like that?
No.
The last question I'm going to ask is probably the hardest one of the lot. Did you have any involvement in Judith's death?
You're fucking joking.
I've got to ask you.
You're fucking joking. No.
Did you hit her at all today? Did you strike her? Nothing like that?
No.
Nothing like that occurred?
No
argument this morning?
Not at all.
All right. Question I have to ask, mate, in the job I've got. Is there anything further you can tell me about this matter?
No, there isn't.
Now that Ross Brown had given police his version of events, the detectives returned to the family house where his 39-year-old wife had been found lying in a pool of blood. They needed to see whether his story matched with the evidence in the house.
There were paw prints and shoe prints in blood through most areas of the house. A lot of those paw prints and shoe prints were very clear, but a lot of them were indiscernible to the naked eye.
I decided to chemically enhance any bloodstains that were not overly visible. I used an LCV, which is liquid crystal violet, to enhance the bloodstaining. I identified blood-stained shoe impressions, which ended up being shoes from Ross Brown. And interestingly enough, some of these small, discrete bloodstains I found in the family room actually belonged to his dog, Floyd. Floyd has walked across the lounge room, into the kitchen area and back around through the lounge to the garage door.
Right next to that door, police found Ross Brown's shoe prints.
Alongside those bloody shoe prints were droplets of blood, which through DNA analysis was able to tell us that it was in fact Ross Brown's blood. It led to the same sliding door that the dog appeared to have exited from, and Ross's blood was also surrounding the locking mechanism on the door. In my interview with Ross Brown earlier that night, that had not been told to me.
There was no real surprise that his prints or blood might be at the scene, but it was where they were found that concerned the detectives.
The fact that Ross Brown had walked through his wife's blood into the main bedroom where the ransacking of the bedroom had occurred was of interest to us.
The footprints indicated that it wasn't once, but twice.
To walk through the blood, into the bedroom, then come back out, then to walk through the blood again, and then walk in another direction of the bedroom, and then come back out, shows a very calm person, rather than somebody who, one would assume, should be in a frenzy.
Of even more interest than that was the fact that Ross Brown had then walked through his wife's blood over to that door, unlatched it, and it appeared to allow the dog to run loose out into the yard. That just did not fit in with the picture of somebody that's walked in, found their wife in a pool of blood in the foyer, and then thought, well, I better do something about this.
We seized Mr Brown's white four-wheel drive. It was brought back to Maitland Police Station where it was forensically examined.
In the back tray was a paw print, and we were able to have that analysed, and that came back confirmed as Judy Brown's blood. What's the dog's name, sorry?
Floyd.
Floyd. Where was Floyd at this point? Did he go around the back from inside, or did he come back out with you? Do you know what happened to him?
I think he was running the street. And they got him back for me.
And he's calling for the dog to get in the back of the ute, which he couldn't do. At some point shortly after that, he's actually lifted the dog up and placed it in the bag of his utility.
The dog had been running around the backyard, up and down the street, yet here was this paw print, very distinct and very definite in blood. One would have assumed that that blood would have dissipated from the dog's paw as he ran around, yet here it was still very distinct. So had it occurred late in the afternoon when Ross placed the dog in there in the presence of the police, very unlikely it would have been so definite. The question we had to know is, when was that mark made? Earlier in the day or in that afternoon?
The smashed beer bottles were also not fitting into the picture.
The beer glass, it was scattered throughout the living room and the foyer and even into the bedroom. It didn't quite match up with the scenario that he told me about of having just walked in and dropping the bottles spontaneously upon seeing her on the floor there. The other thing that also took my eye straight away was the circle of blood on the dividing wall just inside the foyer. Looking at it, it did appear that it was possible to have been made by the base of a beer bottle. And again, it didn't fit in with any scenario that I had been told by Ross Brown earlier that day.
That was a major inconsistency even at that point in what we were being told. If he'd dropped the bottles immediately, there was no way that ring could have occurred had Mr Brown's account been correct.
It was speculated that the beer bottles could have also been the murder weapon.
During the autopsy, we also discovered that she had an injury to one of her arms where there were a number of scratches. Also adhered to that area were broken fragments of beer bottle glass. And I put forward that the possibility was Judy possibly trying to defend herself against a breaking beer bottle.
The bottle, however, could not have caused the blunt force trauma to Judith's head. The 11-centimetre wound and skull fracture was the result of something much heavier.
Very deep within that wound, two very fine items were found which turned out to be very minute flakes of paint. Embedded so deep within the wound that it was consistent with having been left there by the weapon that was used to cause that injury. So we asked a number of family and friends if they could help us if there was anything that was normally kept in the foyer that would have been consistent with this weapon. From that, a number of persons suggested to us that there was always a concrete doorstop kept immediately in the entry area.
The doorstop was one of a number painted by Judith's mother specifically for her children. Police obtained one, and pieces from it were compared to the fragments found in Judith's wound and the ceramic chip found on the bedroom floor. All were consistent with each other.
We now believe that was the weapon we were looking for.
I've just pushed it open.
Okay, so you swung it open.
Pushed it open.
What did Floyd do?
He's in.
He's already in before you?
He's in.
What did you do? Did you see Judy straight away at this point?
As soon as that door came open, my fucking wife was lying there.
Some 4 days after the murder, Ross Brown agreed to come back to the house to assist us with further inquiries. It was very important to go through that process because there were so many questions from the first interview that we hadn't clarified. And so much of what he told us on that first interview were inconsistent with what we had found at the scene. Ross, if you want a break, you want to take a moment at any stage?
No, that's right.
Just let us know.
No, that's fine.
During that interview, Ross went through the processes again of telling us what had occurred.
I walked in here and she was lying there. I'm sure the beer's gone and I fucking jumped onto the ground.
Okay, hang on, you said the beer's gone. What happens?
I've dropped it. Beer's gone. Dog's in here.
Did you see where the dog went? Did the dog go that way? Because, as you're describing, you got Judy laying here. Did he avoid her and go out of the road, or did he come around here?
Dog's here with us. Dog was in this area, I'm sure of it. He could have fucking took off out there. I don't really know what happened to the dog after that.
All right.
Right.
So when you got back up, you said you don't know what you did. Do you remember going anywhere?
I could have went in there.
Right, you're pointing to your bedroom?
I could have went in there ranting and raving.
Did you go anywhere else?
I think I've slipped arse over head here like I told you before. I could have stepped back. When I slipped arse over it, I could have gone back.
So the only room you can remember going in is this, the bedroom here?
Yeah. There was shit everywhere. Okay. Sure, there was shit everywhere.
Okay, so you think you ran into there?
Yep.
You ran back out here. Did you do anything with Judy again when you come back out?
No, I don't think so.
All right, just before you've left the house, whereabouts was Floyd? Did you see Floyd?
I got no idea.
All right. People, particularly that have suffered from a significant trauma like Mr Brown obviously had if he was a victim, their memory tends to be a little bit hazy. Sometimes it actually improves after a few days. And certainly the idea of the second walk around was to put him in the scene so he had a much better recollection of what had occurred and give him a second opportunity to correct any errors he'd made in his initial interview.
The detectives took him to all areas of the house to see whether it would jog a memory.
No.
Did you come in here and look out there or see anything in the backyard, or you didn't see out there?
I come in that door and I hadn't been at that backyard until this afternoon.
Okay. This door over here.
Yep.
Have you looked across? Can you tell me whether that was open, closed, half open, whatever?
That would have been clipped.
All right, so Before you finish up, before you left at 9 o'clock, you locked this up for security?
That would have been locked well before then.
Okay.
That would have been locked before my kids went to school.
So at that stage, you believe this was still locked from inside?
Locked from inside.
Okay. We didn't mention to Ross that we suspected that the Swagman statue was the murder weapon. Now, coming in here, looking around, is there anything in the room out of place, unusual, not where it's supposed to be? We were interested to see his reaction to that and if he identified that to us. Initially, when we went through the house, he did not mention that to us. Just looking over here, so anything missing in this tiled area, this foyer area, anything in a place that's normally kept there?
Should be a door stop here.
It was when I drew his attention specifically to the entry in the foyer area and asked, was there anything not there that should have been there? He then said, the door stop's missing. Can you remember where that was when you left that morning on Friday? Was that there?
It was always here.
Anything else missing? Was there any vases, jugs?
There was never nothing kept on here. I've been told my wife never got to work, is that correct?
That's correct.
Her
I
bag,
believe so.
I haven't seen her bag anywhere.
What's a bag look like?
It's about that big.
When you're doing that sort of a walkthrough interview back at the scene, you're also very interested in the body language and the behaviour of an individual. I suppose the curious part to a lot of the investigators there, including myself, was the fact that Ross didn't feel uneasy being back at the house.
She was going to work, her bag could have possibly been there because when she's getting ready, she'll do a few things and that before she goes. 90% of the time I'm home when she leaves. I usually go out later, you know? And this was just one of them days.
To myself as an investigator, I just thought this was very removed from a grieving husband.
Ross Brown then took the detectives to the beach where he walked his dog.
Yeah, if I walk in, he'll follow me out and try and come out as far as I can. I ride a longboard.
Yep.
Right in there.
In here?
Yep.
Where he had drunk that day.
A few grogs and that in there, it's pissing down raining.
And bought his takeaway beers.
Come out, I've got 2 large bottles, got in my car and drove out here.
Oh, where'd you get the large bottles from?
That bottle shop.
This bottle shop here attached to the pub. All right.
It was important Ross Brown point out where he drank and bought the 2 bottles of beer. The detectives, however, had been doing their homework, and like the crime scene, what he was saying didn't quite fit the facts.
Ross told us that he went to the tavern about 10:30 that day. He normally stayed, according to the witnesses, for about an hour to 2 hours at the most. This day he stayed for approximately 4 hours. And instead of drinking 3 or 4 schooners, this day we counted on the videotape surveillance that he in fact consumed a total of 12 schooners to his new. The amount that he drank that afternoon was of interest to us because he told us, as did a number of other people, that afternoon he had to take his son for football training more than an hour away. A man that knows he has to do that, to have sat there and drank that much alcohol, I don't think was intending to drive much further than just going home at the absolute outside.
However, the tape did show, and was confirmed by those that were there, that Ross Brown's hand was not cut at that stage. It had to have happened at the time he returned home, supposedly with his 2 beer bottles.
Investigators were able to obtain the cash register receipts for the bottle shop on that day. The cash register receipts did not show the purchase of 2 bottles of Tui's new long necks in isolation at any time. And most importantly of all, the video surveillance of the tavern bottle shop did not show Ross Brown entering the bottle shop at any time that day.
And just in case Ross Brown may have gone to another shop up the street, checks were also made there. Again, cash register receipts and video surveillance didn't support his version of events.
By that stage, we realised we weren't dealing with inconsistencies. We realised we were dealing with deliberate lies.
The question was, if Ross Brown had killed his wife, what was the motive?
Putting my watch?
Yeah.
Just about what time would it have been that you'd have come home?
Around the 2-ish mark. Could have been a bit either side. I'm not 100% sure of the time.
Okay, I haven't checked exactly the time, but I believe that the first calls to the ambulance and police were around about 3 o'clock that afternoon.
Right.
Does that give you any indication of what time it might have been?
Might have been 2:30, that.
Okay.
It could have even been 20 to 3.
There were so many inconsistencies in his version of events. So many things were able to disprove that he had said. But none of that amounted to enough to be able to charge him or take the matter any further at that time. Extremely frustrating. You know where you're going, but there's not quite enough there.
So police continued to pull apart Ross Brown's story.
I've got my beer under this arm like this.
Okay, both beers?
Both beers like this.
So take that
in my arm.
Under your left arm.
While they knew he hadn't bought the beer, they still needed to know whether the spread of glass in the crime scene area could have resulted in the way he had described.
I've just pushed it over.
That experiment told us that although some minute pieces of glass could travel some distance, it wasn't consistent with the amount of glass fragments that had bounced away from that scene.
Well, it indicated to us that the bottle hadn't been dropped but had rather been thrown into the ground, which again was an inconsistency in Mr. Brown's story.
Investigators then turned their attention to the ring mark on the shelf that was in Judith Brown's blood.
And to try and establish its cause, I used a number of beer bottles in pig's blood, and I was able to replicate that same stain.
And the diameter of that ring was consistent with the base of one of the Tui's new bottles. It was obvious to us that that bottle had been placed in Judy Brown's blood at some point. It had then been placed up on the partition board at a later time, still soaked in her blood, before that bottle was later broken near her body.
Next on the agenda was the watch. From their inquiries, police knew Judith was meticulous, so they felt her watch would tell the right time. But had it stopped at the time of her murder?
When I first examined the watch, I noticed the glass had popped off the face. In my experience, this would have taken a lot of force to do. The hands were bent towards the dial. I noticed the time was 9:14 and 28 seconds. I turned the watch over, I removed the back, then I removed the battery. There was blood inside the watch on the train wheel bridge, the circuit, and the battery contacts. I concluded the battery and watch mechanism shorted almost immediately when the blood was introduced to the watch.
So the time of 9:14 was fairly accurate. She was just about to walk out the door to start work when that happened. Although Ross was firming up as a real suspect, we still had no motive. Initial inquiries tended to lean towards that it was a relatively happy marriage, so we were very curious if he had done this, why? What had caused him to explode to such a degree to cause such injuries to his wife? So you can just go and sort of, when you're running a bit short, you ask her for a couple of dollars or whatever?
If I say to my wife I want some dough and she would have said to me how much.
We spent months looking into the financial situation of the family, and all of a sudden a picture started to emerge. What we found was that they had a large sum of money tied up in a fixed term deposit. That sum of money was in Judy's name only. Judy's family told us Ross was a spendthrift and Judy had to protect the family's money from Ross for that reason.
I like to punt horses, I like a couple of beers.
But the couple did have a joint account. 6 weeks before Judith's murder, the balance was $12,000.
I can outlay $30 and have a $3 trifecta in every race in Sydney.
By the 1st of June, the day before her murder, Ross Brown had withdrawn the entire amount from that account. They had no financial savings behind them other than the money tied up in the fixed term deposit in Judy's name.
On that same day, Ross Brown contacted the bank. He wanted to know how he could change the fixed term deposit into a joint account. The bank employee told him he would need his wife's authority to do so.
When the inquiry was made as to why he wanted to do that, Ross made the comment, "There's some funny business going on, if you know what I mean." Again, these were things that had not been disclosed to us by Ross in his interviews.
With money as a possible motive, Ross Brown was asked back for another interview.
Why did you ring up on the 1st of June, the day before your wife's death, and inquire about having it placed into 2 names?
Just an inquiry. Was it possible?
Did you pass a comment because there's some funny things going on, if you know what I mean?
I may have done.
Why would you pass a comment like that?
Well, everyone has an off day. Like you know yourself, like your marriage don't run perfect 365 days a year. I may have had a bit of a bee in my bonnet.
Well, what were the funny things that were going on?
Oh. She might have come home with the shits and been a bit late, and we might have a couple of words, but it was nothing serious. You know? Like, we didn't fight or nothing like that.
So you're saying you had an argument on the 1st of June?
No, we never had a word like that. Our arguments went about 10 seconds.
Who normally started the argument?
Well, if I come home from the pub, she'd say, oh, you're down there again, blah, 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 blah.
Did you have another discussion like that on the Friday morning?
No.
Before you went out?
No. I kissed my wife Friday morning before I left. I'm pretty sure I did. And I love my wife.
Yeah.
And I get the feeling here that you guys are trying to tell me that I murdered my wife.
It had now been 4 months since Judith Brown was murdered. During that time, her husband never contacted the police.
We're not talking about the theft of your car or breaking your house. We're talking about the death of your wife, the wife that you love.
Yes.
Don't you think that's a strange thing that you haven't inquired about the investigation or how it's going?
No, I don't.
Right.
In that same time, police had gathered a body of circumstantial evidence. It was now being presented to him.
That day when we found her, she was wearing a watch. What I'll do is I'll just show you a photograph of the watch. It actually says 9:14 and 28 seconds. We believe the watch was broken when Judy was murdered.
Okay.
Possibly from her placing her arms up to try and defend herself. And at some stage she was struck during that altercation. What I'm trying to figure out is the time that you left, whether it be 9 o'clock or 9:10. Obviously is very close to that time.
Yes, I can understand that, Bert.
And that obviously doesn't allow very much time for somebody else to come into the house and assault Judy.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Do you have anything to say in relation to that?
No, I don't.
What we've also discovered is we believe Floyd has walked through the blood, through the house down here, towards this door over here.
The slider.
Sliding door. He said you latched it back up when you come through. Do you recall that?
Good morning, yeah.
Okay. In addition to those footprints, we've also found footprints that match your shoes that you're wearing that have been marked out by Judith's blood. That after you've been here, you've then walked over this way to this door, and we've got blood that's been identified as your blood on that door and also on that door latch, where it appears that you've disengaged the latch there and possibly opened that door, because we cannot see Floyd's footprints any further after it goes to that doorway. It appears that you've walked over and unlatched that door and allowed the dog to leave.
Well, I may have.
Can you see those small cuts and lacerations?
Yes. Oh, I'll be honest, it looks like bits of glass to me.
There is glass there as well.
Okay, right.
So those, what sort of glass does that look like?
Beer bottles.
What would you say to a suggestion that may have been a beer bottle broken against Judith's forearm?
A beer bottle broken against Judith's forearm. Yeah, well, it's a possibility, yeah.
You said you had 2 bottles that day, Ross.
Yes, I'm sure I had 2 bottles.
We didn't find any more glass from any beer bottles more than the 2.
Okay.
And that's when we disclosed to him that he'd never purchased the beer bottles at the Ender Bay Tavern.
Did you get them out of your fridge at home? Because it's quite obvious, and we can produce the evidence, that you didn't buy them at either bottle shops or at the tavern.
So you told me that now? Well, I'm completely lost for words, because I'm sure I got them at the pub.
He just didn't buy them. The evidence was emphatic that he didn't buy them. He refused to accept that.
I know they got video surveillance there, the whole works and jerks. Mate, I'm positive I bought them there. I might have had 8, maybe 10 schooners or more that day, right? But I'm sure I bought them there.
See, I believe that you've gone home and staged the accident because you already knew your wife was dead.
I did not stage it, Alex. I did not know my wife was dead.
And the reason why I say that I believe you staged it is the fact of the impression, which appears to be the bottom of the bottle, that's left on the top of the dividing wall.
It certainly looks like a mark off a bottle of beer, and I'll admit that myself.
Can you explain how it got there then?
No, I cannot, Peter.
I'll just again show you that photograph there, Judy's arm. Could somebody in a rage with a beer bottle in their hand have struck her across the arm? She's put her arm up to block it.
You're indicating that I done that, Peter. I'm going to say no, I never.
Is it possible?
Peter, I never done that to my wife. Now, I know you've got things here that says the beer bottle wasn't bought there. I am positive I bought it in the bay.
As I said, at the end of the day, the beer bottle, whether you bought it there or not, isn't the main issue. What I'm saying is the whole ambit of what we've discussed with you here today.
I'm going to tell you now, I never killed my wife. And I loved her, and I left home that morning, and my wife was alive.
I don't doubt for a moment that you loved your wife. I don't doubt that one iota. I'll look you in the face and I'll tell you that now. Everyone I've spoken to, everyone I've had contact with, all tell me that. The situation at your house was, you like a drink, you like a bit of a flutter. The arguments that you and Judy did have were all, from what I can ascertain, as a result of you going through money. I think this day that you're going to go out, you're going to go to the tavern and have a few more drinks. I think what's happened in the morning, and I think it's happened as quick as that. I think Judy's had a chop at you, said something to you about, what are you going to do, get out in the piss again while I'm going to work? The frustration's built up in you. And you've said it before earlier in this interview, when you do your lolly, you just explained, I know that you've said that in an earlier interview.
I can keep myself pretty steady. If I snap, I do tend to like to do things I want, and I don't want no one to stop me.
In a very short space, it may only be 10 seconds, I think 30 seconds, that you've done something to Judy, and as soon as it's bloody over, I think you've sat there and thought, my God, what the hell have I done? You're in a panic, you didn't know which way to bloody turn. You go and you say, okay, I'll go to the beach, I'll just get my head together, I'll get my thoughts. You took the statue, you took your dog down there, you've gone to the tavern knowing that's going to be my alibi. And you've sat at that tavern all day praying that someone goes and finds Judy, someone comes from her work, they find her. But that hasn't happened. The time's ticked away and it's got damn close and you knew the boys are due home. I'll give you that, you've had the decency at that stage, I believe, to think, I don't want the boys to go home and find her. And that's when you've gone home. I think, Ross, when you think about it, when you think of everything we've told you here today, I think all points in the one direction. If that is it, that will be mitigating circumstances that the courts will take into account. They will take that into consideration. Because I know, everyone has told me that when you explode, you do it very quickly. I've had a forensic psychiatrist watch your interviews. I'll read you a comment that's been made by a forensic psychiatrist. Just listen to this. Finally, it appears to me that the murder happened in a moment of intensity and rage. There may well have been an element of censure or humiliation taking place at the time, and this would be sufficient for an individual like Ross Brown to become suddenly enraged and behave in a violent and impulsive manner. There is no indication that there was a prolonged fight or struggle, but rather that the whole event occurred ferociously, impulsively and quickly.
Well, can I say something now? I was 100% sure I bought my beer at the pub at Annabay, and as long as I'm sitting here or I'm alive and on my father's dying oath, I never killed my wife. I'm sorry, Peter.
I don't want you apologising to me, I just want to know what happened. The most frustrating period is when you finish that interview and he's walking out of the station, you're thinking, I can prove all that, I can prove so many lies, but it was just a hair short of being able to prefer any charges.
That hair's breadth came 12 months later.
I was contacted by a counsellor from Nelson Bay who told me that she had been working with one of our witnesses over a long period of time. That witness was in fact the other woman that Ross Brown had grabbed in a headlock on the afternoon of his wife's murder and attempted to drag her back into the scene. What she told me is that she was sitting at home on the morning of the murder and that she had heard an argument from the Brown residence. Although she wasn't able to identify Judy's voice during that argument, she was absolutely positive that one of the voices that was raised was Ross. She told me that she heard a woman scream, but she thought there's simply an argument. She told me that the argument had occurred at approximately 9:10 to 9:15 that morning and that he had driven off some 10 minutes later. And she was of the belief that, in fact, Ross Brown had actually seen her as he drove off that morning looking through the window. For that reason, she felt that she wasn't prepared to come forward.
Importantly, her statement corroborated an earlier one by another neighbour who had seen Ross Brown's vehicle in the driveway at 9:10 that morning.
This was the final piece we needed, and I sat down and I examined all the evidence that we had gathered in the 18 months since Judy's murder, and I was now of the belief that we finally had enough to charge Ross Brown with his wife's murder.
After a 5-week court case, the jury returned with a guilty verdict. Ross Brown was sentenced to 18 years imprisonment. He is eligible for release on parole in 2017. The ceramic doorstop he used to kill his wife has never been found. Police believe it is hidden here, somewhere in the sandhills of Anna Bay.
Late one Sunday afternoon, a family heads down to the river that runs at the bottom of their property. Washed up on the edge is a bin. The smell emanating from it was undeniable.
What is it, Dee?
What's the significant part about each of these locations? That they all come together.
The premises at this stage appear to be unoccupied and we need to force entry.
She said if one of my children were missing, I'd be upset too.
That was a bad mistake.
It does raise your suspicions that something untoward may have occurred in the house itself.
Anyone else would be horrified that something that belongs to you is used in a murder.
I knew it was a whole bunch of lies, total lies.
I went to bed. I didn't sleep. I haven't slept much since.
The majority of murders are committed by people known to the victim. Their murders also occur within a few kilometres of where the killer lives. So when a body in a bin is washed up on the shores of a river, the crime scene and offender could be anywhere.
The bin was laying with its wheels facing the water as such, about 45-degree angle on the sand. The tide marks were on the side of it and it suggested that it had been in the water for some time. On closer inspection, you could really smell a really bad smell that was obviously something deteriorating with inside at that stage. There's a hole in the bin, and I noticed that inside that hole I could see a foot. And then from there, crime scene unit and the homicide unit were contacted.
The first thing I noticed about the bin at the time was that the lid had been sealed with 42 hexagonal head TEX screws and a quantity of silicon sealant. The holes on the bin indicated that there had been some sort of mechanical damage to the bin. with some type of instrument rather than damage that might have occurred naturally by running into things or being bumped or something of that nature. I removed the screws from the lid of the bin. All the screws were of a similar make and design. They were counted and taken into evidence. The silicon sealant was broken. This then allowed the bin lid to be opened, which I opened, and that revealed the contents of the bin. I could see a human foot. It was a right foot protruding from a rest of the matter that was wrapped in a blanket.
The obvious question, why is somebody inside the bin? What type of macabre thing might it be? Obviously someone's gone to great lengths to secure the bin and to try and immerse it in the water so it wouldn't be found.
We did do a search of the area, but there was no footprints around on the sand at all. There was no drag marks. There was nothing to suggest that it had been actually dragged and placed down onto the sand.
It'd be fair to assume that the bin had floated down the river and come to rest at that location.
How far it had floated along the 80-kilometre river was not known at this stage. And with night upon them, the search for clues would be resumed the next day.
The forensic pathologist advised that we secure the bin and carry it as a whole to the Westmead mortuary rather than bringing a specialist to that area where there was potential of losing any evidence that might have been included in the contents of that bin at the time.
They want me to get out the morgue.
We found the body inside that had been wrapped in a blanket, and there was electrical type of wiring that had bound the body fairly tightly. Once that was taken off, we'd see the head had been severed, as were the hands. The body was mummified, it was very much decomposed. It was that of a male, probably in his 30s, 30 to 35 years of age. The exact cause of death wasn't known. There was no stabbing, there was no shooting injuries. It was simply just no head and no hands.
Without any access to dental or fingerprints, the first line of inquiry into finding out who the victim was had disappeared. The killer had believed that this would slow the police investigation down, but it hadn't.
We located a number of tattoos on both arms of the deceased, and that certainly provided police with something in which to pursue the identity of that person.
Identifying the body was crucial. So the only way we could really do it was through a media appeal.
Police are appealing for public help to identify a murder victim whose dismembered body was found in a wheelie bin on the outskirts of Sydney. The man, aged between 20 and 40, had been decapitated. His hands had also been cut off. Detectives say the body has tattoos of a rose and barbed wire on the arms.
We're relying upon the tattoos to see whether relatives or friends will come forward and say, that's my son, that's my brother.
A murder investigation's begun after the discovery of a headless body in a wheelie bin at Colo River, northwest of Sydney. A family found the bin on the riverbank yesterday, sealed with screws and silicone.
Police divers searched the Colo River where the bin was found, but didn't find anything that could help identify him.
The only identification police had was 2 tattoos on the arms of the corpse, and the knowledge of when he likely had been killed.
The condition the body was found in gave us an indication they'd been in the water for some time, for some months. And somebody must have seen that bobbing up the river. So you start looking at caravan parks, you look at water skies, anyone that might frequent the area, to try and work out a time frame on when the bin was seen. And then if we can keep working our way back to a point, and hopefully at that time we'll identify the body, and then we'll start to work out when that person was last seen and try and match it up with sightings of the bin. So we went to some of the waterway authorities, and certainly we did find a man that had been along the river some weeks beforehand and seen the bin bobbing in the river. And of course it was a danger to other boats, so he simply just pushed it across to the riverbank. Of course we're looking for the next part, which is where the bodies enter the river. So we went along the riverbanks, we looked at caravan parks, thinking that could the murder have occurred on the riverbank itself upstream somewhere, and whether there's any roads leading down, if there's any boat ramps or things like that, because there might be some telltale signs. It could be tyre tracks, it could be clothing, it could be the murder weapon within these other sites.
The chances of finding anything were minute. Fortunately for the investigation, the publicity surrounding the body in the bin and the tattoos were successful.
We got a number of calls, predominantly about the sighting of the bin, which was good for us, but in particular we did get a call from a lady in Candos that in August of 1998, her brother-in-law had gone missing.
The time frame of this man's disappearance fitted in with the decomposition. More importantly, the tattoos on the body were exactly those of the missing man.
Today, a photo of Peter Astle has been released. Police believe him to be the victim, although it will be 6 to 8 weeks before DNA testing can positively prove identification.
I stress at this stage that we believe it to be Peter Astle. Certainly he hasn't been seen since the 9th of August, and there's been no movement on his account, so we firmly believe it to be him.
Once we identified Peter, of course now he comes from Candos, so this puts a second area into the investigation. We've got a body that's found in a river at Colo, just outside of Windsor, and all of a sudden we identify the body to Peter living at Candos, which is a country community over the top of the Blue Mountains out near Mudgee. So it's some considerable distance apart.
Peter often used to sit out on his front step very early of a morning with his cup of coffee, sit in the sun and look at the mountains. God's country, he called it. As a child, he was probably the clown of the household. Peter got on with his siblings fairly well. His older brother, they were pretty close because they were more of the same age. He lived a reasonably quiet life and kept fairly well to himself. Small circle of friends, but very good friends to him.
The homicide detectives learned that the last time anyone saw Peter was the 9th of August.
That's right.
His brother and nephew were with him, and his mother had called in to say she would be at his home the following morning to help him spruce up his place.
So the next day, Merrill turns up on the 10th of August, knocked on the door, Peter wasn't there.
I'd made some curtains for him to hang, and he wasn't there. And there was a very cold, empty feeling in that house. And I sort of had a little look around, and he'd brought a mattress out onto the lounge room floor within about 3 feet of the fireplace. That was for warmth because he had no heating other than that. And I realised that that fireplace was icy cold. It hadn't been lit the night before, so with the bed there, not slept in, and the fire hadn't been lit, that was very unusual, and that, I think, was the thing that started me really worrying about Peter. When I walked out of Peter's house that morning, Peter's friend, the man that lived next door, I asked him, had he seen Peter and did he know where he was? And he said, I wouldn't worry about him, he'll be back by tomorrow because he's helping me with the fence.
At the early stage, we didn't suspect foul play. We believed that Peter might have just gone walking in the bush, gone camping in the bush, and believed that he might have just left the area for a short time without actually letting his family know.
So what's caused such a violent act to happen, to decapitate a person and put their body in a bin and then transport it hundreds of kilometres away and dump it in a remote area? What's caused him to suddenly be killed? That was a real dilemma for us.
The detectives hoped that the answer would be found in Peter's house, but that was impossible. 4 days before Peter's body was found at the river, his house was burnt near to the ground.
Peter Astle's house is a fibro premises. It was a Housing Commission residence. The interior of the place was clear. There was no furnishings in the premises. The lounge room and dining area walls were still intact, but they had heat and fire damage. At the other end of the house with the bedrooms, the gyprock had fallen in, the roof had collapsed. It was basically the frames. The chances of the fire originating from electrical fault were ruled out as the power had been disconnected and the fuses removed.
Accelerant was used within the house. There was some residue, oily residue on the grass. So, yeah, certainly there were a lot of strong indications the house had been deliberately lit. If the murder occurred in that house and somebody's trying to destroy evidence, you would have thought that it would have been done well beforehand. Why wait 3 months to try and destroy evidence?
The investigation into Peter Astl's murder was providing more questions than it did answers.
We've got a lot of the jigsaw pieces coming together, but they're still a bit fragmented.
But within the bin was a piece of the jigsaw puzzle that would provide a perfect fit. Police knew that Peter Astle was the victim of a vicious murder. They also knew they were 4 months behind in their investigation. Added to the frustration was the fact that his house had been gutted by fire. Police were left with little clues, except the bin.
The bin had GLCC, which is Greater Lithgow City Council, but we just had the number 2 on the bin, so obviously there was going to be a lot of those numbers around the area. But at least we had a geographic location of where the bin came from. And then obviously we're keen to see what else is inside the bin. There might be some other bit of evidence in there. Could even be the murder weapon, could be within the bin. We found a couple of rusted knives. We found a silicone tube. We found some naphthalene flakes that were used to inhibit the smell from the bin.
There was an area of damage on the outside of the bin. It was very deliberate. It had very sharp edges. It was cut. It had quite an unusual shape to it. Inside the garbage bin, I located a piece of green plastic that had a series of white numbers, and that was certainly the serial number that had been placed on that bin during manufacture. And it matched perfectly to the shape on the external portion of the bin, which indicated that that serial number had been cut out of that bin.
Fortunately, the serial number's fallen inside the bin with the body, and the person hasn't gone to the further step to try and retrieve it. He thought, well, the body's going to submerge in the water. We don't have to worry about this anymore, and it was a huge oversight. We've now got a serial number that can attach it to a specific address in Lithgow. So now we've got a body that's found at Colo in outer Sydney. We've got a bin that originates from Lithgow, and we've got a body that comes from Candos. Now, these 3 areas aren't close. They're hundreds of kilometres apart. What's the common link? What's the thread to each of these locations that they all come together? The detective that worked on the case with me, she rang the local police at Candos and started to talk about Peter, about his lifestyle and who he hung around with. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, the local policeman said, well, he lives next door to a man called Bruce Patterson. And of course, Bruce Patterson was the man that owned the bin at Lithgow. So this is our link.
Bruce Patterson had an address in Lithgow, lived in Lithgow, and his ex-wife had an address living next door to Peter Astle in Candos. Bruce was there most of the time. From the information that we'd received, Peter had a fairly good relationship with Bruce Patterson as a friend and would be seen together on a number of occasions.
In fact, Bruce was the person Meryl Astle had spoken to about the disappearance of her son.
I think you'd have to quietly have suspicion. It's just, how can the coincidence be that a garbage bin that belongs to Bruce from Lithgow is used in a murder, and lo and behold, Bruce Patterson lives next door to Peter at Candos with his estranged wife.
With their suspicions aroused, police conducted a search at Patterson's house in Lithgow.
We're presently executing a search warrant on number 2 Page Street, P-A-G-E, Street, Lithgow. The premises at this stage appear to be unoccupied and we need to force entry.
First impressions of the house was that it was a very tidy house. It had been cleaned. There was no furniture in the place at all, so it was obviously vacant. You go in and see cleaning products in the house and say, well, possibly when people move out, the last thing they do is clean up. But in the circumstances of what you're told, having cleaning products there does raise your suspicions that something untoward may have occurred in the house itself.
Floor maintenance zip strip.
One of the areas that of concern was in the second bedroom of the premises, due to the fact there was a large area of staining apparent on the carpet at the time. The stain potentially could have been blood. When I pulled the carpet back, I could immediately see that there was quite a fair bit of staining underneath the carpet. on the underlay and also on the timber floorboards that were below the carpet as well.
The main room we looked at was the bathroom, and when we had a closer examination of it, it was very clean. The bath itself had a new white film over it, similar to paint, like it had been repainted. It was possible that the body had been decapitated in that room. The evidence there that it would be lost down through the drain system.
The pipes were disconnected and sent for testing, along with blood samples from the house.
Until we could confirm that a crime had occurred there, it was simply just a house that had been cleaned up.
Police also conducted a search at Bruce Patterson's ex-wife's place. Bruce Patterson was there, and detectives brought him in for questioning.
Firstly, to ask his reasons for why his bin was used in the murder. Can he explain the reasons why? Because really, the only evidence we had to link him to the murder was the bin. Could it be the case that somebody has stolen his bin and poor Bruce is just a person who just got caught up in it? That all of a sudden the connection to him is merely the bin.
Unbeknownst to the police, the questioning of Bruce Patterson had triggered its own connection for Merrill Astle. On the same day she spoke with Bruce Patterson, his ex-wife was also there.
And I said to her, have you seen Peter anywhere? I'm worried he's not here. And she started to cry. And she said, well, I know if one of my children were missing, I'd be upset too.
Now, what I intend to do today is ask you a number of questions about your knowledge of Peter Astle and any information you may have about the discovery of this body. At that stage, we had a valid reason, certainly, to talk to Bruce. We've got a bin that belongs to Bruce. We've got Bruce, one of the last persons to be sighted with Peter. So that's our starting point. When was the last time you saw Peter Astle?
I'm not too sure exactly when, but I know I was erecting a fence for the ex-wife.
You erecting a fence?
Yeah, Peter was out the back having a coffee in the morning, and I was digging the holes for the fence.
We gave a lot of consideration to the fact that we're missing some body parts that haven't been found, and all of a sudden there's lots of holes that would have been dug to put this new colour-blind fence in, so does it present an opportunity to get rid of some evidence? We used some cadaver dogs to go and sniff along the fence line. We didn't find anything, of course. How were the panels connected to the poles itself? Are they screwed on?
Yep.
And where did you get the screws and the equipment to do that?
They'd all come up in the kit.
So now we're starting to think, well, the tech screws that were found in the bin are those that are used to erect a colour-blind fence. So, again, it's another little piece of the jigsaw that we're looking at now. All right, the picture that I'm showing you is of the bin. This was a bin that was recovered from the Colo River. Mm-hmm. Well, did your bin have those screws on them before?
No.
Now, in that bin, it was the body of a man who we believe to be Peter Astle. Do you understand that?
Yeah, makes sense.
So what we're saying is that in the bin that belonged to you is the body of a man called Peter Astle. Mm-hmm. Have you got any explanation as to how come a dead body turns up in your bin that's from Lithgow and else at Colo?
No.
Were you responsible for putting the body in the bin?
No.
His demeanour didn't change. Anyone else, you would be horrified that, firstly, that something that belongs to you is used in a murder, and all of a sudden you think you'd be saying something along the lines of, this is terrible, you know, of how can this possibly happen?
I did lose my bin, but there was been houses demolished down around the corner, so I just got one from there.
When did you lose your bin?
Times and dates, and I'm not too sure, but...
And then because you haven't found, you've decided to take another one to replace it?
No, or you can put it down as stealing or whatever, but yeah, I didn't.
All of a sudden, I'm challenging him about his bin, and he's coming back to me saying, I stole a bin, charge me with stealing a bin. You can't tie me into this murder.
As Patterson's interview continued, so did the search in Kandos, at his ex-wife Lynette's house.
We're at the Cannos address. We examined a motor vehicle that was located in the rear yard. It was an older model car and in very poor repair. There was evidence that the side protector strips and the bumper bar had come off and they were reattached to the vehicle using Tex screws. There was also evidence of damage around the lights, which had been sealed with silicone. We took the vehicle back to Bathurst crime scene section to make a more thorough examination of both the interior and exterior of the vehicle. There was 2 circular marks that appeared on the bench seat. Our initial thoughts when we saw these marks that the possibility that the bin had been placed in the back seat of the Commodore. We actually placed a Sulo bin in various positions to see if we could match up those marks on the back seat of the car. Once we did this, we couldn't positively say that the marks came from the Sulo bin, but conversely, we couldn't rule out that these marks came from that Sulo bin.
So there was nothing really of significance that they were able to glean from the car itself, but we've got evidence that, yes, we can show that he used the Tex screws and silicone. Those in itself don't prove the case. It's just another little piece that we've got to work with.
Detective Oxford was also working with the suspicion that the murder may have occurred in Patterson's spotless and furnitureless house in Lithgow.
So you live there by yourself? That's right. If your house has got no furniture in it, how have you lived in there? Where have you slept?
So I did a sleeping bag.
So you take a sleeping bag with you and you sleep in a sleeping bag in the house itself? Have you cleaned the bathroom up at all?
I had scratches in the bathtub.
What did you spray it with, enamel, did you?
Push back can, yeah. Push back can.
And what was that, just white gloss enamel?
Yeah.
No? Bruce simply just said that he was moving out to allow new tenants in and that he wanted it to be known that I've left it in a good state.
It's widely known that you have to, leave as you come. It's just like if you're privately or anything, you do the same type of thing.
You've got to accept it, unless you can prove otherwise. If we could disprove that by finding hair and other things in these sinks, or if we found blood in the pipes, well then a different significance will be put onto his explanation.
The evidence came back negative. There was no blood, no hair. Nothing that linked Patterson and his house to the murder of Peter Astle. All police could do was to take his interview apart bit by bit to see what was truth and what were lies.
In the interview he said he sold all his furniture and gave it away to the St Vincent de Paul down in Lithgow. Of course we made some inquiries down there and that proved that in fact Bruce hadn't taken any furniture down there. So all of a sudden he's starting to develop a little bit of a chink in his armour. He's starting to say things that ultimately were lies. So then you start to look at his movements at the time. We've got a tentative date of the 9th of August when Peter's gone missing, and we know that he told us in the interview he was putting a fence up, so we know that he's there.
Hi, g'day.
The next step is to start doing a door knock around Candos. Firstly, to establish did they know Peter and when did they last see him, and did they hear or see anything on that night. And at about midnight, a neighbour said she heard the sound of a dog barking coming from the area around near Bruce's house, and then she heard a car leaving Bruce's house. That's not unusual, but when you put it together with all the other bits and pieces, suspicion was pointed at Bruce. There weren't any other great suspects that really were there. So then we start to look at the house file. Could that in fact have been the crime scene? Could Bruce have burnt the house down as well to try and destroy evidence?
Detectives believed Bruce Patterson had likely murdered Peter Astle, but they couldn't prove it and they had no motive. Then, 4 months into the investigation, they received a phone call from a psychiatrist.
In fact, he had a client who wanted to confess that he'd killed someone, that he'd shot someone and then decapitated the body, taken the head and the hands off, and then put the body into a bin and dumped it in a river. So I've asked the obvious question, well, who was your patient? And he said, Bruce Patterson.
Police found him at his ex-wife's place at Candos.
Once I told him that I'd spoken to the doctor, he accepted his fate then. He said, yeah, I killed Peter. I'm responsible. Mrs Patterson, what I have here is a search warrant to search a premises for a number of items in connection with the death of Mr Astle. And then what I propose to then is take you back to Mudgee Police Station where we'll ask you a number of questions in relation to the death of Peter Astle. Do you understand that? Sure. I can get you to tell your story as to what's happened in relation to Peter.
Well, we were drinking heavily and listening to some music, and he had his fire going in the lounge room. Now, when I went to the house that night, I had no intentions of shooting him. What I was all drinking heavily and just a topic of conversation which aggravated me. And he then got violent and swung an axe round into the floorboards just before my foot. Then he raised the axe up again to hit me, and I pulled the firearm off the table and shot him in the head.
Okay, now how did the pistol come to be in Peter's house?
Well, Peter had a thing about pistols and I only brought it over to show him.
All right, can you describe what the gun looks like to me?
It's a .357 Magnum revolver.
Well, why did you buy the pistol?
Good question. Probably the novelty initially. I was looking at doing an armed robbery at one period of time, but I didn't go ahead with it. But I never would have thought of using it for a murder, not murder, but to shoot someone.
And what's happened then?
Then I felt pretty numb and shocked what I'd done. Then decapitated in his head, in his hands.
With that axe?
Yeah.
And what have you done then?
I burned the body parts to conceal the incident.
And what's happened then?
What happened then, I just got a blanket and threw it over him to pick him up and put him in the car, take him to a spot where I could dump him until I could later think what I had to do.
Then he drove some 25, 30 kilometres away to a place called Wishing Well, just outside of Candles or Mudgee.
Mr Patterson's indicated he's prepared to show us where he's disposed of the body of Peter Astle after he was killed at Candos. Now, the difficulty we may have here is because of the sound of the generators in the background from the rescue squad, so we'll try our best to keep our voice up. Why did you decide this site to dispose of Peter's body? Why did you pick this particular site here?
Well, I didn't want to travel too far out of town because I had to get rid of the evidence in the house, with the burning of his head and hands.
Now, can you just show us how you put the body in there?
Well, it pretty well much falls away there, so the momentum of the body just kept falling and running down the hill until such times as where the detective is. And then I hid the blanket over in amongst scrub like this, stuff over here, this brackish bush.
Okay, now, the area we're standing, is that where the body finished?
No, I moved it over to the side, past the tree.
When have you returned back here?
A month to 5 weeks, 6 weeks, around that top
About
period.
6 weeks?
Yeah. I took the garbage bin all the way down there because there's no way I could get him out bar for pulling it up there.
All right, so when you get down to the bottom, what condition was the body in?
Decomposed.
Now the body's now in the bin itself and it's all tied up. You've driven to where?
To Lithgow.
And what have you done with that bin then?
I sealed it.
Seal it with what? What did you seal it with?
Silicone and tech screws.
Now I want to show you a photograph now. Now that serial number appeared on the bin itself. Now is that the area that you cut out?
Yeah.
And what was the reason why you cut that out?
Just not identified the address.
He's gone to all these great lengths to stop us from finding who this person is and tried his best to conceal it. And there's one little mistake, that little serial number that he's cut off, it's fallen inside the bin with the body. Ultimately, it was the key to the whole thing, was his serial number. That was a bad mistake.
Well, I could have unscrewed it all and everything else, but with the decomposing body in there, it wasn't worth it.
Okay. Okay, and what's happened from there?
And the following day, took it to the collar to put it in the water. We went along the river bank to a place where I could wade out in the water and just try and submerge it, but realising it wouldn't submerge, I knew that it'd be found eventually.
Patterson had driven 2 hours to the spot where he dumped the bin. 10 kilometres upstream from where it was found washed up on the shore.
Bruce Raymond Patterson appeared before Mudgee Court yesterday. During the brief appearance, police tendered evidence that they had attended the 37-year-old's home the day before, and he later confessed his involvement in the murder of Peter Astle.
I was frightened of what extreme I'd gone to in shooting him. And it was in self-defence.
It wasn't my fault. He attacked me. I know I had to repel the threat. So he's looking to try and get himself out of it. So you've got to start to explore to see whether what he said is plausible, whether in fact that is believable and whether it can be backed up by evidence.
Bruce Patterson had confessed to killing Peter Astle in self-defence. But police had strong reservations about his version of events.
We've got a man who was to confess to doing the murder, but there's an explanation to try and limit his involvement, to limit his culpability.
So,
which part of his body did you aim the pistol at?
At his head.
Anywhere, any part on his head at all?
Mainly around the forehead. Okay. He was brain dead when he hit the floor.
We're looking at a cold-blooded, premeditated murder. We're looking at more of a matter of violence that's occurred within a split second. Well, what was your intention when you pointed the pistol at him?
Just to get him to stop it and back down.
What was your intention when you fired the pistol?
Wasn't an intention to kill him at all.
What's to say that Peter wasn't shot from behind and an entry wound is in the back of the head? So how do you start to claim self-defence if you've got an entry wound in the back of a person's head? Could he have been executed? And the reason why the head hasn't been found is to stop us showing that in fact it could have been execution.
Patterson told police that he had burnt the head in Peter's fireplace.
The house was burnt down before we came to know that it was Peter's house. So our crime scene people trawled through the local tip at Candles, where the house had been demolished, and found the fireplace and did some sampling from it. There was no fatty residue within the fireplace. So where is the evidence to show that a head was burnt in there?
As suspected, Bruce Patterson was the arsonist.
Can you give me a reason why you set fire to the house?
Because of what happened in the house, I decided to burn the house in case he had forensics and had to go through it.
The house fire itself was 4 days before the body was found.
Sure.
So preempting that the bin was eventually going to be found.
I knew.
So you took it upon yourself to set the fire.
When Patterson made those statements that he'd murdered Peter in the house and mutilated him in the house, I knew it was a whole bunch of lies. Total lies, because I was there the next morning at 9 o'clock. There were no axe marks in the floor at all, and there wasn't a spot of blood anywhere. I had cleaned that house from top to bottom, and also the Housing Commission inspector, when I handed the house back, he'd been through and inspected it and found nothing untoward.
Now, earlier on this morning, you said, I didn't want any rejects moving in next door to my kids.
That's correct.
You recall you said that?
That's correct.
So that is the reasons why you said you burnt the house down, to get rid of any evidence that was there from Peter Astle's death.
Yeah.
And also another issue, you didn't want other undesirables moving in next door. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because you were concerned for your kids.
The body of circumstantial evidence against Patterson was strong, but there was every chance the jury would accept his plea of manslaughter over the charge of murder. Then a phone call came in that increased the odds for the prosecution.
It was about a week before the murder trial was due to start, and we received advice from the solicitor of Lynette Patterson to say that she had some information about what had occurred.
Lynette Patterson was the woman Merrill Astle had seen crying.
I really thought back onto when his ex-wife was crying the day Peter was missing, and I sort of thought for a long, long time that Bruce Patterson had something to do with Peter's disappearance.
Lynette Patterson, I'm able to say to you that what you say to us now won't be used against you in any court proceedings. Do you understand that?
I understand.
So let's bring our memory back to around about the 9th or 10th of August of 1998. What do you recall about that?
That night, Bruce had decided that he was going to go and kill Peter. I had tried to stop him, and at the time, I even wanted to go forward to the police to let them know what he'd had in mind, but I was just too scared.
Dad, just get in the car, I'll get Pete.
He coerced him by telling him that he'd take him down to Sydney to get drugs. And that's how he got him out of the house and used alcohol, brought a carton of beer, take with him. He took his father with him as well when he took Peter away. And as I said, I never thought they'd even go through with it. The next thing that happened, I don't know what time it was, that he came back and he came inside and the fire was going. Came in, he had Pete's head and hands in a nest, put them in the fire. I went to bed. I didn't sleep. I haven't slept much since. Then the next morning I had to get up and clean the fireplace out. And then he got me to clean the car.
All of a sudden we've got a version that is different to his version. He's driven out on a road somewhere and said we just killed him.
He said that he'd taken him out there and stopped at a truck stop. That's a resting place. And could see the lights to Sydney. Peter had apparently said that he wanted to go to the toilet. And then apparently Peter had hopped out of the car and went to the toilet. And Bruce just called him to his attention and said Peter, and apparently shot him.
Self-defence is not an issue now, really. I think it's a case of premeditated. Now we've got a new murder scene at a truck stop in Kurrajong. Bruce's father's died within the last year, so we'll never really know the true involvement, if any, of his father in this.
1 month later, Lynette Patterson said she accompanied her ex-husband and his father back to Kurrajong to pick up Peter's body. They then drove back to his house in Lithgow, where she saw Peter's body placed in the bin.
He left the bin in the laundry for a week, and then he went back and sealed it.
And he said the cutting of the serial number, when did that take place?
Cutting of the serial number, that took place there and then.
Were you there when he was cutting it?
Yeah.
Did he make any comment about it?
It dropped into it. He said he had to get rid of it because that'd be a way of the bin being traced back to his place.
So it turned out to be a very strong case, but I suppose in a way without Lynette Patterson's statement, without the confession, without the serial number, it could have been the perfect murder.
I've gone through a nervous breakdown this year because of it all, just knowing what I knew, trying to keep quiet and wanting to go forward. I mean, I've had bashings off him, I've had him hold a knife to my throat, put a scratch on my throat, and this is why I've kept quiet in regards to the matter with Peter.
But why had her ex-husband so brutally murdered his neighbour?
In actual fact, the reason why is because it was a housing commission house, and having housing commission people next door, that's why he did it.
Because Peter lived in a housing commission house, he didn't want his wife and children exposed to people living in that environment, and he had to be eliminated.
He had a dislike for Peter, whatever, and that was it.
And the way to rectify the problem, what was to go across and kill him? Is that what he was saying?
That's what he was thinking, yeah.
And with Peter gone, he wasn't going to allow anyone else the opportunity.
In fact, Bruce lived in a housing commission house at Lithgow himself, So it's quite ironic that he could make that judgment. And once Lynette Patterson came forward with the new information and provided evidence on the first day of the trial was to start, Bruce has changed his plea to guilty.
It became known as the body in the bin murder. 38-year-old Bruce Patterson confessed to the crime and today was sentenced in a Sydney Supreme Court to 22 years for the murder and 4.5 years for arson.
Some justice had been done, but never enough. He should have been sentenced to life with no parole. Life meaning life.
Patterson will be eligible for parole in the year 2018.
I hate Bruce Patterson with a vengeance. And as I put in my victim statement, if ever a door opens for him, I'll be there to close it. Or I'll do the very best that I can to close it.